Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled to the top. Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating.
Good morning, I'm Catherine Smith, and you're listening to the continuous team coverage of the attack on America on 1010 Wins. Illuminated by spotlight, with smoke still billowing from the World Trade Center site, a massive rescue effort is underway in these early morning hours. Bulldozers have been brought in the hope of finding some people alive. Mayor Giuliani says it's a race against time, but he says there are survivors in that rubble. About 12 hours after an unprecedented show of terrorist horror, President Bush addressed the nation.
I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
4 hijacked planes, 2 flying into the World Trade Center towers, 1 into the Pentagon, 1 crashing near Pittsburgh. Travel throughout the metropolitan area was horrific most of the day as well. We check in now with Shadow Traffic's Jude Tamillo for an early morning update. Jude.
Oh, Catherine, checking out the Hudson River crossings here on the Jam Cam. Holland and Lincoln Tunnel still closed in both directions. The outbound upper deck of the George Washington Bridge is open to traffic at this time, and the traffic is very light coming back across the span. The lower deck remains closed. The Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges, along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, are still closed in both directions. We have a closure of the Triborough Bridge heading into Manhattan. The Midtown Tunnel and 59th Street Bridge also closed back into Manhattan, but open into Queens. Speaking of which, in Queens, south on the Van Wyck, we are closed off from the Grand Central down to the Nassau Expressway. The westbound Belt Parkway is closed off at Kennedy Airport, with traffic being put onto the service road. And coming back into Queens from Nassau County, do not use the Long Island Expressway. That is still closed westbound from the Douglaston Parkway out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Stay with the Northern State or the Southern State Parkway. As we check the 1010 Wins Transit desk, New Jersey Transit has limited service into New York City. We also have limited path service into New Jersey. Long Island Railroad full service in both directions. Metro North is going to be resuming normal service for later today. The subways south of Canal Street, of course, remain shut down. Alternate side parking rules are suspended for today, and all national air traffic is suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time, 12:02. New York City is pulling out all the stops to deal with this emergency, and there is news tonight. 1010 Wins reporter Glenn Schuck is at the Emergency Command Center and joins us live. Glenn?
Well, that's right, Catherine. There is news. We have been told now by a briefing that just ended a few minutes ago that as many as 300 firefighters now are missing in the rubble. About 3 dozen police officers, according to Police Commissioner Carrick, are unaccounted for in the rubble in Lower Manhattan here, as 2,000 workers are really working hard to try and find the people either dead or alive. And Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen, when he came up to the podium, could barely speak. He was really forcing to get his words out, obviously completely shattered from what's happened.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, Mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan.
Again, he's talking about Bill Feehan, one of the people that were lost today this morning. Unfortunately, Mayor Giuliani confirmed that several people in the rubble have been calling from cell phones, though, to family members, including a person who'd been calling to family in Seattle. So they very well may be alive as well. 2 Port Authority police officers were found alive. That is the good news. Unfortunately, it could be many thousands of people feared dead in this tragedy. I should also say, Catherine, that 5 police officers, Police Commissioner Carrick told us, have been found alive. They were in a void in the rubble and just managed to walk out 4 hours after the incident and walked out to realize that the whole building had come down. Now, Police Commissioner Carrick has also confirmed that a van was stopped for unknown reasons, we're told, in New Jersey near the Meadowlands earlier today. But contrary to earlier reports and a number of news organizations, no explosives were found inside that van. All of the city officials, Catherine, are just in complete shock, as is the rest of the city. This is Glenn Schuck in Lower Manhattan, 1010 Wins reporting live.
And the work goes on in Lower Manhattan at the site of what used to be some of the world's tallest buildings. 1010 Wins reporter Lisa Evers is in Lower Manhattan at the scene. What can you tell us, Lisa?
And, Catherine, what I can tell you is that this massive rescue effort continues. There are New York City Police Department emergency service police officers who have been, working very long hours trying to get in and find out any people who might still be alive in that rubble. There are all sorts of rescue vehicles on hand, ambulances, everything that could possibly help to avail in the rescue. And I have to tell you also, we're seeing a lot of construction vehicles, earth movers, tractors, trailers, all sorts of things to try and sift through that rubble. And, of course, most of lower Manhattan here is without electricity. The power's turned off, so the only lights we have are from these quad sets of lights that are power generated. Those are the ones that are also helping the rescuers. But a lot of hope on the part of the rescuers that they will find people alive and will bring them up, bring them out. That's what keeps them going. Lisa Evers, 1010 Winds, reporting live from Chambers Street in Greenwich in Lower Manhattan.
Winds News Time, 12:06. The question then is, who did this? U.S. officials began piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history, aided by an intercept of communications between his supporters and harrowing cell phone calls from victims aboard the jetliners before they crashed. Authorities are now focusing some of their efforts on possible bin Laden supporters in Florida, based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests of the 4 jets that crashed. The sources say the FBI was preparing to search locations in Broward County in South Florida and Daytona Beach in Central Florida. The locations had links to the suspected bin Laden supporter on the jet manifest. U.S. intelligence intercepted communications between bin Laden supporters discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon. That, according to Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, who's the top Republican on the State Judiciary Committee. U.S. officials are confirming that American intelligence agencies had no inkling that the terror attacks were about to take place. Despite technical prowess and vaunted intelligence tools, there were no reports of imminent terrorist attacks. Spies and informants for the CIA, FBI, and National Security Agency did not detect any hint of plans for the devastating attacks. The agency's tools include telephone and computer taps, satellites, and spy planes. Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Richard Shelby said intelligence can't be perfect, but the U.S. cannot afford these kinds of failures. Winds News Time, 12:07. At a Pentagon briefing, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Henry Shelton, vowed that those responsible for the attacks would be brought to justice.
Today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was in his office when the aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon hit the opposite side of the building. He had just run there after hearing about the Trade Center attack. Asked if he had any inkling that something like this was being planned, Rumsfeld says, "We don't discuss intelligence matters." Now, Victor Levine, a political science professor at Washington University in St. Louis, is also an expert on suspected terror mastermind Osama bin Laden. He says while we don't know who carried out the terror attacks, the overall plan was the hallmark of bin Laden. He also says the U.S. must be very careful how it retaliates.
You don't retaliate until you have an address. This one doesn't have an address yet. We're not quite sure, who was involved, what was involved, how many were involved. We're not even sure that it was Osama bin Laden, although he's the most likely suspect.
Levine says a government like Iraq would have no problem finding willing pilots to carry out such attacks. Levine says bin Laden has the money to finance such an attack. He says bin Laden inherited hundreds of millions of dollars from his Saudi father and has access to that money since he's been sheltered by Afghanistan. The United States says bin Laden was behind the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center and the 98 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Africa and last year's bombing of the USS Cole. Winds News Time, 12:09. Untold hundreds, if not thousands, may have been killed when the 110-story Twin Towers collapsed in a cloud of ash and rubble. All of New York City's hospitals went into emergency mode to accept the injured and the dead. 1010 Winds reporter Terry Sheridan was at St. Vincent's.
Early Tuesday afternoon, the blocks around St. Vincent's Hospital were full of activity, with about 300 doctors and nurses waiting outside the hospital and over 500 New Yorkers who came to give blood. By 10:30 in the evening, it's eerily quiet. 3 ambulances in about 5 hours have dropped off the injured, and the number of patients is holding fairly steady at 327, with 3 fatalities, 57 police department and fire department members also among the injured. Hospital officials, though, remain optimistic that people will be brought in on the overnight, people who will get the opportunity to be treated. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Wins at St. Vincent's Hospital.
1010 Wins reporter Al Jones spoke with some of the workers who were in the building in the World Trade Center and who survived.
In the first hour after the explosion and collapse of the Twin Towers, folks like Tom Colden stumbling down the street, covered in ash. He was at his desk on the 64th floor of One World Trade Center when the plane hit and the ceiling came down. What was it like up there on your floor? Was it just pandemonium?
No, it was control. It wasn't until the second explosion. Once the lights went out.
Now, Colden credits 2 firefighters with helping him and others go down the steps and out to safety. Colden only hopes that his 2 rescuers manage to rescue themselves. Al Jones, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
Life in Manhattan, Washington, and across the nation, for that matter, changed today. All air service was halted, and the FAA says it will remain grounded. All air service will be grounded in the U.S. until at least noon tomorrow. That is noon on Wednesday, later today. Wins News Time, 12:11. Now let's check in with Shadow's Jude Tomillo to find out about the situation on the highways and mass transit.
Catherine, still plenty of closures in New Jersey. First on the Jersey Turnpike, the northbound car and truck lanes remain roped off north of exit 11. They're putting you on to the Garden State Parkway, which is open in both directions. There is no access to the turnpike from the parkway at exit 129. Getting to the Hudson River crossings from New Jersey, of course, impossible. Eastbound Route 4 is shut down in the Englewood area. Eastbound 46 closed off in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 3 shut down at the Jersey Turnpike. You have northbound 1 and 9 closed off at the Pulaski Skyway, and the express lanes of eastbound 80 are shut down between exit 62 and the George Washington Bridge, with the local lanes closed at 95 in Fort Lee. The Staten Island-bound Goethals Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, Outer Bridge Crossing all closed, along with the Brooklyn-bound upper deck of the Verrazano Bridge. And right now, as we check in on the 1010 Wins Transit desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service right now at this time. Also, Long Island Railroad will have full service later today, along with Metro North. Alternate side parking rules are going to be suspended for later today. All subway service south of Canal Street obviously shut down. And as you just heard, of course, all national air traffic suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tomillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time, 12:12. There were horrific stories from earlier today of people jumping out of the burning Twin Towers. 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum was there.
Like so many others in Lower Manhattan, Ron Rutter, a city building engineer, ran towards the World Trade Center after the first plane crashed into one of the Twin Towers. He was looking to help, but also looking for his brother, who works in the buildings. He was encountering a scene of utter devastation.
When I get down there, I see the flames shooting out of the corner of the building was gone. The whole corner of the building, the flames were shooting out of it. And as I get closer, I start seeing people jumping. People started jumping out, and they were on fire, the people themselves. They were on fire, jumping right out of the building.
Some of those people jumped 4 at a time, hand in hand, plummeting 80 or 90 stories to their deaths below. Then Ron heard the engines overhead. It was the second jetliner. He watched in disbelief as it crashed into the other Twin Tower, creating an immense fireball, debris flying every which way. Ron was struck in the back of the neck with a burning piece of metal, causing him to bleed profusely. Moments later, the buildings collapsed before everyone's eyes. No one could believe what was going on. You could hear the screams and the cries of disbelief and horror throughout Lower Manhattan as an immense dust ball and debris encompassed everything below Chambers Street. Some of the debris fell on the triage centers that were set up below the World Trade Center buildings, taking care of those who were injured when the planes crashed into the structures. Many of those who were killed were the rescue workers tending to the injured. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News Time, 12:14. Jersey City officials want traffic to stay out of the downtown waterfront area to make way for emergency vehicles to move. Stan Eason, a spokesman for Mayor Glenn Cunningham, said all non-essential vehicles should stay out of the area on Wednesday, and people who need to get there should take mass transit. Eason said ferries would continue bringing bodies across the Hudson River from the World Trade Center area through Tuesday night and into Wednesday. As the rescue and recovery effort continues, Mayor Giuliani says 2 Port Authority officers were pulled out of the rubble alive at Trinity and Church Streets, but many more are missing. 3 top city New York City Fire Department officials died, and more than 300 firefighters are missing at the scene of the devastation. That's according to the mayor and the fire commissioner. One of the firefighters who died had led a team of New York firefighters to Oklahoma City in 1995 to help authorities there deal with the aftermath of the bombing at the federal building. Mayor Giuliani announced the deaths of the 3 fire officials at a news conference on Tuesday night. They are the chief fire official and the deputy chief. First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan and Peter Gansey, chief of the department, as well as the chaplain of the fire department. Now, the mayor says the phone number to call for information on the missing. Here is the phone number to call for information on the missing: 212-560-2730. The fire department says it's missing more than 300 of its own. Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen was quite shaken at that news conference.
I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
For information on the firefighters, and only on the firefighters, here is the number to call: 718-999-2541. I'll repeat that number for you. For information on firefighters only, 718-999-2541. Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick confirmed that 3 men were stopped in a van in New Jersey. There were no explosives in that van. He would not say why they were stopped, but they were not on the George Washington Bridge. WINS News Time, 12:16. Now what parents and students need to know for Wednesday. All New York City public schools are closed on Wednesday. All Catholic schools in the New York Archdiocese are closed on Wednesday. Many other schools have canceled classes as well. Chancellor Levy has asked principals, assistant principals, guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, and crisis teams to report to schools to prepare, to plan, to respond to the tragedy. They are to be in school on Wednesday, not the students. Once again, all New York City public schools, all New York Archdiocesan Catholic schools are closed tomorrow. With the city's emergency service personnel stretched to the brink, Governor Pataki called out the National Guard.
It's obviously a horrific attack, but the focus has to be on helping those whose lives are at risk, helping to make sure we take every possible security step for those who are looking to leave the area and to get assistance to those who are still injured. That's the focus at this point.
The Navy dispatched aircraft carriers and guided missile destroyers to New York and Washington after today's terror attacks, as President Bush put the military on its highest level of alert. At the scene of one of today's attacks, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld declared the Pentagon is functioning and it will be in business tomorrow. Late on Tuesday night, ABC News correspondent John McWethy at the Pentagon reported that as many as 800 people might have been killed when the plane smashed into the Pentagon building. Early reports put that figure of death and injuries at 100 people. But ABC News is reporting the death toll just at the Pentagon alone could be 800. Mayor Giuliani was in Midtown when the first plane smashed into one of the Twin Towers, and he said he witnessed a horrific scene as some of the people jumped from the towers to their death.
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this and that we're going to make an example out of them. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of them.
The Taliban, the government of Afghanistan, which is sheltering Osama bin Laden, denied that bin Laden had anything to do with today's terrorist attacks. And while thousands of Palestinians celebrated the attacks in the U.S. today, Yasser Arafat, through a spokesman, deplored them.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked. Completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Many Palestinians were handing out candy in celebration of what some called a sweet situation. Again, Yasser Arafat deploring today's terrorist attacks. I'm Catherine Smith on 1010 Wins. It's 12:20.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating.
It is hours now after the attack early this morning in the World Trade Center towers. Mass transit roads, bridges, and tunnels to New York from New Jersey, from Westchester, from Long Island are largely closed. There are exceptions. Shadow traffic and transit coming up. We'll spell that out for you. Plans for tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning, still undecided. Smoke from the rubble still visible throughout much of the sky, even under cover of dark. Port Authority of New York and New Jersey announcing that its facilities, including Newark International Airport, are secure. They are prepared to reopen after getting clearance, and only after getting clearance from the government and law enforcement. Let's get a handle on what we know as far as moving about traffic and transit. And here's Jude Tomillo. Jude.
Greg, we'll start off with our Hudson River crossings. The only thing going right now is the George Washington Bridge, upper level back into New Jersey. Very light traffic coming back across the span here on the Jam Cam. The lower deck remains closed off, and the Holland and Lincoln tunnels remain shut down in both directions. We have closures of the Staten Island-bound Goethals Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, and Outer Bridge crossing. The Brooklyn-bound upper deck of the Verrazano Bridge is also closed. The Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges, along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, they are all closed in both directions. We have a closure of the southbound Deegan in the 230s. The FDR Drive shut down both ways from the Battery Park underpass onto the UN. The inbound Gowanus closed off at the Prospect Expressway, and the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway is closed both ways between the Battery Tunnel and the Long Island Expressway. As we touch base now with the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit limited New York City service, also limited path service back into New Jersey. The Long Island Railroad and Metro North saying they will have normal service for the rush hour later today. All subway service south of Canal Street remains shut down. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended for later today. And of course, all national air traffic remains suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tomillo, shadow traffic on 1010 Winds.
Lock it into 1010 Winds, as always. Traffic and transit every 10 minutes around the clock. All that is left at the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center, a twisted metal wreck only about 5 stories tall. A stub at the building that once stood. The 110-story tall buildings did collapse after being hit by airplanes early this morning. Those airplanes had been hijacked by terrorists. Later in the day, building number 7, 47 stories tall, also collapsed. It was evacuated at the time. Not so the case with the Twin Towers. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, an estimated 50,000 people reporting to work. That's the usual draw. They were in those buildings when the plane hit and fires erupted. Firefighters are missing. Some say 300. Here's Fire Commissioner for the city, Thomas Von Essen.
We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive.
And that hope very much still exists. Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick says rescuers have already determined, in fact, there are some people alive in a couple of buildings downtown, a group that is said to include a number of police officers. One police source, speaking on condition of anonymity, said police had received phone calls from people trapped beneath the Twin Tower rubble. Source gave no further details. In one of the calls, a surviving civilian said he was trapped along with the police officer, the officer among those missing in the aftermath of the attack. Michael Carter, Vice President of the Firefighters Union, estimated half of 400 firefighters who first reached the scene may be dead. And he says, quote, we have entire companies that are just missing. As far as tomorrow morning goes, it is fast approaching. Mayor Giuliani says if you do not have to be in New York tomorrow, please stay out of the city.
14th Street North in Manhattan will be open, but it's going to be very crowded. And it's going to be a complex and difficult day. So if tomorrow is a day you can take off, it probably would be a good thing to stay home.
Winds News Time now, 12:24. We are joined now by 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers. She is still at the scene downtown in Lower Manhattan, where the crews are beginning to move in amidst the rubble, see if they can't find some of those people perhaps who are surviving, and see if they can't perhaps find some bodies there, Lisa.
And, Greg, let me tell you, this is a massive rescue effort that is underway. There are our firefighters from New York City, EMTs, FDNY EMTs. There are also the police department, of course, with the specialized units like the emergency service unit, and they're all being assisted by firefighters and paramedics from many of the surrounding communities of New York City. I've spoken with some of the firefighters and some of those EMTs who have been down in that scene and come back out covered with dust. There's dust all over the ground here from the ashes that have come from this devastation. And they say that one of the concerns is the safety also of those rescuers, knowing that we have lost some at this particular point. They want to make sure there's no further loss of life. The ground itself is shifting because of the rubble. It's not secure. There's concern about structural safety as well. But there are plenty of ambulances standing by, and they're just keeping their fingers crossed that they're going to be able to get some people out of there alive. And that's the hope that keeps driving them through this long, dark night. Lisa Evers, 1010 Winds, reporting live from Greenwich and Chamber.
Thanks a lot, Lisa. Winds news time now, 12:25. There will be no school tomorrow for New York City school kids. Details on that now. 1010 Winds reporter Mona Rivera.
New York City schools will be closed for at least one day in the wake of the World Trade Center attack, but not closed for everyone. Principals, assistant principals, psychologists, social workers all have been told to report to work to develop a grief counseling and crisis intervention plan. That's because some kids saw the World Trade Center towers collapse. Others, like 9-year-old Tevin Taylor of PS 58 in Court Street in Brooklyn, may have been traumatized. He saw smoke filling his classroom and immediately felt scared.
I was thinking about my mother, that if she's okay at work, because of the smoke spread around everywhere, because of the wind.
You saw the smoke and heard what was going on?
Well, I haven't heard what was going on, but the janitor at school, he said to close the windows because the smoke, it will come in.
This is the kind of memory affecting school kids which may require counseling, so crisis teams will be on hand when schools reopen on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010 Winds News.
The president has put the military on its highest level alert following today's attack, not only at the World Trade Centers in New York, but also the Pentagon in Washington. One Navy admiral quoted as saying, "We have been attacked like we have not since Pearl Harbor. Ships are en route to New York and Washington. In fact, they include aircraft carriers bound for New York, the JFK, and the George Washington. Also amphibious ships and guided missile cruisers capable of responding to any possible threats from the air or sea. Also, the military expected to provide surgical teams experienced in disaster and limited hospital bed capacity for city hospitals, especially downtown, that are full. Around the country, fighters, airborne radar, refueling planes were scrambled at first word, and with aviation canceled coast to coast through at least noontime tomorrow, New Yorkers during the day might have been wondering what was behind the occasional jet roar they did hear overhead. Military aircraft, U.S. fighter jets, presumably on precautionary patrol over the metro area. Speaking from the Oval Office about today's terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, President Bush said our way of life, our very freedom, came under attack. Mr. Bush also said thousands of lives suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The images have filled us with disbelief, sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. And quiet is a very apropos word at this time. It is 12:28 at night, and out on the streets of Manhattan you could hear a pin drop. It is absolutely silent. Occasionally in the distance, the wail of a siren heading off to some unknown destination, a hospital. It is eerily quiet. As far as the investigation as to who is to blame, the United States beginning now to piece together a case that links Osama bin Laden to what is the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history, perhaps the history of the world in the realm of terror. It is aided by an intercept of communications between Osama bin Laden's supporters and a number of cell phone calls from the victims aboard the jetliners before they crashed. Authorities focusing specifically on their efforts on possible bin Laden supporters in Florida. This based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests of the 4 jets that went down. Sources say the FBI was preparing to search locations in Broward County in South Florida, also Daytona Beach. Locations are said to have links to the suspected bin Laden supporter on the jet manifest. We will, of course, keep you posted. And United States officials confirming that American intelligence agencies had no inkling that this terror attack was about to take place, despite what they describe as superior technical prowess and vaunted intelligence tools. No reports of imminent terrorist attack. Winds news time now 12:29, 67 degrees with a clear sky in New York. Barely a wind blowing to stir anything. And again, reporting that if you are out and about, it is eerily quiet. There are some buses moving about the city, but very few. The buses are running in the outer boroughs. We'll get an update on other traffic in transit in about a minute's time with Jude Tamillo from Shadow. Coming up on the tone now on what is now this Wednesday morning, the 12th of September. It will be 12:30. Still to come on 1010 Winds, continuing coverage. As far as business as usual in the day ahead, Long Island Congressman Peter King says lawmakers plan to be at work first thing.
The intention is for Congress to go back into session tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning at 10 a.m., mainly to show that we're not being intimidated, that the United States is still functioning. The United States is standing tall. And we will be back in full session tomorrow, conducting business as usual in the Congress of the United States.
Congressman King was in Washington during today's attack. There are some poll results after the terrorist strike. CNN USA Today Gallup of 619 adults taken as an error of margin, plus or minus 4. And more than half, 55%, say they thought the attacks represent the beginning of a sustained terrorist campaign against the U.S. that will continue for several weeks. 3 in 10 disagreed. And almost 9 of 10 say they considered the attacks an act of war. Winds News Time, 12:31. Let's get the update now. What's open? What's closed? How can you get around and about as it stands? Jude Tamillo, can you fill us in?
Yes, Greg, I have an update now from the New Jersey Turnpike. This is some new information. The northbound car and truck lanes of the Turnpike have now been reopened at exit 11. The only problem here is that you may not enter or exit the Turnpike at exit 13, which of course is the exit for the Gothels Bridge. And as we've been saying all night long, there is no way to get to the Outer Bridge crossing, the Bayonne Bridge, or the Gothels Bridge if you were going into Staten Island. Those crossings are still closed. The Jersey-bound sides are open, but the Staten Island-bound Gothels, Bayonne, Outer Bridge, they're all closed, and so is the Brooklyn-bound upper deck of the Verrazano Bridge. Northbound 440 also closed off in the Perth-Amboy area as well. In Queens, on the southbound Van Wyck, I still have a closure from the Grand Central out to the Nassau Expressway. The westbound Belt Parkway closed off at Kennedy Airport. Traffic is on the service road in the meantime. The westbound LIE closed from the Douglaston Parkway out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Go with the northern or the southern states if you're coming back from Nassau County into Queens. Still closures of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges in both directions. Touching base with the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit, but limited New York City service. Limited path service to New Jersey. Full service for the Long Island Railroad and Metro North for later this morning. Of course, all subway service south of Canal Street remains shut down. Alternate side parking rules are going to be suspended, and all air traffic suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time now 12:32. Lock it into 1010 Winds. We'll be updating the traffic and transit situation every 10 minutes on the ones. And as you head out in the morning, making plans to come to work, remember school has been canceled in New York City. 1010 Winds, lock it in. 1010 Winds reporter Sandy Klein with some of the rescue workers today trying to help the injured. The numbers of injured and those wounded barely comparing to the figure of 50,000, and that's the estimate occupying the World Trade Center at the time.
Jersey City Medical Center went on Code 1 alert this morning. That's for an external disaster, and what a disaster it was. Patients were ferried to this facility. They were taken across the Hudson, and then ambulances picked them up on the Jersey City side. The building's auditorium turned into the minor injury treatment room. One of the emergency room doctors who had been treating patients said this is the worst catastrophe she's ever seen. Lynn McFarland is the director of public affairs for the hospital, and she talks about how the facility pulled itself together.
Well, when we first heard about the disaster, we knew that we had to pull all of our personnel together. We put our Code 1 in alert and called in all of our medical staff as well as support staff. We're just all working together, from our webmaster signing up people coming in to volunteers coming in from the community as well as our regular volunteers.
Most of the patients here were treated for smoke inhalation, burns, upper body contusions. 143 people have been seen at this facility. Sandy Klein, 1010 Winds News at the Jersey City Medical Center.
Winds News Time 12:34. Well, that's a story at one of many hospitals around the region at overflow this evening, the early morning hours, trying to deal with wounded. And toward the scene, EMTs, of course, answering the call. They did initially, and they have been ever since.
Roy Anderson was one of the many medically trained New Yorkers who rushed to the disaster area after the Twin Towers collapsed. But when he got there, he found there was not much he could do.
There's no sign of life. It's just going to be bodies coming out, if they can even do that.
Immediately after the first plane crashed, city building engineer Ron Rutter ran to the Trade Center to look for his brother, who worked in one of the buildings. Then he heard the second plane overhead.
I was standing right there, right across the street from the building. We were looking at the World Trade Center, at the building 1. That was the flames were shooting out, and we were standing right there.
And then you heard a plane's engine?
We heard the plane's engine. And we looked up, and then the plane was coming right towards the building.
He looked over his shoulder at the immense fireball as he ran for his life. About an hour later, people began screaming hysterically in Lower Manhattan, running every which way as the first tower collapsed, creating a huge cloud of debris that blanketed everything below Chambers Street. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins News.
Below 14th Street, Canal Street, tomorrow in Lower Manhattan, basically it's shut off. Nobody is expected to head in there. Residents have been left back, but a mandatory evacuation was in effect for that region for a time. Again, there is still belief that people are alive, trapped within the rubble. The recovery efforts just getting underway. They started about 7 o'clock last night. They will continue perhaps for days to come. And a little bit on that part of the story now. 1010 Wins reporter Al Jones.
A steady stream of heavy equipment rolling over the Manhattan Bridge, down Canal, and then taking a left on Varick, going down to the World Trade Centers to try and remove debris and search for those who didn't make it out. Steve Piccolo among those who did. He's a commodities trader in 4 World Trade Center.
When we got out of the building, it was chaos on the street, and we were heading up towards Broadway, and then there was a second explosion, and debris flying all over the place, and people were just running for their lives.
Piccolo wondering about friends, colleagues, and acquaintances inside who didn't make it out. The shock for many that the Twin Towers are gone. Landmarks in Lower Manhattan reduced to rubble. Al Jones, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
And another look at the situation from the hospitals. St. Vincent's and the NYU Medical Center downtown, closest to the terror site, bearing the brunt of the casualties coming in, the injuries, many walking wounded, many people yet unaccounted for. That's the base of the story right here. 50,000 estimated in the towers, and we just can't account for them all. The number of showing up in hospitals throughout the region only totals perhaps 2,000 to 3,000. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Wins reporter, staking out St. Vincent's for a time today.
Outside St. Vincent's Hospital, doctors and nurses have been waiting for most of the evening for patients to come. However, between 6 and 10:30, only 8 did, for a total of 327 people who are being treated here at St. Vincent's Hospital. That number includes 57 police and fire department officials. Also, we have 3 people who are confirmed dead. Hospital officials said that most of the people who started coming in later in the afternoon and evening had been fire and police officials. Injuries range from what they call crushing injuries to smoke and dust inhalation to lacerations of the eye and to very serious burns. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Wins at St. Vincent's Hospital.
Wins News Time now, 12:37. The very latest information, traffic, transit, what is open, what is not, what is allowed, what is not in this state of emergency for New York City. Coming up, 1010 Wins anchor reporter Susan Richard will have the latest with a few minutes now just to recap the day's events. To many, it is a blur, and they are still in a state of disbelief. First word came about 9 o'clock Tuesday morning. A plane had struck one of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Next, an explosion. Then minutes later, a second plane, a full-sized commercial airliner, hit the other tower, and both, under an hour later, crumbled to the ground. The Twin Towers now, they are gone from the skyline. All that remains, their smoldering base structure about 5 stories high, and debris is rained about for blocks and blocks. Crews are waiting to get in to see what they can find. Again, roughly 50,000 people on a given day work at the World Trade Center. Thousands are unaccounted for. As it stands, 2,100 people injured, 1,500 walking wounded, taken to New Jersey, Brooklyn, even as far as Connecticut. Hospitals are on standby. Some fear the death toll could near 10,000. Maybe more. Estimates at this point. Nobody is certain. Trade Center towers apparently pierced by 2 Los Angeles-bound jetliners. They were hijacked after taking off early this morning from Boston, 15 minutes apart. They are, first, is American Flight 11. There were 92 people on board. United Flight 175 was the second flight, 65 people on board. And once again, mandatory evacuation was ordered for all buildings below Canal Street. Within an hour after the attack on New York, the Pentagon in Washington taking a direct devastating hit from a commercial airliner, the fiery crash collapsing one side of the five-sided structure. Pentagon hit by American Flight 77. That was seized while carrying 64 people from Washington to Los Angeles, and at least 100 people in the Pentagon itself also believed to have been killed. There have been higher estimates, but at least 100. And in Pennsylvania, the fourth flight hijacked United Flight 93, a Boeing 757. That flight out of Newark to San Francisco. It crashed about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, and authorities believe its intended target was Camp David. Together, the four planes carried 266 people. White House, Pentagon, Capitol, all evacuated today. President Bush back at the White House tonight at 8:30 last night. He addressed the nation. He vowed to get to the bottom of it. One number to give you before we turn it over to 1010 Wins anchor Susan Richard. General New York City question number. Write it down. 212-560-2730. 212-560-2730. They'll try to answer your questions and have patience. I'm Greg Jensen. Wins News Time now, 1240.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going down?
Yes, that is the second tower. That is the second tower.
It's a huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
Wow, that's really the only word I can think when you hear that. It is the most vicious attack against our nation ever, but the mayor is hopeful. He says that he is hopeful there are survivors in the debris. Good evening. I'm Susan Richard. You are listening to live continuous coverage of the terrorist attacks today at the World Trade Center, which is no more, and the Pentagon, which was hit as well. The massive rescue effort underway as crews are just now able to get near the rubble in lower Manhattan, where two hijacked planes crashed into the Twin Towers, leading to their subsequent collapse. World Trade Center building number 7, a 47-story building, collapsed at about 5:20 this afternoon because of fire from the earlier blasts. In addition, the Pentagon was hit by a hijacked aircraft, and a fourth plane went down in western Pennsylvania. There was word that Camp David was possibly the intended target for that aircraft. Meanwhile, 2 Port Authority police officers were pulled out of the rubble this evening alive, and the police department has apparently gotten cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble as well. More coming up in just a moment on 1010 Wins. First, let's check the traffic and transit situation with 1010 Wins Shadow Traffic and Jude Tomillo.
Susan, we'll focus on the East River crossings at this time. The Triborough Bridge remains closed into Manhattan. Now, the Midtown Tunnel and 59th Street Bridge are also closed into Manhattan, but are open back into Queens. What's closed in both directions? The Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges, and also the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is shut down in both directions. Southbound Van Wyck is still closed from the Grand Central Parkway onto the Nassau Expressway. The westbound Belt Parkway is shut down at Kennedy Airport. Traffic now being put onto the service road. And this note from New Jersey, you may not enter or exit the Jersey Turnpike at exit 13, but at least the northbound car and truck lanes of the New Jersey Turnpike have been reopened northbound at exit 11. The outbound George Washington Bridge upper level, of course, is open to traffic. The lower deck still closed, and still the Holland and Lincoln Tunnel shut down both ways as we watch live on the Jam Cam. From the 1010 Wins Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service along with the PATH system. Long Island Railroad and Metro North promising full service for later today. Subway service south of Canal Street shut down. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended, and all air travel suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tomillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 12:43. Mayor Giuliani said this evening he was hopeful that there were survivors among the debris. They confirmed today that police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble. That's unbelievable. City officials also said the 2 police officers were pulled out this evening alive, but they did speak of fatalities as well. More on that from 1010 Wins reporter Glenn Schuck.
The fire department is mourning the potential loss of some 300 firefighters, including several top brass that maybe have been lost fighting this fire. Among them, Deputy Chief Ray Downey, Deputy Chaplain Father Michael Judge, Chief of Department Peter Ganchi, and First Deputy Commissioner Bill Feehan. Commissioner Thomas Von Essen devastated by this loss.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
And Police Commissioner Carrick says the NYPD is searching for 32 of their own lost somewhere in the debris. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins at the Mayor's Command Center.
City officials said tomorrow engineers will inspect what is left of the Twin Towers to make sure it's safe enough for rescuers to go in. That was really the problem earlier today as witnessed by the Trade Center building number 7 collapse. That happened at 5:20 this evening. In addition, the plumes of smoke and all that horrible soot was just blowing all over the place. It really made it virtually impossible for rescuers to do their job. 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum has been on the job all day. What a day, huh?
Oh, my. I can't even put into words what I'm feeling right now. I'm sitting on my balcony in Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn, where my day began more than 15 hours ago. When I was standing out here at around 9 a.m., the two Twin Towers were still standing. And about 10 after 9, they were both on fire, but the structures were still there. I'm standing on the balcony now staring at Lower Manhattan, and the only thing I see coming from the spot where the Twin Towers used to stand is thick smoke still rising from the fires that are obviously still burning in the debris. I see the Woolworth building, and right behind it is where the World Trade Center buildings used to stand. The Twin Towers no longer there in that skyline known around the world, that picturesque postcard view gone forever at the hands of terrorists. Now this thick plume of smoke is being kicked up and made worse by a pretty stiff, cool breeze that's blowing now, and the smoke is spreading south over the bay and over Brooklyn, over the harbor rather, and out past the Verrazano Bridge from what I can tell, and out into down towards the Jersey side of the harbor and out onto the Atlantic Ocean. So this is going to be with us throughout the night. Firefighters earlier in the day told me that the fires would most definitely be burning through the night and into the morning before they were able to go in and dampen down what flames remained. I spoke to a Secret Service agent who works in number 7 World Trade Center. They ran out of that building along with all the other intelligence community employees, the FBI, the ATF, the Office of Emergency Management. They ran out after they heard the first explosion, and they were out on the streets when the second plane crashed. They described people falling out of the building. And then for the minutes and hours to follow, they said, or the hour to follow, there were thousands of people out on the streets below the World Trade Center, and you would hear this gigantic collective gasp go up. And he said you knew exactly what that meant. That meant another person or two were leaping to their deaths out of one of the burning buildings before it collapsed. And he said this happened dozens of times. They watched dozens of people, some of them jumping in groups of 4, holding hands as they leapt to the ground 80, 90 stories below. Just a horrific sight, and it'll be weeks before we can really just completely comprehend what this truly means. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins, reporting live from Brooklyn, staring at Lower Manhattan, where the World Trade Center stands no more.
It's amazing. As journalists, we've been trying to find the adjectives to describe this horrific, tragic, but they're all underestimations, really, of what has transpired today. There are pretty much no words for it. Let's get the latest now from 1010 Wins reporter Lisa Evers, who is in Lower Manhattan. Lisa?
And, Susan, let me tell you, there is an enormous rescue effort going on. Firefighters, police, trying to search through the rubble, dust, and smoke for survivors. Lots of heavy-duty construction equipment that has been going in and coming out, trying to move around some of that debris, some of that rubble, in what is a very dangerous rescue attempt that they're trying to make. Some of the firefighters I spoke with, EMTs, coming out of the scene exhausted, covered with the dust and soot that just covers everything in this part of the city right now, saying that what keeps them going is the hope that they might be able to bring some people out alive. But, of course, as the time gets later and later, the hopes tend to diminish a little bit, but the hope is still very much alive here. There are lots of rescue workers on the scene. Ambulances, firefighters have come in from all over the tri-state area to try and give support to the New York firefighters, as well as the special units of the New York City Police Department and our city and private ambulance corps workers who are out here just doing a phenomenal job. The scene, if you can imagine, the streets of Lower Manhattan, Tribeca, most of us know those areas as these are the places we go out to eat, where the fancy restaurants, the trendy restaurants, wonderful apartments, all sorts of shops. The streets completely dark except for the lights that are generated by these power generators and these floodlights that they have brought in to try and keep the scene illuminated. It gives it a surreal sense, almost as if you're on a movie set, although this unfortunately is very, very real. So the efforts are continuing. There is no let-up, and everyone who is out here says that they're determined to keep going until the very end. Lisa Evers, 1010 Wins, reporting live from Lower Manhattan.
Thank you, Lisa. I think a good word that you used there was surreal. What was very surreal today was the juxtaposition between the absolutely beautiful weather and what was going on in Lower Manhattan. All right, Wins News Time, 12:49. Some information that you need to know. Let's give it to you. New York City public schools will be closed tomorrow, as will the Catholic schools in the city. However, Schools Chancellor Harold Levy is asking that principals and guidance counselors and social workers and psychologists and anybody who would be part of a crisis team that you report to work tomorrow to prepare plans to respond to today's tragedy. So be aware of that. We have a bunch of phone numbers that you may need. The mayor says the phone number to call for information on the missing, on anybody who might be missing, 212-560-2730, 212-560-2730. For information on firefighters and only on firefighters, here's a number, 718-999-2541, 718-999-2541. So if you have questions, call those numbers, not 911. All right? Now, there are a couple of other phone numbers, people searching for missing loved ones. You can also call the New York City Bureau of Laboratories, 212-447-2998, 212-447-2998. A website has been established where people can report information if you know anything about today's attacks. It's a federal government website. It's www.ifccfbi.gov, www.ifccfbi.gov. And when we come back after we check traffic, we'll tell you more about what you can do if you'd like to donate blood. A lot of people have been doing that today. Wins News Time, 12:51. Now on the ones, traffic and transit. Here's Jude Tamillo.
Well, coming back into Queens from Nassau County, definitely stick with the Northern State or the Southern State Parkway due to the fact that the Long Island Expressway is closed in the westbound direction from the Douglaston Parkway straight out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Speaking of which, the Midtown Tunnel and the 59th Street Bridge both closed into Manhattan but open into Queens. And that is also the case on the Triborough Bridge, just closed into Manhattan at this time. Throgs Neck, Whitestone, they're both open in both directions. What's closed both ways still, the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel to go along with the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges. On northbound 440 in New Jersey, a closure in Perth Amboy. The Staten Island-bound Goddard's Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, and Outer Bridge crossing still closed, along with the Brooklyn-bound upper deck of the Verrazano Bridge. From the 1010 Wins Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service into New Jersey, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North, both promising full service for later today. Subways south of Canal Street, of course, are still shut down. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended, and all air traffic suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Wins.
All right, Jude, here's the information. If you'd like to donate blood, you can call the American Red Cross at 1-800-HELP-NOW, 1-800-HELP-NOW, or you can also call the New York Blood Center, 1-800-933-BLOOD, 1-800-933-BLOOD. I was up on the Upper East Side today, and Lenox Hill was obviously accepting blood donations, and there was just a slew of people, and that was really nice to see. St. Vincent's Hospital was deemed a hot zone earlier when the whole thing began because of its proximity to the scene. 1010 Wins reporter Terry Sheridan with the latest from there.
St. Vincent Hospital staff members say they are good for tonight as far as medical staff goes, so they don't need any volunteers. However, at Morning's Light, it's a completely different story, and they ask that you call the hospital because that's when a shift change is going to happen, and they will need people to relieve the doctors and nurses currently on duty. What is most needed is blood, and they're asking you to please call your local hospital or blood center to donate. Hospital officials say that this would be the most critical issue over the next few days. The numbers remain 327 being treated. We do have 62 in critical condition, 3 dead, and 57 of the injured are members of the police or fire department. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Wins at St. Vincent's Hospital.
And as we hear from 1010 Wins reporter Bob Lemulik, folks came out in droves to help their fellow New Yorkers at a blood center on the Upper West Side.
This is how hundreds of people are standing up against terrorism. They're giving blood, they're volunteering. So many have donated so far that they're being asked to return in the morning. Volunteer Bonnie Long.
We still desperately need your help. It's not that we have enough blood, it's that we don't have enough facilities to take all the blood we possibly need.
Volunteers are also needed. Social workers, drivers, clerical workers, construction workers. You can come in any time and fill out an application. Baltimore 1010 wins at Amsterdam Avenue and West 67th Street.
Some 2,100 people were reported injured so far today. 600 of them were taken to area hospitals. Some 1,500 walking wounded were taken across New York Harbor to New Jersey's Liberty State Park. A mobile hospital was set up there for the most seriously wounded, but 1010 Wins medical correspondent Dr. Brian McDonough, who went there to help out, found that there were not as many wounded as bodies that were arriving.
There were at least 300 to 500 emergency vehicles by estimate waiting with physicians and nurses and everyone who could help. But unfortunately, there really was no one to take care of. There was thoughts for much of the afternoon and the early evening that there would be about 1,000 people. They kept waiting for the ferries, and they never came.
Wins News Time 12:54. After he was ushered to various spots throughout the nation for his own safety, President Bush returned to the White House, and then he addressed the nation on live TV.
These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
The president said our military is powerful and prepared. He says the search is underway for those behind these evil acts and that we will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who might harbor them. Bush asked for the nation's prayers for those who grieve, and he quoted the 23rd Psalm. He says none of us will forget this day, but we go forward to defend freedom. Senator Hillary Clinton spoke today as well.
I think that it's clear to everyone this was an attack on America. It may have been directed at New York, but it really is attacking everything we stand for in every part of our country.
And Governor Pataki issued a statement as well. He said, today we join together as a state and a nation to pray for the victims who were lost on one of the darkest days in American history. He says we pray for the children who will go to bed this evening without their mothers and fathers, for the mothers and fathers who've lost the children they loved, and for the husbands and wives who will return to empty homes. We pray for the firefighters, police officers, and rescue workers who tragically died while committing extraordinary acts of heroism. And to recap what the mayor had to say earlier today, Mayor Giuliani said this evening that he hopes there are still people alive in the rubble. This came following word that the police had received cell phone calls, believe it or not, from people trapped in the debris. In addition, city officials confirmed that 2 police officers were pulled out alive this evening. The mayor was pretty shaken, however, when he confirmed a number of fatalities.
We lost the deputy chief of the fire department and the chief of the department. The chief of the fire department. The first deputy commissioner, Feehan, deputy commissioner Feehan, Chief Gansey, Father Judge, and Ray Downey, who I just gave a party for at Gracie Mansion for his years of service to the fire department, who led our team in the Oklahoma City bombing rescue.
And it was the emotional police commissioner, Thomas Van Essen, on the possible fatalities among his staff.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
The mayor is encouraging people to stay home tomorrow if you can, but says the city will be open north of 14th Street. In fact, only essential personnel and residents will be allowed in lower Manhattan. And a couple of phone numbers again that you might need. That hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel only is 718-999-2541, 718-999-2541. The city number for any questions you might have, 212-560-2730. Again, 212-560-2730. In Washington, hundreds are believed killed or injured in the American Airlines crash at the Pentagon. The plane itself was carrying 64 people at the time. Here's correspondent John Bascom.
A smoky darkness has enveloped the Pentagon now as bright lights have been brought in to shine on the western wall of the Pentagon where all the destruction was done to aid the rescue workers. And overhead, a helicopter slowly flies a circle around the Pentagon, shining a powerful beam from the sky down on all this death and destruction.
And it's believed that Up to 800 people may have been killed in that incident. The wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon. She called her husband as the plane was being hijacked. Barbara Olson twice called her husband and described some details of the hijacking, including that the attackers, that is, were using knife-like instruments. Well, here in the city, at least 3,000 people have been injured in the incidents today, and of course the fatalities and the number of wounded is going to be far beyond that. It's just the beginning as crews are beginning to put together the situation down at the site of what was the Twin Towers. 1010 Winds reporter Juliet Papa talked to one man who was in one of the towers when it was hit.
He came out of Beekman Downtown Hospital with bandages over both eyes. Stephen Mowski works for Morgan Stanley on the 68th floor.
I voted this morning, so I was fairly late. Otherwise, I would have been upstairs already. I was on the first floor walking through the concourse, and then the next thing I know, I was running out of the building with everyone else.
He was trampled in the crowd. He suffered scratched corneas. He said he had no idea what happened to his friends or if he'll ever see them again. Juliet Papa, 1010 Winds in Lower Manhattan.
And U.S. officials are beginning to piece together a case linking Osama bin Laden to this terrorist attack, the worst in U.S. history, aided by an intercept of communications between his supporters and cell phone calls from victims on board the jetliners before they crashed on Tuesday. The government in Afghanistan denies that Osama bin Laden had anything to do with this. You are listening to continuous live coverage of the terror attacks on New York City and Washington, D.C. I'm Susan Richard. The News Watch never stops on 1010 Winds, WINS New York, and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads. It's just, it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Some people are calling it the worst terrorist attack in the history of humankind, and many are equating it to the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor. The magnitude of yesterday's terrorist attacks still sinking in, and there's a lot during these early morning hours which remains unclear. For the latest, Mayor Giuliani says thousands of people are still missing in the World Trade Center collapse. He says a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers are listed as missing, and says thousands of people who worked in the Twin Towers also are listed as missing.
As many as 300 firefighters have been lost, at least 32 police officers missing, scores of Port Authority employees missing, potentially thousands of Trade Center occupants dead. The mayor said he has now spoken to the families of some of the fire department brass confirmed dead, and he had this to tell them.
Explain to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do, and I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them.
Fire Commissioner Tom Van Essen, filled with grief, could barely speak about his lost friends at the press briefings. The mayor will again brief the press and the public in the morning as the recovery effort continues all night. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Winds at the Mayor's Command Center.
Winds News Time 101. Let's check and see how traffic is going on around town and hear from Shadow Traffic, Jude DeMillo.
And Chris, right now on the FDR Drive, we are still closed in both directions between the Battery Park Underpass and the UN vicinity. The West Side Highway is open both ways now between 14th Street and the George Washington Bridge. Still closures, though, of the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway both ways between the Battery Tunnel and the Long Island Expressway. The inbound Gowanus also shut down at the Prospect Expressway. As we check the Hudson River crossings, the George Washington Bridge outbound upper level is open to traffic. The lower deck, of course, remains closed, and no traffic allowed both ways in through the Holland or the Lincoln tunnels. Into New Jersey, you may not enter or exit the Turnpike at exit 13. The northbound car and truck lanes reopened at exit 11. Mass Transit, New Jersey Transit limited New York City service along with limited path service to New Jersey. Long Island Railroad and Metro North all promising full service for later today. Alternate side parking rules are going to be suspended. No air travel allowed at least until 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 102. We're going to go live now to Lower Manhattan, where you'll find our 1010 Winds reporter, Lisa Evers. Lisa?
Let me tell you, there is a massive rescue effort that is still underway. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rescue workers here, firefighters from New York City, from surrounding communities, police departments, special units like the emergency service unit, the ones that are trained to go into situations like this and try and find any possible survivors. And the equipment, just to see the streets down here in this part of Manhattan, normally at this time of night, you'd see the buildings illuminated. You would see all kinds of lights on the streets, lights coming from the shops and the restaurants. It is like a ghost town. The buildings, much of the electricity for the blocks surrounding where the World Trade Center used to be, that electricity is off. The only lights coming from those generated by these portable power generators that have illuminated the streets, creating a surreal type of atmosphere. The exhaustion, the sheer, the whole weight of this tremendous, tremendous disaster weighing heavily on these rescue workers. You can see as they come back up the street from the scene. I'm just a couple blocks away from where it's happening. They are coming back. They have dust, covered with dust. Their heads are bowed down. Their eyes are red from this terrible fine dust that's in the air that's getting into our eyes. And but they're determined. They say, they're exhausted. They take a break. They have some water. They wipe off some of the dust. They get whatever equipment they need, and then they're going back. So it is an incredible scene going on here. Tremendous stories of the bravery of these people going into a situation that is still very dangerous. They're still seeing smoke coming up from that area. So it's by no means a stable situation that they're going into for this rescue. Lisa Evers, 1010 WINS, reporting live from Lower Manhattan.
Okay, Lisa, WINS News Time 105. Trying to grasp the magnitude of the tragedy, workers, as you can imagine, at area hospitals, with the help of medical personnel from across the country, are making efforts to save whatever lives they can.
At the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center, that's St. Vincent's Hospital, there's been a slow trickle of patients coming in this evening. Only 327. That's the last official number that was released. The hospital was expecting thousands. Now, among that 327, 57 are police and fire department members who are among the injured. 3 people are also dead. Hospital officials are still hoping that people will be brought in on the overnight and tomorrow for treatment. Now, injuries have ranged from crushing to severe burns, eye lacerations, and then to both smoke and dust inhalation. Most of those brought in this evening have been cops and firemen. Terry Sheridan, 1010 WINS at St. Vincent's Hospital.
CNN is reporting up to 800 people are missing after a hijacked jetliner crashed into the Pentagon yesterday. CNN quotes a Pentagon spokesman as saying between 100 and 800 Pentagon staff are missing and feared injured or dead in Washington. The Pentagon employs more than 20,000 civilians and military personnel. Once again, up to 800 people feared dead in the Pentagon attack. Police say they've received calls from people trapped in the rubble, once again, of the World Trade Towers. Mayor Giuliani says the number of dead will be in the thousands.
All over Lower Manhattan, people ran for their lives, many screaming hysterically, while others watched in disbelief as the 2 burning World Trade Center towers came crumbling down to the ground. Debris settled on everything below Chamber Street. These sanitation workers were among the first people to arrive at the scene. Like so many others, they watched in shock as they witnessed the unthinkable.
Well, the people were jumping out of the buildings. It was a big hole in the building from the first plane. It was a big gashing hole, and they were just falling out, throwing themselves out. They didn't want to die in the flames.
There was people holding hands when they were going to get burnt and just jumped out of the building.
You saw people arm in arm jumping out?
Just holding hands, 8 of them, and just held hands and just came right down the 80
Every
floors.
now and then you'd hear gasps from the people watching this incident, and you knew another body was coming down.
When the buildings collapsed, the debris rained down onto the emergency service workers and the people they were treating at the triage centers below, killing dozens, according to several firefighters that we spoke to. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time 107. U.S. officials now have begun piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to the attacks, aided by an intercept of communications between his supporters and harrowing cell phone calls from victims aboard the jetliners before they crashed. Authorities are focusing some of their efforts on possible bin Laden supporters in Florida based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the communiques. The sources say the FBI was preparing to search locations in Broward County in southern Florida and Daytona Beach in central Florida. The locations had links, once again, to the suspected bin Laden supporter. Shipments of blood are coming from Providence, Denver, Chicago, and Milwaukee and all across the country for victims of the World Trade attack. The first shipment to arrive by air is due overnight at Teterboro Airport from Denver. But the city has issued an urgent plea for help donating blood.
Let me make this clear. Your blood is desperately needed, just not now. The people at the American Red Cross Blood Center say if you're a negative blood type or O positive, you can show up at West 67th in Amsterdam at 8 a.m. Other blood types will be taken later. Volunteer Bonnie Long.
We need volunteers of any kind. Social workers, construction, clerical skills, anything. We need you desperately. Drivers.
You can stop by any time to pick up an application. Baltimore-Lick 1010 wins at Amsterdam Avenue and West 67th Street.
The list so far, short and painful to say the least, and sure to grow longer. A pilot who treasured his faith, a TV producer, a conservative commentator whose husband is in the Bush administration, a retired law enforcement officer starting a new career as a flight attendant. The death toll on the ground still been barely grasped. There were 266 people on board the 4 planes that crashed. It's been a tough time for everybody. In an emotional news conference, here's New York City Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen.
We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, the mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day.
For information on firefighters and only on firefighters, you can call 718-999-2541. Once again, for information on firefighters and only on firefighters, you can call 718-999-2541. Wins News Time 109. President Bush, who began his day in Florida speaking with school children, ended it at the White House after crisscrossing the country. At various points during the day, the president's location was kept secret as he was flown on Air Force One to Air Force bases in Louisiana and Nebraska. Tuesday evening from the Oval Office, the president said the United States was attacked because our country is a beacon of freedom.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger.
The president said, quote, today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature. Wins News Time 110. American Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld made a point of saying he was at the Pentagon, the site of one of the attacks. The nation's defense secretary declared the Pentagon will be in business later today. With him was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Henry Shelton, who called those responsible for the attacks fanatics and says they will be found.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones.
Secretary Rumsfeld was in his office when the aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon hit the opposite side of the building. He'd just run there after hearing of the Trade Center attack. Wins News Time 111. We're going to check traffic and transit now, and here's Jude Tamillo.
Chris, focusing on some of the East River crossings at this time, we can tell you the Throgs Neck and the Whitestone bridges are open in both directions, but the Triborough Bridge is still closed into Manhattan. All lanes are open, though, into the Bronx and into Queens. As far as the Midtown Tunnel and 59th Street Bridge are concerned, again, all closed into Manhattan. The Brooklyn, Manhattan, Williamsburg Bridge and Brooklyn Battery Tunnel are all closed, but in both directions. And then on the southbound Van Wyck and Queens are closed from the Grand Central out to the Nassau Expressway. The westbound Belt Parkway shut down at Kennedy Airport. Traffic on the service road at this time. And coming over from Nassau County into Queens, can't use the Long Island Expressway. That's closed westbound from the Douglaston Parkway out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. You can go with the Northern State or the Southern State Parkways instead. And you may not enter or exit the New Jersey Turnpike at exit 13. That is all closed off. However, the northbound car and truck lanes of the Turnpike have been reopened at exit 11. From the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit with limited New York City service. There is limited PATH service into New Jersey, but Long Island Railroad and Metro North service should be normal for the rush hour. Subways south of Canal Street are all shut down. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended for today, and all air traffic suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, shadow traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 112. Explosions resounded north of the Afghan capital near its airport early Wednesday, hours after the devastating terror attacks here. The U.S. quickly denied any involvement, though, in the violence in Afghanistan. A U.S. official speaking on condition of anonymity said the fighting in Kabul appeared to be rocket attacks by opposition rebels. In response to the attack on rebel General Ahmad Shah Massoud on Sunday, the insurgents blamed the attempt on the ruling Taliban, a hardline Islamic group. WINS News Time 1:13. Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres says today's attacks were tantamount to a declaration of war.
It was not an attack only upon America, but an attack upon civilization, an attempt to introduce the rules of jungle in our life, not to permit people to fly freely, to walk safely, to be assured at the places they live.
Perez says the terrorist attacks were attacks against all of humanity. Once again, to recap, locally, over 300 firefighters are missing in the World Trade Center attacks. 2 Port Authority cops have been pulled alive from the rubble. Mayor Giuliani says a couple of hundred police officers remain missing. The hotline for info on firefighters and EMS personnel is 718-999-2541. Once again, the hotline for information on firefighters and emergency medical personnel, 718-999-2541. Rescue teams are now able to operate at the sites of the attacks. WINS News Time 1:14. There'll be no school later today for children in New York City.
New York City schools will not reopen until at least Thursday to give principals and staff members time to develop grief counseling and crisis intervention teams. Kids who lost someone in the tragedy or were traumatized will have a chance to talk about it with trained counselors when they come back. Tevin Taylor, a 9-year-old whose school in Brooklyn is not far from the Twin Towers, saw smoke filling his classroom, waited 4 hours for his mom to come and get him. And was he glad to see her?
When I saw her, I cheered, and then I went to my mother. I hugged her, and then I hugged her.
And you hugged him?
Oh, yeah, I gave him a big hug and kiss, squeezed his ears like I normally do. So it was a relief.
Now with a day off, schools are urging parents to talk with their kids about this tragedy. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS News.
You're listening to continuing live coverage of the attacks on America here on 1010 WINS, WINS New York. Now this special report.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Lee Guerin. More than 300 New York City firemen are missing and feared dead following the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings. Janine Alley, an eyewitness and survivor who was in the second World Trade Center building when it was hit, said she knew rescuers were running to their deaths attempting to save lives.
You know, as you're running away from smoke and fire, they're running in. And it's really, you can't even comprehend it. And you think and you actually say, what are you doing?
New York City Mayor Giuliani says the death toll is going to be very, very high, perhaps in the thousands. He also said they lost the fire chief, deputy fire chief, and fire commissioner, among others, who are missing. 266 people were on board the 4 planes used in the terrorist attacks. At least 78 New York City police officers are missing and presumed dead. The FBI is getting a search warrant for locations in South Florida and Daytona Beach. That includes homes and post office boxes as a result of the investigation into the terrorist attacks Tuesday. This is a CNN radio special report.
WINS News Time 1:16. Here's a timeline of the attacks in the United States, just to recap. At 8:45 yesterday morning, American Airlines Flight 11, carrying 92 people from Boston to Los Angeles, crashes into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. 9:03 yesterday morning, United Airlines Flight 175, carrying 65 people from Boston to Los Angeles, crashes into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 9:31. President Bush calls the crashes an apparent terrorist attack on our country. 9:40, American Airlines Flight 77, carrying 64 people from Washington to Los Angeles, crashes into the Pentagon. Trading at that point on Wall Street was called off. 9:48 in the morning, the Capitol and West Wing of the White House are evacuated. 9:49, the FAA bars aircraft takeoffs across the country. International flights in progress are told to land in Canada. WINS News Time 1:17. Mayor Giuliani witnessed the collapse of one of the towers of the World Trade Center and at one point found himself in danger.
I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
The mayor urging New Yorkers not to act on any feelings of anger. He's vowing that those responsible will be tracked down and brought to justice. WINS News Time 1:18. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone experienced the same frightening moments as thousands of other New Yorkers. He was dangerously close to the World Trade Center during the attack.
Stu Morell of Glen Rock was late for a meeting at the World Trade Center, and so he is alive. I was turned away by a doorman near the World Trade Center minutes before the first tower collapsed. A police helicopter circled that tower as people waved out the windows. Then came the great collapse. The people inside gone. The helicopter gone. Up on Broadway, there was a stampede. Hundreds of us ran from the volcano of bricks and thick, blinding soot. We went into a building where the dust was so thick and the hall was so crowded, it seemed only a matter of minutes before we would all die. We didn't. Someone found the door and we got out into what looked like nuclear winter, 3 to 4 inches of soot, with people gasping for air, crying, walking around in shock. John Montone, 1010 Wins News.
Just to recap the latest, Mayor Giuliani says thousands of people are still missing in the collapse. He says a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers are listed as missing as well. He says thousands of people who worked in the Twin Towers are listed as missing. Mayor stopped short of saying the people are feared dead. He says a caller on a cell phone said he was with other victims, including a police officer. During the day, about 2,000 people were treated at area hospitals and triage centers set on the streets. Wins News Time 1:19. The Postal Service has suspended mail collection from blue post office boxes today in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and in Queens. Anyone wishing to mail items must bring them to a post office. Mail delivery in Manhattan will be attempted as long as letter carriers can gain access to a building. Where mail cannot be delivered, customers will be notified where their mail can be picked up. Wins News Time 1:19. As you've been hearing, there also was a hijacked plane that crashed into the Pentagon just outside Washington in Arlington, Virginia, causing a fire and a subsequent partial collapse of that center of American military activity. There are reports that as many as 800 people died in the collapse of the Pentagon. Wins News Time 1:20.
Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads. And it's just, it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
1010 Wins reporter Sandy Klein has been with some rescue workers from New Jersey.
Jersey City Medical Center is a level 2 trauma center and, of course, was called upon in the aftermath of the tragedy at the World Trade Center to take care of some of the wounded. 143 people were seen, 21 of them admitted. All came by ferry across the Hudson and then were taken by ambulance to the facility where the auditorium became the minor injury treatment room, and the library was turned into kind of a center for the less wounded who could talk and meet with counselors. And the director of social work and case management said that some New York City cops and firefighters who weren't physically injured but were clearly traumatized have been receiving counseling. The facility went on Code 1 alert, and that's for external disasters. At one point during the day, 20 ambulances from around the area went back into New York City to try and bring patients or the wounded back across the Hudson, but they were not able to get close to the site of the tragedy. Sandy Klein, 1010 Wins News at the Jersey City Medical Center.
Wins News Time 1:21. Let's find out what's going on now in terms of traffic in and out of the city at this time. We get a report now from Shadow Traffic's Jude Timillo.
Chris, let's focus on New Jersey at this time. Closures are plenty right now, especially right around the Hudson River crossings. We have eastbound Route 4 roped off in the Englewood area. Eastbound Route 46 has been closed off in Fort Lee. You have eastbound Route 3 shut down at the Jersey Turnpike, and there is no access from southbound 17 to Route 3. Northbound 1 and 9 is closed off at the Pulaski Skyway. We have closures of eastbound 80 within the express lanes from exit 62 onto the George Washington Bridge, with the local lanes closed at 95 in Fort Lee. As for the Hudson River crossings, the outbound upper deck of the bridge is open to traffic. The lower deck is closed. Holland and Lincoln tunnels still closed in both directions. As far as mass transit is concerned, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service to New Jersey at this time. Long Island Railroad and Metro North promising full service for the rush hour. Subways south of Canal Street remain shut down. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended suspended for today. And, of course, all air travel is suspended until at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tonello, shadow traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 1:22. We're going to check in again with 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers live in Lower Manhattan. Lisa?
Incredible scene down here. Thousands of rescue workers continue their efforts into the night. There are flashing lights everywhere, lots of movement of vehicles, police vans coming in with new police officers to relieve some of those who've been on duty throughout the day. Ambulance.
Well, we seem to have lost our connection with 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers. We will check back in with her throughout the morning. Lisa? Okay. President Bush asked the nation to find comfort in Scripture as he mourned the deaths of thousands of Americans in the atrocities, saying, "Today our nation saw evil." In his first primetime Oval Office address, Bush said the U.S. would find and punish those behind these evil acts and do the same to any country that harbors them. Winds News Time 1:24. 1010 Winds reporter Al Jones spoke to some of the people who made it out of the World Trade Center before the towers collapsed.
The world's largest office complex now reduced to a pile of rubble, changing lives forever. Eugene Fodi was at work inside One World Trade Center and says he ran for his life. Now he's mad.
To me, I'm like, if I'm George Bush, all-out war. I mean, I know these guys are, this is a holy war. They're not afraid to die, but you got to put these guys out of the misery one way or another. This is incredible. You can't stand for this in the United States.
And while some share Fodi's anger, many are just in a state of shock, scared that what was once unthinkable happened twice. Al Jones, 1010 Winds in Lower Manhattan.
No doubt that the lives of many of the thousands of New York City police and firefighters who responded to the attack have been lost. Among those killed in the deadliest terrorist attack ever on U.S. soil were some of the first police officers and firefighters at the scene. Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick says rescuers had already determined there were some people alive in two buildings downtown, a group that included some police officers. Mike Carter, vice president of the Firefighters Union, estimated that half of the 400 firefighters who first reached the scene may have died. Cardinal Edward Egan, who administered last rites to victims, said the firefighters and police were dead in great numbers. Police department and union sources say 78 police officers were missing, but an assistant chief says the number may not be quite that high. Winds News Time 1:25. Victor Levine, a political science professor at Washington University in St. Louis, is also an expert on suspected terror mastermind Osama bin Laden, who's become the chief suspect in this case. He says, while we don't know who carried out the attacks, the overall plan looks like something bin Laden or a hostile government could pull off.
All in all, a very involved, very elaborate, well-planned, well-thought-out operation, which does have the hallmark of something that Osama bin Laden could do, and indeed that some governments in the area could do as well.
And officials, nobody has claimed responsibility for the attacks, and the Afghan government that plays host to bin Laden rejected speculation he's involved. One expert cautions against assuming he could pull off such a complex operation. But Bush administration officials and other experts say the millionaire Saudi exile is their top suspect. Winds News Time 1:26. In other news, the terrorist blast that shook New York as well as Washington. The Emmy Award ceremony in Los Angeles this weekend has been postponed, as well as the Latin Grammys set for last night. In addition, Disneyland in California, Disney World in Florida, and other amusement parks across the country all closed down. Hollywood studios have canceled their operations. Paramount, Sony Pictures, and Warner Brothers stopped production of movies and TV shows and even suspended tours for the day. Taping for last night's episodes of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno in California and Late Night with Conan O'Brien here in New York, all postponed. NBC says Jay Leno and O'Brien will be off the air all week long. The second annual Latin Grammy Awards show scheduled for last night in Los Angeles was canceled, and officials say it won't be rescheduled. The Emmys were set for Sunday in Los Angeles, and an Emmy official says no new date will be set until they can find out the extent of the tragedy and the public mourning that will take place as a result. Several national pastimes, including the national pastime, were put on hold in the wake of the terrorist attacks. Major League Baseball scrapped its entire day's schedule hours after the attacks. A concert by Madonna last night in Los Angeles was put on hold. Many movie theaters and other public gathering areas closed their doors, and most TV networks scrubbed their regular programs in favor of wall-to-wall coverage of the attack. WINS News Time 1:28. We're now hours after the attack on the World Trade Center, and ferries and private boats continue to disgorge walking wounded and evacuees who somehow managed to escape injury onto the shores of Jersey City across the river. A triage center was set up at Liberty State Park for the most seriously wounded to be tended before being whisked away in ambulances. Those with lesser injuries were being taken to ferry terminals and Exchange Place. A steady stream of boats continues to arrive, and Jersey City through these early morning hours. WINS News Time 1:28. If you've got information about the terrorist attacks, please contact the FBI via a website. The site is www.ifccfbi.gov. That's www.ifccfbi.gov. It's run by the Internet Fraud Complaints Center. Anybody with information also can call 1-866-483-5137. That's 1-866-483-5137. A number of social help and mental health agencies have set up numbers for people to get information on counseling. People searching for missing loved ones are directed to call the New York City Bureau of Labs. That's 212-447-2998. That number again, 212-447-2998. City's experiencing, as we've been talking about, a severe blood supply shortage. To offer assistance to the American Red Cross, call 1-800-HELP-NOW. That's 1-800-HELP-NOW to donate blood. Here you can call also 1-800-933-BLOOD, 1-800-933-BLOOD. The American Red Cross is opening 4 shelters on Long Island for people who work on the island but live in Manhattan and cannot get back home. A Red Cross spokesman says the drop-in centers are at Nassau Community College, Long Island University, Southside Senior High School, and Plain Edge High School, as well as St. Vincent's Hospital Medical Center. 1010 WINS continues its live coverage of the attack on America. Here on 1010 WINS, WINS New York, and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
This is a CNN Radio special report. I'm Cheryl Castro. Tuesday's terrorist attacks in New York, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania are striking a personal chord, not only for those who lost loved ones, but for all Americans. President Bush says Americans' way of life and freedom are under attack.
The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors.
Bush is vowing retaliation against those responsible. 2 hijacked planes slammed into 2 towers of the World Trade Center, causing both structures to collapse. Another hijacked plane hit a portion of the Pentagon building, sending up flames and smoke. A 4th hijacked plane crashed in Pennsylvania. President Bush says government offices at the World Trade Center and Pentagon will be open Wednesday. This is a CNN Radio special report.
WINS News Time 131. There we go. Let's get the check on traffic and transit now. Jude Tamillo.
Well, Susan, we're checking on the George Washington Bridge here on the Jam Cam. It's only the outbound upper deck that has been reopened to traffic. The lower deck is closed, and only emergency personnel is allowed on the inbound upper level of the bridge. And I do see a couple of emergency vehicles going across the span right now, but as far as regular traffic is concerned, that will not be permitted. Holland and Lincoln Tunnel still closed in both directions. We have closures of the Brooklyn-bound upper level of the Verrazano Bridge, and also the Staten Island-bound Goethals Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, and Outer Bridge Crossing, and also in New Jersey northbound 440 has been closed in the Perth-Amboy area. In addition to other Jersey closings, eastbound Route 4 shut down in Englewood, with eastbound 46 also closed in the Fort Lee area. Eastbound Route 3 has been shut down at the Jersey Turnpike, and there is no access from southbound 17 to Route 3. As for the Jersey Turnpike, you may not enter or exit the Turnpike at exit 13. That is the exit for the Goethals Bridge. The West Side Highway is open both ways between 14th Street and the George Washington Bridge. The FDR Vineyard Drive, though, is still closed both ways between the Battery Park underpass and the UN area. Throgstack, Whitestone bridges open both ways. The Triborough Bridge is closed into Manhattan. And we also have closures of the Midtown Tunnel and the 59th Street Bridge as you head into Manhattan. They are open into Queens. What is closed both ways, the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges to go along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. As far as mass transit is concerned, from the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit with limited New York City service, limited path service to New Jersey, Metro North, and also the Long Island Railroad, promising normal service for later today. Subways south of Canal Street are shut down. Staten Island Ferry only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public through tomorrow. Alternate side parking rules suspended for today, and of course all air travel suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 1:33. Good evening. I'm Susan Richard. Once again, to recap for you today the really unbelievable events of yesterday. 4 commercial flights were hijacked yesterday in our nation. 2 of the planes in our area and crashed into the Twin Towers, causing their eventual collapse. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington. The 4th went down about 85 miles outside of Pittsburgh. The rescue and recovery effort is really just beginning to get underway. Earlier today, it was simply too dangerous for crews to go into the area of the tower collapses. As of now, we really have no idea just how many people were killed in what is undoubtedly the worst attack against the United States in the history of our nation. Mayor Giuliani, though, was hopeful yesterday evening that there were survivors in the rubble. The mayor and police commissioner confirmed that police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble. They also said the 2 Port Authority police officers were pulled from the debris alive. Earlier, the mayor himself almost got trapped in a nearby building.
We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, when we were on the phone talking to the governor and the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
And the mayor is urging people not to come into the city tomorrow if you don't have to.
If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home, stay with your family, and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that.
Lower Manhattan will be closed off to everyone except essential personnel and residents. The mayor says the city will be open north of 14th Street. 300 members of the New York City Fire Department are said to be missing. Among those lost in the disaster were First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan and Peter Gansey, Chief of Department. New York City Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen spoke about his fallen comrades.
Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service, world renowned for situations like this.
If you'd like to find out more information on missing firefighters or EMS personnel, call this number. It's 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. Winds News Time 1:35. Here in the city, word that public and parochial schools will be closed tomorrow. And we get more on that from 1010 Winds reporter Mona Rivera.
Students are being told to stay home from New York City schools until at least Thursday. But principals, assistant principals, psychologists, and social workers have to report to work to develop a plan for when the kids come back. Schools plan to have grief counselors on hand for any student who needs it and for trauma counseling. Tevin Taylor of PS 58 near Court Street in Brooklyn was close enough to the World Trade Center to be affected by this tragedy.
So they told me that in Manhattan there was a building that was on fire.
And the smoke was going to come into your classrooms. It was filling your classrooms? You were that close, huh?
Yeah, the smoke was going to come in our classroom, but we closed the window door.
Other kids lost loved ones in this tragedy or know people who were injured. A lot for them to digest, and counselors will be on hand when they come back to school on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010 Winds News.
Winds News Time 1:36. President Bush began his day in Florida speaking with school children and ended it at the White House after crisscrossing the country, moving locations throughout the day for his own safety. Air Force One touched down in D.C. at about 7 p.m. And shortly after, the president went on live TV to address the nation.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world. And no one will keep that light from shining.
The president said, quote, terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but they cannot shake the foundation of America. He says no one will keep our nation's light from shining. He also said our military is powerful and it's prepared, and that our first priority is to help get the injured the medical attention they need, and also to protect our citizens from further attacks. He says the search is underway for those behind these evil acts, and that we will make no distinction, he said, between the terrorists and those who might harbor them. And the president's words were reiterated by other federal officials. Attorney General John Ashcroft.
These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice.
Joint Chiefs of Staff General Henry Shelton.
Today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country.
Between 100 and 800 people are estimated dead in the attack on the Pentagon. The wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was on board the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon, and she called him as the plane was being hijacked. Barbara Olson twice called her husband and described some details of the hijacking, including that the attackers were using knife-like instruments. Here in the city, 1010 Winds reporter Steve Kastenbaum was in Lower Manhattan just moments after the two planes smashed into the Twin Towers.
The landscape of New York forever changed at the hands of terrorists. This horrible tragedy has touched anyone and everyone in and around the New York City area. Roy Anderson was among the many people with medical training who rushed to the scene of the disaster after the buildings collapsed. But when he got there, he found that there was not much more that he could do.
There's no sign of life. There's no, it's just going to be bodies coming out, if they can even do that. I mean, there's like, looks like a Hollywood set. There's, the World Trade Center now consists of just some spires going up about 25 feet, and the rest is rubble. It's like pictures of Europe in the war.
His story, one of thousands of similar stories that will no doubt be told over and over again for the weeks to come. When the two buildings collapsed, the debris fell upon those working at the triage centers at the ground level below at the World Trade Center. Many of the rescue workers were killed as they were trying to tend to the injured people who were hurt when the planes originally crashed into the buildings. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Winds News.
And daylight will undoubtedly shed more light on the extent of the fatalities as rescuers are finally able to get into the debris area. Earlier, it was simply too dangerous. Winds News Time 140.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled to the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going?
Yes, that is the second tower. That is the second tower.
It's a huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
Word that there are people alive in the rubble at what is left of the World Trade Center. Good evening. I'm Susan Richard. You are listening to live continuous coverage on 1010 Winds of the terrorist attacks that took down the Twin Towers and hit the Pentagon as well today. We really have yet to witness the full impact of this tragedy that has most likely killed and injured possibly thousands of people. But there is word tonight from the mayor and the police commissioner that there are people alive in the rubble. They say they know this because the police have received phone calls from people who are trapped. They've called them on their cell phones. The mayor did say yesterday evening that they have pulled two people out. Apparently, both are police officers. They pulled them out of the rubble alive. To recap yesterday's events, two hijacked aircrafts with passengers on board crashed into the two World Trade Center towers. The first crash happened shortly before 9 yesterday morning, and then 18 minutes later, the second one. At about 10 o'clock, the South Tower came tumbling down, and then less than a half an hour later, at about 10:28, the North Tower also came down. Shortly before 5:30 yesterday afternoon, building number 7, a 47-story building in the World Trade Center complex, crashed as well because of the fire resulting from the earlier explosions. In Washington, a hijacked plane crashed into the Pentagon. Up to 800 people, it's estimated, may have been killed or injured in that crash. President Bush vowed yesterday to hunt down and punish those responsible. WINS News Time 1:41. Let's get the latest on traffic and transit from Jude Tamillo.
Susan, looking at the Gowanus Expressway just a few moments ago, we have a closure of the inbound side of the Gowanus right at the Prospect Expressway while the police investigation continues in that spot. The outbound side was briefly closed at 39th Street for a car fire. That was quickly cleared, and all lanes are now back in business on the outbound Gowanus coming down through the Industry City area. What's not in business, some of our East River crossings, the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges, along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, all closed in both directions. The southbound Van Wyck is shut down from the Grand Central down to the Nassau Expressway. We have closures of the westbound Belt Parkway at Kennedy Airport, all traffic being diverted to the service road, and coming out of Nassau County back to Queens, do not use the LIE. Go with the Northern or Southern State Parkways. The westbound LIE is closed from the Douglaston Parkway out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. The Midtown Tunnel, along with the 59th Street Bridge, still closed into Manhattan. As we check the Hudson River crossings, the outbound upper deck of the George Washington Bridge is open. The lower deck is closed. Holland and Lincoln tunnels closed in both directions. And let's get the latest now from the 1010 WINS Transit Desk. New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service into New Jersey at this time. Metro North and the Long Island Railroad promising a normal rush hour. Subways south of Canal Street, though, are going to be shut down until further notice. Staten Island Ferry is only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public through later today. Alternate side parking rules are going to be suspended today, and all air traffic suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 WINS.
WINS News Time 1:43. Mayor Giuliani said yesterday evening that there is still hope that there are people alive in the rubble. Police have reportedly been getting calls from people trapped in what's left of the Twin Towers from their cell phones. In fact, 2 Port Authority police officers were pulled out alive. But the mayor did confirm that we lost a number of the city's top fire officials. Ray Downey was a chief of Special Operations Command. First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan, Chief of Department Peter Gansey, and Father Judge were all confirmed killed in the collapse. Earlier, the mayor urged New Yorkers not to act on any feelings of anger.
We have a lot of people in the city of all different backgrounds and all diverse religions, and they're not responsible for this. Whoever is responsible for this came from outside the city of New York. I'm sure the United States government will figure out who it is, and I'm sure we'll make an example out of them, as we should. But that should be left to the law enforcement authorities like the police and the FBI, the military, and not to the people of the city.
And the mayor is asking people to stay home tomorrow if you don't need to come into the city. He says the city will be open, however, north of 14th Street. Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick on the situation below 14th Street.
The only vehicles that will be allowed in those areas will be emergency vehicles, police, fire vehicles, National Guard, and anything authorized by the police department. There will be some vehicles in the morning that will have to get down there for deliveries of certain things that we're familiar with already. They will be allowed in, and residents. That's it.
1010 WINS reporter Lisa Evers has been checking out the situation in Lower Manhattan, and we go to her live. Lisa.
And Susan, let me tell you, the rescue effort's still underway. Thousands of emergency workers are trying to get to people who may be trapped inside, trying to save some lives from this terrible devastation that's taking place. As I look down at the spot where building number 7 of the World Trade Center once was, it still looks like there's smoke coming up from the building. And when you look around the trees here at Greenwich and Chambers Street where I'm at, which is as close to the scene as we're allowed to get, which is just a couple blocks away. You look at the trees and the bushes, and it almost looks as if they were dusted by snow, and that, in fact, is the dust that came from the explosion. There are papers all over. There's water all over the street because of the efforts of the firefighters who are here. Many firefighters also coming in from surrounding areas to lend their assistance. Lots of movement of vehicles coming in and coming out as new crews come in to replace some of the crews that have been here throughout the day, but a lot of them are just simply not leaving. They're taking a short break. They're heading back in. They're determined to stay with this until the last possible ray of hope has been extinguished. But there's still a lot of hope right now, and there are lots and lots of people, lots of construction equipment being brought in to help move that rubble around. That rubble, a very unstable and difficult and dangerous situation for these rescuers, but their determination, their courage in the face of this terrible tragedy is really commendable and really inspiring. Lisa Evers, 1010 WINS, reporting live from Greenwich and Chambers.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, Lisa, earlier city officials were saying that they're still not sure whether what is left of the Twin Towers are structurally sound enough for rescue workers to go in there, and that tomorrow engineers were going to be brought in to check out those buildings. WINS News Time 1:47. New York City public schools will be closed tomorrow, as will Catholic schools in the city. However, Schools Chancellor Howard Levy is asking principals, guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, anybody who would be part of a crisis team to report to work tomorrow to prepare plans to respond to today's tragedy. He says that work will include coordinating crisis intervention and will also arrange for grief counseling and other support services as well. 1010 Wins reporter Carol D'Auria spoke with a teacher from a city school who was faced with the task of explaining this to her young students.
For an adult, this terrorist attack can leave you speechless and angry. But imagine if you're a child. Sonia Zweimer is a teacher at St. Ignatius Loyola Elementary School on Park Avenue and 84th Street in Manhattan. And she spent her day trying to explain to the children what happened.
They were confused. They didn't really understand what was going on. They were sad and concerned about people who worked in the building. A lot of them have parents, aunts, uncles, just friends, family that work in the building. So they were confused and scared and worried.
And she looked absolutely drained from the day as she walked off the Brooklyn Bridge. By the way, City Catholic schools are closed Wednesday. Carol D'Auria, 1010 Wins in Brooklyn.
Wins News Time 1:48. President Bush arrived back at the White House at around 7 o'clock this evening. The president was ushered around to various spots throughout the nation today to ensure his own safety. The president addressed the nation just after 8:30. He said the images of what happened have filled us with sadness and anger, but that the terrorists have failed because our country is strong.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America. With the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could.
The president said, quote, terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but they cannot shake the foundation of America. He says no one will keep our nation's light from shining. He also said our military is powerful and it's prepared, that our first priority is to get help to the injured. He says the search is underway for those behind these evil acts and that will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who might harbor them. Bush asked for the nation's prayers and for those who grieve, and he quoted the 23rd Psalm. He says, none of us will forget this day, but we go forward to defend freedom. In a briefing from Washington yesterday, other officials also vowed to track down and root out the terrorists who carried out this attack. General Henry Shelton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Shelton said the full resources of the Department of Justice are being deployed to investigate the attacks. He also says despite the attack on the Pentagon building, it will be open for business tomorrow. Now, the FAA said earlier that no planes will fly anywhere in the country, at least until noon later today. Wins News Time 1:50. Once again, Mayor Giuliani said that he was hopeful that there were survivors among the debris. Officials confirmed that the police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble. They also said the two police officers were pulled out alive. But they spoke of fatalities as well. Let's get more on that from 1010 Wins reporter Glenn Schuck.
The fire department is mourning the potential loss of some 300 firefighters, including several top brass that maybe have been lost fighting this fire. Among them, Deputy Chief Ray Downey, Deputy Chaplain Father Michael Judge, Chief of Department Peter Ganchi, and First Deputy Commissioner Bill Feehan. Commissioner Thomas Von Essen devastated by this loss.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
Police Commissioner Carrick says the NYPD is searching for 32 of their own lost somewhere in the debris. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins at the Mayor's Command Center.
City officials said later today engineers will inspect what is left of the Twin Towers to make sure it's safe enough for rescuers to go in. That was really the problem Tuesday, as witnessed by Trade Center Building number 7, which collapsed at about 5:20 yesterday evening, hours after the initial collapses of the Twin Towers. Wins News Time 1:51. Let's get the update on traffic and transit now from Jude Tamillo.
In New Jersey, we still find a closure of the express lanes of eastbound 80 between exit 62 and the George Washington Bridge. That's about a 12-mile stretch. The local lanes are closed off at 95 and Fort Lee. Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike also closed in the eastbound direction. And heading towards the Hudson River crossings, you will not be able to get there from all of them. Eastbound Route 4 shut down in the Englewood area. Eastbound 46 closed off in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 3 has been shut down at the Jersey Turnpike and a closure of northbound 1 and 9 at the Pulaski Skyway. The Holland and Lincoln tunnels are closed in both directions. And on the George Washington Bridge, it is only the Jersey-bound upper deck that is open to traffic. The lower deck is closed off at this time. And also the Staten Island-bound Goethals Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, and Outer Bridge crossing, they are all closed, along with the Brooklyn-bound upper deck of the Verrazano Bridge. Meanwhile, across the East River, the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges shut down in both directions, along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. In Queens, on the westbound Belt Parkway, a closure at Kennedy Airport, traffic using the service road. And as we check the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit with limited New York City service, limited path service into New Jersey at this time. We do have normal service promised for both the Metro North and Long Island Railroad systems for later today. Subway south of Canal Street remains shut down. And, of course, the Staten Island Ferry is only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public through at least today. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended for today, and all air travel suspended till at least 12 noon. And Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 1:53. You're listening to continuous live team coverage of the unspeakable acts of terror here in New York at the World Trade Center, which basically is no more. The Twin Towers no longer a part of the New York City skyline. We did get word from the mayor and the police commissioner this evening that they have received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble, giving them hope that there are survivors. 2 police officers were pulled out alive. 1010 Winds reporter Juliet Papa was in Lower Manhattan this morning talking with eyewitnesses.
Will Phillips and Anthony Zaccardo were right across the street when the first tower toppled.
It fell down like a stack of cards, house of cards. You had glass shattering, and we're coming down straight. All this glass was coming down. The top was just literally going right into the ground, and stuff was falling out. It looked like it was going to fall right on top here.
They ran and managed to get towels from a nearby gym to cover their faces. Others who saw the rubble described it as looking like World War III. Death and destruction everywhere. Juliet Papa, 1010 Winds in Lower Manhattan.
1010 Winds reporter Al Jones.
A huge pile of rubble where once was the world's largest office building complex. Eugene Foti was inside the Twin Towers when the first plane struck. He was outside when the first tower fell.
As soon as the top dropped, the bottom just came with it. And it was just, my assumption is I didn't hear an explosion from the bottom, but from seeing the impact of the plane come in, crash into it, it crashed in the middle of the building. And that's what I'm assuming caused structural damage for it to bring down the rest of the building. But it's just a fact that I've done something straight out of the movie.
And it's also something that Foti and others look at with shock and wonderment. They now look down the street and see nothing. The majestic landmarks now reduced to rubble. Al Jones, 1010 Winds in Lower Manhattan.
Cardinal Edward Egan administered last rites to about a dozen victims earlier from the nearby site, and what quickly became a ghost town was a sea of people running for their lives.
The landscape of New York forever changed at the hands of terrorists. This horrible tragedy has touched anyone and everyone in and around the New York City area. Roy Anderson was among the many people with medical training who rushed to the scene of the disaster after the buildings collapsed, but when he got there, he found that there was not much more that he could do.
There's no sign of life. There's no, it's just going to be bodies coming out, if they can even do that. There's looks like a Hollywood set. There's the World Trade Center now consists of just some spires going up about 25 feet, and the rest is rubble. It's like pictures of Europe in the war.
His story, one of thousands of similar stories that will no doubt be told over and over again for the weeks to come. When the 2 buildings collapsed, the debris fell upon those working at the triage centers at the ground level below at the World Trade Center. Many of the rescue workers were killed as they were trying to tend to the injured people who were hurt when the planes originally crashed into the buildings. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Winds News.
Some 1,500 walking wounded were taken across New York Harbor to New Jersey's Liberty State Park. A mobile hospital there is said to have been expecting as many as 5,000 casualties, but we heard from 1010 Winds medical reporter Dr. Brian McDonough that it was not wounded, but mostly fatalities that had arrived there. Hospitals in Jersey City and in Hoboken on alert as well. In addition to the local rescue crews, the Navy sent ships to New York and Washington that included surgical teams and limited hospital bed capacity. They included the aircraft carriers John F. Kennedy and George Washington, and the National Guard, of course, as you've been hearing on 1010 Winds, has been mobilized to assist as well. Now let's recap some of the phone numbers that you might need if you're looking for a lost loved one. The NYPD has set up 2 new numbers. This is new to 1010 Winds. They are 866-856 866-856-4167 or 212-741-4626. Again, 866-856-4167 or 212-741-4626. Also, the NYPD is asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled later this morning. Again, we'll repeat that. The NYPD asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled later this morning. A couple other phone numbers here for information on possible missing firefighters and only firefighters and EMS personnel as well. You can call this phone number, 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. There's another 212 number you can call for information, 212-560-2730. Again, 212-560-2730. Now, earlier there were reports that 3 men were stopped in a van in New Jersey and that there were explosives in that van. It was near the George Washington Bridge, but Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick said that, yes, 3 men were stopped in a van, but there were no explosives in the van. He would not say where they were stopped, but it was not at the George Washington Bridge, and that is the information we have on that at this time. In Washington, up to 800 people are believed killed or injured in the American Airlines crash at the Pentagon. The plane itself was carrying 64 people at the time. The wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon, and she called him as the plane was being hijacked. Barbara Olson twice called her husband. She described in some detail what was going on the plane, including that the attackers were using knife-like instruments. So the big question, of course, who did this? Well, U.S. officials began piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to this worst terrorist attack in U.S. history, aided by an intercept of communications between his supporters and those harrowing cell phone calls from victims on board the jetliners before they crashed on Tuesday. Authorities were focusing some of their efforts on possible bin Laden supporters in Florida based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests of the 4 jets that crashed. This is according to law enforcement sources. So they're beginning to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And once again, to recap for you, 4 commercial flights hijacked on Tuesday. 2 of the planes crashed into the Twin Towers, causing their eventual collapse. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington. As we just said, up to 800 people possibly killed in that incident. The 4th plane went down about 85 miles outside of Pittsburgh. If you want to do something to help, donate blood. And you can call this number for more information. It's 1-800-933-BLOOD. Again, 1-800-933-BLOOD. You're listening to continuous live coverage of the terror attacks on New York City and Washington. This is 1010 WINS, WINS New York, and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh, my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh, my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating.
Some people are calling it the worst terrorist attack in the history of humankind, and many are equating it to the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor. The magnitude of Tuesday's terrorist attacks still sinking in, and there's a lot during these early morning hours which remains unclear and probably will remain unclear for some time. We do know that the death toll could total in the tens of thousands.
300 firefighters have been lost, at least 32 police officers missing, scores of Port Authority employees missing, potentially thousands of Trade Center occupants dead. The mayor said he has now spoken to the families of some of the fire department brass confirmed dead, and he had this to tell them.
Explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do, and I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them.
Fire Commissioner Tom Van Essen, filled with grief, could barely speak about his lost friends at the press briefings. The mayor will again brief the press and the public in the morning as the recovery effort continues all night. Glenn Schuck, 1010 WINS at the Mayor's Command Center.
If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 new numbers, and they are 866-856-4167. That's 866-856-4167 or 212-741 212-741-4626. That 212-741-4626. WINS News Time 2:01, and here's Jude Tamillo with a look at traffic.
Chris, looking at the George Washington Bridge on the 1010 WINS Jam Cam, very light traffic on the outbound upper level. The only level right now that is open on the George Washington Bridge. The lower deck is closed off at this time. Holland, Lincoln Tunnel still closed in both directions. We have closures of the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges to go along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. That's in both directions. Going back to Manhattan, you may not use the Queens Midtown Tunnel or the 59th Street Bridge. The Triborough Bridge is also closed in the Manhattan-bound direction. We can tell you the Throgsneck and the Whitestone bridges are open in both directions. South on the Van Wyck, a closure from the Grand Central to the Nassau Expressway. The westbound Belt Parkway closed at Kennedy Airport. Traffic on the service road. And the westbound LIE is closed out of Nassau County straight out to the Midtown Tunnel. So coming back from Nassau into Queens, go with the northern or the southern state parkways. In New Jersey, closures of eastbound Route 4 in Englewood along with eastbound 46 in the Fort Lee area. Northbound 1 and 9 closed at the Pulaski Skyway. Limited path service to New Jersey. New Jersey Transit with limited New York City service. Metro North LIRR service hoping to be normal for today. While subway service south of Canal Street shut down. And no air service, of course, until at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 WINS.
WINS News Time 2:03. We're going to go live now to 1010 WINS reporter Lisa Evers, who's in Lower Manhattan. Lisa?
Yeah, first let me give you a little bit of a description of where I'm at. Everybody knows where Stuyvesant High School is on the West Side Highway, that walkway. I'm looking south in the direction of where the World Trade Center towers once stood, and all I see as I look right down the West Side Highway here is another pile of rubble. It's apparently that skywalk that existed between Battery Park City and the World Trade Center going over the West Side Highway, and there's a number of cranes, construction-type cranes, that are trying to pry open some of that rubble. I'm told that they believe that there are some people on the other side who cannot get out. And this is an incredible scene here, this rescue staging area. What we have is police department emergency service unit personnel going in. We have the firefighters who are going in large numbers, covered with soot, covered with dust, exhausted, their eyes rimmed from red because the air down here is acrid with that dust that is everywhere. There are people going around with trays of coffee and sandwiches as these exhausted workers come out. They take a quick little something to eat, and then they go back in. But it's an amazing scene of rescue that's going on here. And a lot of these workers that have been at it since early this morning, they say they're just taking a quick break, have a sandwich, have a cup of coffee, and then they're heading back in. But thousands of firefighters, police officers, we have people coming in from all over the tri-state area, many units from Long Island, New Jersey, all over Westchester County, Rockland County, coming in, trying to help with the situation. And it's an amazing effort that's going on. A lot of the buildings are without power down here. The only lights we have are coming from these generators with this artificial light that's giving it a stage-like quality, a surreal-like quality here. But the bravery of the people that are going in to try and rescue those who we hope to God are still alive there is just beyond words, beyond comprehension. And police officer, I'm almost done with my live shot, officer. I'll move right behind the barrier in just a moment. Thank you. And what we're doing, I mean, it's incredible, the effort that's here. A lot of vehicles moving in, a lot of vehicles moving out, heavy construction equipment coming in to try and move some of the rubble. And understand that for these rescuers, this is not a stable situation. They're putting their lives at risk as they go in and try to save others, because with a rubble, with a collapse, building collapses like this, I still see smoke coming up, billowing into the sky. There's still apparently some fire in some parts of this catastrophe. They're putting themselves at risk because this is a very shaky situation. And even though we've been told officially they're waiting for the buildings to be shored up tomorrow, there's still a lot of brave people going in there tonight trying to rescue people. So it's very inspiring on that regard, a little bit to offset the terrible, terrible tragedy, sadness, and grief that we're all feeling. Lisa Evers, 1010 WINS, reporting live from the West Side Highway and Chambers Street rescue staging area.
All right, Lisa, WINS News Time 2:06. Mayor Giuliani's vowing the U.S. will hunt down those responsible for the attacks. The mayor says he witnessed the horror at the World Trade Center.
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this, and that we're going to make an example out of it. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of them.
The mayor continues to urge New Yorkers to remain calm and is asking anybody who's downtown to leave that area and move uptown. WINS News Time 2:07. Trying to grasp the magnitude of the tragedy, workers at area hospitals with the help of medical teams from across the country are making efforts to save whatever lives they possibly can.
At the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center, that's St. Vincent's Hospital, there's been a slow trickle of patients coming in this evening. Only 327. That's the last official number that was released. The hospital was expecting thousands. Now, among that 327, 57 are police and fire department members who are among the injured. 3 people are also dead. Hospital officials are still hoping that people will be brought in on the overnight and tomorrow for treatment. Now, injuries have ranged from crushing to severe burns, eye lacerations, and then to both smoke and dust inhalation. Most of those brought in this evening have been cops and firemen. Terry Sheridan, 1010 WINS at St. Vincent's Hospital.
WINS News Time 2:08. There's a report up to 800 people are missing after the hijacked jetliner crashed into the Pentagon yesterday. Nevertheless, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the Pentagon is functioning, adding it will be in business later today. Police say they've received calls from people trapped in the rubble at the World Trade Center. Mayor Giuliani says the number of dead will be in the thousands.
All over lower Manhattan, people ran for their lives, many screaming hysterically, while others watched in disbelief as the 2 burning World Trade Center towers came crumbling down to the ground. Debris settled on everything below Chamber Street. These sanitation workers were among the first people to arrive at the scene. Like so many others, they watched in shock as they witnessed the unthinkable.
The people were jumping out of the buildings. It was a big hole in the building from the first plane. It was a big gashing hole, and they were just falling out, throwing themselves out. You know, they didn't want to die in the flames.
There was people holding hands when they were going to get burnt and just jumped out of the building.
You saw people arm in arm jumping out.
Just holding hands, 8 of them, and just held hands and just came right down on 80 floors.
Every now and then you'd hear gasps from the people watching this incident, and knew another body was coming down.
When the buildings collapsed, the debris rained down onto the emergency service workers and the people they were treating at the triage centers below, killing dozens, according to several firefighters that we spoke to. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time 2:09. Shipments of blood, as you might expect, are coming in from all across the country for victims of the attack. The first shipment to arrive by air due overnight at Teterboro Airport. The city has issued an urgent plea for help donating blood.
Let me make this clear. Your blood is desperately needed, just not now. The people at the American Red Cross Blood Center say if you're a negative blood type or O positive, you can show up at West 67th in Amsterdam at 8 a.m. Other blood types will be taken later. Volunteer Bonnie Long.
We need volunteers of any kind, social workers, construction, clerical field, anything. We need you desperately. Drivers.
You can stop by any time to pick up an application. Baltimore 1010 WINS at Amsterdam Avenue and West 67th Street.
WINS News Time 2:10. With the attack coming during the morning rush, many commuters found themselves stranded when the bridges and tunnels were closed down and the subway also shut down.
People are milling around on the streets of Brooklyn. They can't get into Manhattan because the subway system has been shut down. Everyone has just about given up trying to get to work, but some people who left Manhattan were kicked off the subway on their way home, like Samantha Carfey of Queens, who was in Lower Manhattan, got out and has been stranded at the Rockaway Avenue subway stop in Brooklyn.
I was there not when they collapsed. I was on the train, but when the planes hit them, and we could feel it in my office. I'm on my way home. I'm trying to get home. I'm in Queens, and I can't even get a phone to call and let my parents know I'm okay.
That's because people can't use their cell phones to call home, so pay phones have big lines. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS in Brooklyn.
Meantime, U.S. officials have begun piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to the attack, aided by an intercept of communications between his supporters and cell phone calls from victims aboard the jetliners before they crashed. Sources say the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County in southern Florida and Daytona Beach in central Florida. Those locations had links to the suspected bin Laden supporter on the jet communique. WINS News Time 2:11. It's going to be a tough morning commute, and here's Jude DeMillo from Shadow Traffic.
Yes, Chris, on the major Deegan Expressway, we are still seeing closures on the southbound side around 230th Street. The southbound Henry Hudson Parkway has been closed off at the Henry Hudson Parkway Bridge. As for the FDR Drive, we are closed in both directions between the Battery Park Underpass and the UM. The West Side Highway is open both ways between 14th Street and the George Washington Bridge. Speaking of which, the outbound upper deck is moving at this time. Very light traffic coming across the span on the Jam Cam. The lower deck is closed off, and of course the Holland and Lincoln Tunnel still with no traffic being allowed in or out of the city. Closures of the Brooklyn, the Manhattan, the Williamsburg bridges in both directions to go along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. In Queens, the westbound Long Island Expressway closed from the Douglaston Parkway out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Coming over from Nassau to Queens, use the Northern or Southern State Parkways. In New Jersey, eastbound 80 within the express lanes closed. Exit 62 onto the George Washington Bridge. Jersey Turnpike, only problem we have right now is that you may not enter or exit the Turnpike at exit 13. As we check the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited PATH service into New Jersey at this time. Metro North and Long Island Railroad promising a normal rush hour for later today. The subway south of Canal Street remains shut down. Staten Island ferry service only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public through later today. Alternate side parking rules are going to be suspended for today, and national air traffic suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Timillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 2:13. It's been a difficult time for everybody. In an emotional news conference, here's New York City Fire Commissioner Tom Von Essen.
We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, the mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day.
Over 300 firefighters are missing. 2 Port Authority police officers have been pulled alive from the rubble. Mayor Giuliani says a couple of hundred police officers are missing. The hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel is 718-999-2541. Once again, the hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel, 718-999-2541. President Bush, who began his day in Florida speaking with school children, ended it at the White House after crisscrossing the country. Tuesday evening from the Oval Office, the president said the U.S. was attacked because our country is a beacon of freedom.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger.
The president said, quote, today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature. Winds News Time 2:14. 1010 Winds reporter Al Jones spoke to some of the people who made it out of the World Trade Center before the towers collapsed.
In the first hour after the explosion and collapse of the Twin Towers, folks like Tom Colden stumbling down the street, covered in ash. He was at his desk on the 64th floor of One World Trade Center when the plane hit and the ceiling came down. What was it like up there on your floor? Was it just pandemonium?
Control. It wasn't until the second explosion that once the lights went out.
Now, Colden credits 2 firefighters with helping him and others go down the steps and out to safety. Colden only hopes that his 2 rescuers manage to rescue themselves. Al Jones, 1010 Winds in Lower Manhattan.
More in this live special report.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Lee Guerin. The FBI is getting search warrants for locations in South Florida and Daytona Beach as a result of today's investigation into the terrorist attacks in Manhattan and Washington, D.C. Janine Alley, an eyewitness and survivor who was the second World Trade Center building when it was hit, says the firefighters and police officers in New York are true heroes, many giving up their lives.
You're fleeing, and they were literally running into the building, and I think that was the most devastating when the towers collapsed. You knew that there were hundreds and hundreds of people in there trying to save other people's lives that probably lost their own.
Over 300 firemen are believed dead. 78 police officers are missing. Mayor Rudy Giuliani says of the deaths, when the final numbers are in, they will be more than we can bear. He also said there are still people in the debris who are alive, many using cell phones to call for help. This is a CNN radio special report.
And you're listening to 1010 Winds. Winds News Time 2:16. U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld made a point of saying he was at the Pentagon, the site of one of the attacks. The nation's defense secretary declared the Pentagon will be in business today. With him was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Henry Shelton, who called those responsible for the attacks fanatics and says they'll be found.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and
civilian and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones.
Secretary Rumsfeld was in his office when the aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon hit the opposite side of the building. He just run there after hearing of the Trade Center attack. WINS News Time 2:17. CNN producer Rosie Arce witnessed the horror of people falling and jumping from the Twin Towers.
I'm about a block away, and there were several people that were hanging out the windows right below where the plane crashed, when suddenly you saw the top of the building start to shake, and people began leaping from the windows in the north side of the building. You saw 2 people at first plummet, and then a third one, and then the entire top of the building just blew up, and splinters of debris are falling on the street. Where I'm right now, there's a thick plume of smoke, and you can see crowds of people, including emergency service workers and police officers, running from the scene, screaming, and there's a school nearby where there were kids in the schoolyard. That has been emptied out, and they're running up the street now, too.
A number of social health and mental health agencies have set up phone numbers for people to get information or counseling. People searching for missing loved ones are directed to call the New York City Bureau of Labs at 212-447-2998, 212-447-2998. And, of course, there's a severe blood shortage. If you'd like to donate blood, call the American Red Cross at 1-800-HELP-NOW, 1-800-HELP-NOW, or 1-800-933-BLOOD for locations. Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres says the attacks were tantamount to a declaration of war.
It was not an attack only upon America, but an attack upon civilization, an attempt to introduce the rules of jungle in our life, not to permit people to fly freely, to walk safely, to be assured at the places they live.
Perez says the terrorist attacks were attacks against all of humanity. WINS News Time 2:18. The wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon and was able to call her husband as the plane was being hijacked. Barbara Olson, a familiar face on the cable news channels and a frequent guest on Larry King Live, was a former congressional investigator and aide. Olson was on American Airlines Flight 77 that left Dulles International Airport heading to Los Angeles. CNN correspondent Tim O'Brien reports.
Barbara Olson told Ted the following story, that all the passengers were herded to the back of the plane, including the flight personnel, including the pilot. And the only weapons she mentioned were knives and cardboard cutters. You would think if there were a machine gun or any other kind of gun that she would have mentioned that.
WINS News Time 2:19. Explosions resounded north of the Afghan capital near its airport early today, hours after the devastating terror attacks here. The United States, however, quickly denied any involvement in the violence in Afghanistan. That's the country that's been shielding Osama bin Laden, who's the prime suspect at this point. A U.S. official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said the fighting in Kabul appears to be rocket attacks by opposition rebels in response to the attack on a rebel leader on Sunday. The insurgents blamed the attempt on the ruling Taliban, a hardline Islamic group. You're listening to coverage here on 1010 WINS of the terrorist attack on America. 1010 WINS, WINS, New York.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going down?
Yes, that is the second. That is the second tower. That is the second tower.
Down. A huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
Just to recap what's been happening here, rescue workers are digging for bodies as New York City begins to recover from the attack that toppled the World Trade Center Twin Towers. Lower Manhattan looks like a war zone with bodies lying in the street and blood and steel beams blocking roads. A hazy brownish-gray cloud is hanging over the financial district. The attack on the World Trade Center was part of a terrorist spree that began when a hijacked American Airlines jet crashed into the North Tower at 8:45 yesterday morning. 18 minutes later, a second hijacked jet crashed into the South Tower. A third hijacked jet crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and a fourth crashed outside of Pittsburgh. The 110-story Twin Towers were both collapsed by 10:30 yesterday morning, and an adjoining 47-story building at 7 World Trade Center came down some 8 hours later. WINS News Time 2:21. We'll find out about traffic now. Here's Jude Tamillo.
Well, Chris, taking a look at the George Washington Bridge on the 1010 Winds, Panasonic Jamcam, the outbound upper deck is open to traffic. The lower deck remains closed off. Holland and Lincoln tunnels still closed in both directions. On northbound 440 in New Jersey, we are still closed in the Perth-Amboy area, and there is no access to the Staten Island-bound Goblins Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, or Outer Bridge crossing. On the Verrazano Bridge, the Brooklyn-bound upper deck is closed too for traffic. As far as the Throgs Neck Bridge and Whitestone bridges are concerned, they're open both ways. It is the Triborough Bridge that is closed back into Manhattan, along with the Midtown Tunnel and 59th Street Bridge. What's closed both ways, the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges to go along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. And then in Queens, south on the Van Wyck, all lanes closed from the Grand Central out to the Nassau Expressway. In New Jersey, you may not enter or exit the Turnpike at exit 13. Mass transit from the 1010 Winds Transit Desk. New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service going to New Jersey. We have Metro North and the Long Island Railroad saying full service for later today. The subways are not running south of Canal Street. Staten Island ferry service only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public until at least tomorrow. Alternate side parking rules are going to be suspended for later today, and of course all national air traffic is suspended until at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 2:23. As night fell, New York City moved past the nightmarish scenes of people on fire, jumping from buildings, and braced itself for more pain, and that's the picking through the rubble for the dead and the injured. Mayor Giuliani witnessed the collapse of one of the towers of the World Trade Center, and at one point it says he found himself in danger.
I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
The mayor urging New Yorkers not to act on any feelings of anger and vowing that those responsible will be tracked down and will be brought to justice. We're going to go live now to 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers. Lisa?
And let me tell you, I'm here on West Side Highway at Vesey Street, and what was once the skywalk across the West Side Highway joining Battery Park City and the financial buildings there with the World Trade Center across the West Side Highway is a completely huge pile of rubble. It's collapsed. There's numerous construction cranes that are trying to dig holes through. What rescuers are telling me is they're trying to poke through holes in this just incredible pile of rubble to try and make room so that they can get in with and see if there's any survivors there, and if there are, get to them and get them out and get them the help that they need. But this is an incredibly active rescue scene. Hundreds and hundreds of firefighters here, hundreds and hundreds of police officers. There's also a great deal of help from police and firefighters from outside the city, from the tri-state area here. And the job that they're doing to have to deal with this and cope with this and the conditions is really amazing. The air is really foul because there's all this dust from the explosions that is still in the air. There's dirt and mud everywhere. Water on the street has turned the dust into just rivers of mud on the street that they have to contend with. And maybe you can hear in the background some of the heavy-duty construction equipment that's going back and forth, trying to move away some of the rubble. But it's just unbelievable to look at the spot where the World Trade Center towers once were, and they're just simply not there now. You just see the outline of some of the remnants of what remains of the lower floors of the building. There's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of dust, and a tremendous amount of activity as they just try to dig and dig and dig and do what they can to try and get out anyone that they can. But it's a devastating scene from an area that was once so vibrant and so lively. It's very, very sad to look at this and to just imagine what it's like inside. Lisa Evers, 1010 Winds, reporting live from the World Trade Center.
Okay, Lisa, Winds News Time 2:26. Hope of finding survivors, of course, in the rubble is being fueled by reports of cell phone calls being made from trapped victims. Police Commissioner Carrick says rescuers already determined there were some people alive in two buildings downtown. A police source says police received phone calls from people who are trapped inside the Twin Towers on their cell phones. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone experienced the same frightening moments as thousands of other New Yorkers as he was dangerously close to the World Trade Center during the attack.
Stu Morell of Glen Rock was late for a meeting at the World Trade Center, and so he is alive. I was turned away by a doorman near the World Trade Center minutes before the first tower collapsed. A police helicopter circled that tower as people waved out the windows. Then came the great collapse. The people inside gone. The helicopter gone. Up on Broadway, there was a stampede. Hundreds of us ran from the volcano of bricks and thick, blinding soot. We went into a building where the dust was so thick and the hall was so crowded, it seemed only a matter of minutes before we would all die. We didn't. Someone found the door and we got out into what looked like nuclear winter, 3 to 4 inches of soot, with people gasping for air, crying, walking around in shock. John Montone, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News Time 2:27. Air traffic across the country was halted for the first time in history. The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all outbound flights to be grounded. The FAA said the ban will not be lifted until today at noon at the earliest. No school today for children in New York City.
New York City schools will not reopen until at least Thursday to give principals and staff members time to develop grief counseling and crisis intervention teams. Kids who lost someone in the tragedy or were traumatized will have a chance to talk about it with trained counselors when they come back. Tevin Taylor, a 9-year-old whose school in Brooklyn is not far from the Twin Towers, saw smoke filling his classroom, waited 4 hours for his mom to come and get him. And was he glad to see her?
When I saw her up here, and then I went to my mother. I hugged her, and then I hugged her.
And you hugged him? Oh yeah, I gave him a big hug and kiss, squeezed his ears like I normally do. So it was a relief.
Now with a day off, schools are urging parents to talk with their kids about this tragedy. Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News Time 2:28. Victor Levine, a political science professor at Washington University in St. Louis, is also an expert on suspected terror mastermind Osama bin Laden, who's believed to be the prime suspect. He says, while we don't know who carried out the attacks, the overall plan has the hallmark of bin Laden. He also says the U.S. must be very careful in how it might retaliate.
You don't retaliate until you have an address. This one doesn't have an address yet. We're not quite sure, who was involved, what was involved, how many were involved. We're not even sure that it was Osama bin Laden, although he's the most likely suspect.
Levine says a government like Iraq would have no problem finding willing pilots to carry out such attacks. Wins News Time 2:29. The Postal Service has suspended mail collection from blue post office boxes today in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. Anybody wishing to mail items must bring them to a post office facility. Mayor Giuliani says thousands of people are still missing in the World Trade Center collapse, and says a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers are listed as missing, and says thousands of people who worked in the Twin Towers also reported missing. The mayor stopped short, saying the people are feared dead. There have been telephone calls. Mayor Giuliani says a caller on a cell phone said he was with other victims, including a police officer. During the day, about 2,000 people have been treated at area hospitals, more than that now, and triage centers set on the streets of Lower Manhattan. The number for information on firefighters and EMS personnel, 718-999-2541. Once again, the number for information on firefighters and EMS personnel, 718-999-2541. Susan Richard will be back here after this live special report. I'm Chris Riley on 1010 Wins, WINS New York, and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Maria Boynton. A day of unimaginable horror in the United States.
It was like being in downtown Beirut in America.
It began Tuesday morning at 8:45 Eastern when a hijacked plane slammed into one of the 2 towers of the World Trade Center in New York City. Minutes later, 9:03, a second jet slammed into the second tower. The FAA shut down every airport the first time that has ever happened. Then at 9:45 Eastern, an explosion at the Pentagon, hit by another hijacked plane. Further west in Pennsylvania, another hijacked airliner goes down. President Bush vows the U.S. will find and punish those behind the evil acts.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
This is a CNN Radio special report. Determining the number of lives lost in Tuesday's terror attacks in New York and Washington could take weeks. There were 266 people aboard the airliners used in the attacks, with no known survivors. At the Pentagon, about 800 people are believed dead or injured. There were thousands inside the World Trade Center when its two towers were hit. As federal authorities search locations in Florida for supporters of suspected terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden, former U.S. Defense Secretary William Cohen says he expected this would happen at some point.
Was I surprised? The answer is no. We have known for some time that Osama bin Laden and other organizations have targeted the United States abroad and at home.
Cohen speaking to CNN's Larry King Live. There were explosions, but it still remains unclear if there has been fighting in the capital of Afghanistan. That country is shielding suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. The U.S., Taliban leaders, and rebel forces all deny a role in any fighting. I'm Maria Boynton. This is the CNN Radio Network.
WINS News Time at 2:32. We're a minute late, but that's okay. Let's check traffic and transit now with Jude Tamillo.
All right, Susan, as we check out some of the road conditions in Queens, southbound the Van Wyck, we are closed off from the Grand Central Parkway out to the Nassau Expressway. The westbound Long Island Expressway still closed from the Douglaston Parkway straight out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. The Midtown Tunnel and the 59th Street Bridge remain closed off into Manhattan. They are open into Queens. The Triborough Bridge is also closed in the Manhattan-bound direction, and all lanes are open either way via the Throgs Neck and the Whitestone bridges. The Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges closed off in both directions to go along with the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. In New Jersey, the northbound car and truck lanes of the Jersey Turnpike have been reopened at exit 11. You may not enter or exit the Turnpike at exit 13. And construction will make that a closure of eastbound 80 within the express lanes from exit 62 onto the George Washington Bridge. The local lanes are closed off at 95 and Fort Lee. And on the George Washington Bridge itself, it's the outbound upper deck that's open. The lower deck is closed off. Holland and Lincoln tunnels still closed in both directions. As far as the 1010 WINS Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service now to New Jersey Metro North and the Long Island Railroad, saying they'll have normal service for later today. All subway service south of Canal Street remains shut down. Staten Island ferry service also open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public at least through today. Alternate side parking rules are going to be suspended for today. And of course, national air traffic remains suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 WINS.
WINS News Time at 2:33. Good evening. I'm Susan Richard. Once again to recap for you in our continuous live coverage of the terror attacks on New York City and Washington, D.C. 4 commercial flights were hijacked yesterday. 2 of the planes crashed into the Twin Towers, causing their eventual collapse. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and the 4th went down about 85 miles outside of Pittsburgh. The rescue and recovery effort is really just beginning to get underway. On Tuesday, it was simply too dangerous for crews to go into the area of the tower collapses. So as of now, we really have no idea just how many people were killed in what is undoubtedly the worst attack against our nation in our nation's history. Mayor Giuliani was hopeful yesterday evening that there were survivors in the rubble. The mayor and police commissioner Bernard Kerik confirmed that police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble. They also said the 2 Port Authority police officers were pulled from the debris alive. Earlier, the mayor himself almost got trapped in a nearby building.
We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, and we were on the phone talking to the governor and the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
And the mayor is urging people not to come into the city tomorrow unless it's absolutely necessary.
If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that.
Lower Manhattan will be closed off to everyone except essential personnel and residents. The mayor says the city will be open north of 14th Street. 300 members of the New York City Fire Department are missing. Among those lost in the disaster were First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan and Peter Gansey, Chief of Department. New York City Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen spoke about his fallen colleagues.
Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this.
There is a phone number set up for information on missing firefighters and EMS personnel. It's 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. WINS News Time 2:36 here in the city. Word that public and parochial schools will be closed.
Students are being told to stay home from New York City schools until at least Thursday. But principals, assistant principals, psychologists, and social workers have to report to work to develop a plan for when the kids come back. Schools plan to have grief counselors on hand for any student who needs it and for trauma counseling. Tevin Taylor of PS 58 near Court Street in Brooklyn was close enough to the World Trade Center to be affected by this tragedy.
Well, they told me that in Manhattan there was a building that was on fire.
And the smoke was going to come into your classrooms. It was filling your classrooms? You were that close, huh?
Yeah, the smoke was going to come in our classroom, but we closed the window door.
Other kids lost loved ones in this tragedy or know people who were injured. A lot for them to digest, and counselors will be on hand when they come back to school on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time 2:37. President Bush began his day in Florida speaking with school children and ended it at the White House after crisscrossing the country, moving locations throughout the day for his own safety. Air Force One touched down in D.C. at about 7 p.m. and shortly after, the president went on live TV to address the nation.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world. And no one will keep that light from shining.
The president said terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but they cannot shake the foundation of America. He also said our military is powerful and it's prepared, that our first priority is to get help to the injured. He says the search is underway for those behind these evil acts and that we will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who might harbor them. And the president's words were reiterated by other federal officials. Attorney General John Ashcroft.
These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice.
Joint Chiefs of Staff Henry Shelton.
Today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country.
Between 100 and 800 people are estimated dead in the attack at the Pentagon. WINS News Time at 2:39. While thousands of Palestinians celebrated the attacks in the U.S. today, Yasser Arafat deployed the incidents.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Many Palestinians were handing out candy in celebration of what some called a, quote, sweet situation. Once again, let's update you on some of these phone numbers. People that have any questions in the city, there's a city hotline number to call. It's 212-560-2730. Again, 212-560-2730. WINS News Time, 2:40.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The top building just crumbled from the top! Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating.
That's what it sounded like yesterday on 1010 WINS. And we got word yesterday evening that there are people alive in the rubble at what is left of the World Trade Center. Good evening. I'm Susan Richard. This is continuous live coverage on 1010 Wins of the terrorist attacks that took down the Twin Towers and hit the Pentagon as well on Tuesday. And we really have yet to witness the full impact of this tragedy that's most likely killed and injured possibly thousands of people. But there is word from the mayor and the police commissioner that there are people alive in the rubble. They say they know this because the police have received calls from people who are trapped who've called them on their cell phones. The mayor did say that they have pulled 2 people out. Apparently, they are both police officers. And to recap yesterday's events, 2 hijacked aircrafts with passengers on board crashed into the 2 World Trade Center towers. The first crash happened shortly before 9 in the morning, and then just 18 minutes later, the second one. At about 10 o'clock, the South Tower came tumbling down, and at 10:28, the North Tower also came down shortly before 5:30 Tuesday afternoon. Building number 7 of 47-story building in the World Trade Center complex crashed as well because of a fire resulting from the earlier explosions. And in Washington, a hijacked plane crashed into the Pentagon. At least between 100 and 800 people are reported killed or injured in that incident. Wins News Time 2:41. The check on traffic and transit now from Jude Tamillo.
Susan, in New Jersey, we still have closures of the express lanes of eastbound Route 80 from exit 62 on to the George Washington Bridge. The local lanes are closed off at 95 and Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 4 remains closed off in the Englewood area. Eastbound 46 closed off in Fort Lee. And eastbound Route 3 is also shut down at the New Jersey Turnpike with no access from southbound 17 to Route 3. On 19, the northbound side closed off at the Pulaski Skyway. And as we take a look at the major Deegan Expressway, that's going to be closed on the southbound side right around the area of 230th Street. The southbound Henry Hudson Parkway shut down by the Henry Hudson Parkway Bridge. The George Washington Bridge, the outbound upper deck is open to traffic. The lower deck is closed at this time. Holland, Lincoln Tunnel, still no traffic allowed coming in or out of the city. And in Queens on the Long Island Expressway, westbound closure from the Douglaston Parkway out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel, which is closed into Manhattan along with the 59th Street Bridge. Mass transit, the New Jersey Transit System has limited New York City service, limited PATH service into New Jersey. Metro North and Long Island Railroad saying they should have a normal schedule for today. And also subways south of Canal Street remain shut down. Staten Island ferry service only open to emergency services. They'll remain closed to the public at least through today. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended, and all national air traffic remains suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 2:43. Let's get the latest now. A live update from 1010 Wins reporter Lisa Evers.
And Susan, let me tell you, I had an opportunity to walk close in down to Vesey Street and the West Side Highway, where the overpass that used to go across the West Side Highway from Battery Park City to what was the World Trade Center towers, one stood is completely collapsed into a big pile of rubble, a couple of stories high. And that's the focus of a lot of the rescue effort that's going on now. This is still a full-scale, very intense rescue effort, hundreds and hundreds of rescue workers. And what's going on is the construction cranes are there trying to dig holes and knock holes through this what remains of that overpass structure, because they think that there may be some people inside. One of the emergency rescue workers who was there said there were 2 people that were taken out alive several hours ago. They're hoping that there might be more. And one little bit of good news, they said that the construction was so good that some of the chunks are very, very big, so that's aiding them in trying to move it out. But the scene out here is incredible. We have all sorts of police officers, all sorts of firefighters, EMTs, and as you get closer and closer to the scene, just to see the devastation, to see the wreckage, and to see the rubble is very, very disturbing. And on the street, it's just like a sea of mud because this dust has mixed with the water that the firefighters use. So that mud, the bulldozers pushing around the rubble, trying to get into to get to whoever might be inside and to try and get them out, hopefully get them out alive. But the energy, which is truly amazing here, the energy is not flagging on the part of these rescuers, some of whom have been at it since early this morning. It's very inspiring. They're keeping each other going. There are people walking around with sandwiches, water, coffee, giving it to them as they come out.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Lee Garrett.
I think we've lost Lisa there, but what she was saying definitely confirms what we have been saying, that the mayor was saying late last night, which is that there is still hope, that there are people still alive in that rubble. Police reportedly got calls from people trapped in what's left of the Twin Towers from their cell phones, and 2 Port Authority police officers were pulled out alive yesterday evening. But the mayor did confirm that we lost a number of the city's top fire officials. Ray Downey was the chief of Special Operations Command. First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan, Chief of Department Peter Gansey, and Father Judge, the department chaplain, were all confirmed killed in the collapse. Earlier, the mayor urged New Yorkers not to act on any feelings of anger.
We have a lot of people in the city of all different backgrounds and all diverse religions, and they're not responsible for this. Whoever is responsible for this came from outside the city of New York. I'm sure the United States government will figure out who it is, and I'm sure we'll make an example out of them, as we should. But that should be left to the law enforcement authorities like the police and the FBI, the military, and not to the people of the city.
And the mayor is asking people to stay home tomorrow if you don't need to come into the city. He says the city will be open, however, north of 14th Street. Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick on the situation below 14th Street.
The only vehicles that will be allowed in those areas will be emergency vehicles, police, fire vehicles, National Guard, and anything authorized by the police department. There will be some vehicles in the morning that will have to get down there for deliveries of certain things that we're familiar with already. They will be allowed in, and residents. That's it.
New York City public schools will be closed, as will Catholic schools in the city. However, schools Chancellor Harold Levy is asking principals, guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, anybody that would be on a crisis team to report to work to prepare plans to respond to the tragedy. Levy says that work will include coordinating crisis intervention and to arrange for grief counseling and other support services as well. And the school's chancellor was also encouraging parents to talk to their kids about what happened and to reassure them that they're safe. 1010 Winds reporter Carol Dioria spoke with a teacher from a city school who was faced with that task of explaining this to her young students.
For an adult, this terrorist attack can leave you speechless and angry. But imagine if you're a child. Sonia Zwemer is a teacher at St. Ignatius Loyola Elementary School on Park Avenue and 84th Street in Manhattan. And she spent her day trying to explain to the children what happened.
They were confused. They didn't really understand what was going on. They were sad and concerned about people who worked in the building. A lot of them have parents, aunts, uncles, just friends, family that work in the building. So they were confused and scared and worried.
And she looked absolutely drained from the day as she walked off the Brooklyn Bridge. By the way, city Catholic schools are closed Wednesday. Carol Dioria, 1010 Winds in Brooklyn.
Winds News Time 2:48. President Bush arrived back at the White House around 7 o'clock Tuesday evening. The president was ushered around to various spots across the nation to ensure his own safety. The president addressed the nation just after 8:30. He said the images of what happened have filled us with sadness and anger, but that the terrorists have failed because our country is strong.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America. With the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could.
The president said, quote, terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but they cannot shake the foundation of America. He says no one will keep our nation's light from shining. The president also said our military is powerful and that it's prepared, and he says the search is underway for those behind these evil acts and that will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who might harbor them. Bush asked for the nation's prayers for those who grieve and quoted the 23rd Psalm. He says none of us will forget this day, but we go forward to defend freedom. In a briefing from Washington, other officials also vowed to track down and root out those terrorists who carried out this attack. General Henry Shelton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Shelton said the full resources of the Department of Justice are being deployed to investigate the attacks. He also says despite the attack on the Pentagon building, it will be open for business tomorrow. The FAA said earlier no planes will fly anywhere in the country until at least noon later today. Winds News Time 2:50. Let's update you on these phone numbers that you may or may not need, but we will give them to you in any case. There's a city hotline to answer any questions that you might have. 212-560-2730. Again, 212 888-2560-2730. If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 new numbers. They are 866-856-4167. Again, 866-856-4167, and the other number is a 212. It's 212-741-4626. Again, 212-741-4626. Also, the NYPD is asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled later this morning. Be aware of that. WINS News Time 2:51. It's time to update you on the traffic and transit situation with Jude Tamillo.
Susan, in Queens now, the southbound side of the Van Wyck, all lanes are closed from the Grand Central Parkway out to the Nassau Expressway. We have a closure, too, of the westbound Belt Parkway at Kennedy Airport. Traffic is using the service road, and the westbound Long Island Expressway closed coming out of Nassau County straight out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. So coming from Nassau into Queens, stay with the northern or the southern state parkways. The Brooklyn, Manhattan, Williamsburg bridges, Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, all closed in both directions. The inbound Gowanus shut down at the Prospect Expressway on the 1010 WINS Jam Cam. We also have a closure of the BQE both ways between the Battery Tunnel and the Long Island Expressway. At the Staten Island bound Goddard's Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, and Outer Bridge Crossing are all closed right now. We have the Holland and Lincoln Tunnel still closed in both directions. And on the George Washington Bridge, the outbound upper level is open to traffic. It is the lower deck that is closed right now. And in New Jersey, we find closures of eastbound Route 3 at the Jersey Turnpike. Also on eastbound 4, all lanes shut down in the Englewood area, and eastbound 46 also closed in Fort Lee. As we check the 1010 WINS Transit desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service into New Jersey at this time. Metro North and the Long Island Railroad saying a normal day for today. Subway south of Canal Street will be shut down. Staten Island Ferry only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public at least for today. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended for today. At National Air Traffic remains suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 WINS.
All right, thank you, Jude. WINS News Time at 2:52. You are listening to continuous live coverage of the terrorist attacks today on both New York City and Washington, D.C. Here at 1010 WINS, we know that many folks have been staying with us throughout the day. As a matter of fact, I walked through Central Park today and a concession stand was blaring 1010 WINS. So we're quite aware that radio is portable, and you've got us, literally, you could have us right in your purse, and we know that, and we appreciate your sticking with 1010 WINS throughout this crisis situation. Here's what's going on. Mayor Giuliani said yesterday evening that he was hopeful that there were survivors among the debris. But there is word that there are. City officials confirmed that the police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble. They also said the 2 police officers had been pulled out alive. But they spoke of fatalities as well. More on that from 1010 WINS reporter Glenn Schuck.
The fire department is mourning the potential loss of some 300 firefighters, including several top brass that may have been lost fighting this fire. Among them, Deputy Chief Ray Downey, Deputy Chaplain Father Michael Judge, Chief of Department Peter Ganchi, and First Deputy Commissioner Bill Feehan. Commissioner Thomas Von Essen devastated by this loss.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
And Police Commissioner Carrick says the NYPD is searching for 32 of their own lost somewhere in the debris. Glenn Schuck, 1010 WINS at the Mayor's Command Center.
Now, city officials said later today engineers will inspect what is left of the Twin Towers to make sure that it's safe enough for rescuers to go in. That was the problem on Tuesday, as witnessed by Trade Center Building Number 7, which collapsed at about 5:20 yesterday afternoon. In addition, those plumes of smoke and that horrible soot that was blowing all over the place and is really still all over the place, it really made it virtually impossible for rescuers to do their job. No school Wednesday for New York City school kids.
New York City schools will be closed for at least one day in the wake of the World Trade Center attack, but not closed for everyone. Principals, assistant principals, psychologists, social workers all have been told to report to work to develop a grief counseling and crisis intervention plan. That's because some kids saw the World Trade Center towers collapse. Others, like 9-year-old Tevin Taylor of PS 58 in Court Street in Brooklyn, may have been traumatized. He saw smoke filling his classroom and immediately felt scared.
I was thinking about my mother, that if she's okay at work, because of the smoke spread around everywhere, because of the wind.
You saw the smoke and heard what was going on?
Well, I haven't heard what was going on, but the janitor at school, he said to close the windows because the smoke, it will come in.
This is the kind of memory affecting school kids which may require counseling, so crisis teams will be on hand when schools reopen on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time, 2:55. 1010 WINS reporter Juliet Papa was in Lower Manhattan this morning talking with eyewitnesses.
Will Phillips and Anthony Zaccardo were right across the street when the first tower toppled.
Right there, it fell down like a stack of cards, house of cards. You had glass shattering, and we're coming down straight. All this glass was coming down. The top was just literally going right into the ground, and stuff was falling out. It looked like it was going to fall right on top of you.
They ran and managed to get towels from a nearby gym to cover their faces. Others who saw the rubble described it as looking like World War III. Death and destruction everywhere. Juliet Papa, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
1010 WINS reporter Al Jones.
A huge pile of rubble where once was the world's largest office building complex. Eugene Foti was inside the Twin Towers when the first plane struck. He was outside when the first tower fell.
As soon as the top dropped, the bottom just came with it. And it was just, I mean, my assumption is I didn't hear an explosion from the bottom, but from seeing the impact of the plane come in, crash into it, it crashed in the middle of the building. And that's what I'm assuming caused structural damage for it to bring down the rest of the building. But it's just a fact that I've something straight out of the movie.
And it's also something that Foti and others look at with shock and wonderment. They now look down the street and see nothing. The majestic landmarks now reduced to rubble. Al Jones, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
WINS News Time, 2:57. At various points today, the only way you could get out or into the city was by walking over a bridge. That part of the story from 1010 WINS reporter Carol Dioria.
The weary look on some of the faces of folks as they walk off the Brooklyn Bridge is in itself upsetting to see. The most pained look is on the faces of some of the volunteers. People like Brian Ramos and Ramik Mack. They had been working at a construction site on 14th Street when they just dropped what they were doing when the attack occurred, and they started to walk south to help.
It's nothing that you do for glory. You do because you feel it in your heart.
We must have built at least I would say 200-300 stretchers. And they're still being made. And those stretchers, I don't really think they're going to be for pulling out anyone that's alive.
So they actually got pretty close, and it was really upsetting to see the number of dead bodies. It was overwhelming. Carol Dioria, 1010 WINS, at the foot of the Brooklyn Bridge in Brooklyn.
WINS News Time, 2:58. 1010 WINS reporter Sandy Klein was with some of the rescue workers who were helping out the injured in New Jersey.
Jersey City Medical Center went on Code 1 alert this morning. That's for an external disaster, and what a disaster it was. Patients were ferried to this facility. They were taken across the Hudson, and then ambulances picked them up on the Jersey City side. The building's auditorium turned into the minor injury treatment room. One of the emergency room doctors who had been treating patients said this is the worst catastrophe she's ever seen. Lynn McFarland is the director of public affairs for the hospital, and she talks about how the facility pulled itself together.
Well, when we first heard about the disaster, we knew that we had to pull all of our personnel together. We put our Code 1 in alert and called in all of our medical staff as well as support staff. We're just all working together, from our webmaster signing up people coming in to volunteers coming in from the community as well as our regular volunteers.
Most of the patients here were treated for smoke inhalation, burns, upper body contusions. 143 people have been seen at this facility. Sandy Klein, 1010 WINS News at the Jersey City Medical Center.
WINS News Time, 2:59. New York's two senators, Charles Schumer and Hillary Clinton, vowed to help in any way possible they can. Senator Schumer spoke to President Bush today. Senator Clinton vowed that those responsible would be caught.
To the families of those who may have losses, and so many calls we received today from people who couldn't find loved ones, didn't know where they were. We feel your pain. I know for an hour I couldn't find my daughter, whose high school is in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
There is absolutely no need for anyone anywhere to panic. This has been carried out in an orderly and effective manner, but we have a lot of work ahead of us, and that work includes the identifying of those who are responsible for this cowardly and evil act and holding them accountable wherever they might be, however long it would take.
Governor Pataki issued a statement calling for everyone to say a prayer. You're listening to continuous live coverage of the terror attacks on New York City and Washington, D.C. This is 1010 WINS, WINS New York, and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled to the top. Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating.
In the worst terrorist onslaught ever waged against the United States, knife-wielding hijackers crashed 2 airliners into the World Trade Center, toppling the Twin Towers. The deadly calamity was witnessed as another plane slammed into the Pentagon, and a 4th crashed outside of Pittsburgh, establishing the death toll could take weeks. The 4 airliners alone had 266 people on board, and there were no known survivors.
As many as 300 firefighters have been lost, at least 32 police officers missing, scores of Port Authority employees missing, potentially thousands of Trade Center occupants dead. The mayor said he has now spoken to the families of some of the fire department brass confirmed dead, and he had this to tell them.
Explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do. And I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives. And their families can be very proud of them.
Fire Commissioner Tom Van Essen, filled with grief, could barely speak about his lost friends at the press briefings. The mayor will again brief the press and the public in the morning as the recovery effort continues all night. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins at the Mayor's Command Center.
Wins News Time 3:01. Getting around town this morning is not going to be difficult. And here with an update on traffic and transit, Jude Tomillo.
Chris, taking a look at our Hudson River crossings right now on the jam cams. The outbound upper deck of the George Washington Bridge is open to traffic. The lower deck is closed coming back into New Jersey. As far as going into the city, just emergency vehicles are allowed to use the upper level at this time. Holland, Lincoln tunnels still closed in both directions. And right now on the Verrazano Bridge, the Brooklyn-bound upper deck is closed, and so is the Staten Island-bound Goethals Bridge to go along with the Bayonne Bridge and the Outer Bridge crossing. Now in New Jersey, the express lanes of eastbound 80 are closed from exit 62 onto the George Washington Bridge. The local lanes are also closed off at 95. And of course, the eastbound side of Route 4 remains shut down in Englewood along with eastbound 46 in the Fort Lee area. Eastbound Route 3 also closed off at the New Jersey Turnpike. And right now in Queens, south on the Van Wyck, a closure from the Grand Central out to the Nassau Expressway. The westbound LIE is closed from the Douglaston Parkway out to the Midtown Tunnel. The Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges along with the Battery Tunnel closed in both directions. And also we have closures at the Queens Midtown Tunnel and Queensboro Bridge coming back into Manhattan. From the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit with limited New York City service to go along with the PATH train service into New Jersey. Metro North and Long Island Railroad saying a normal day for today. Subway south of Canal Street remains shut down. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended. And I'm Jude Tomillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 3:03. 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers has been assessing the damage and destruction all day for us in Lower Manhattan. She joined us now live. Lisa?
Yeah, let me tell you, I'm over here on the West Side Highway at Chambers Street and West Street, and I'm looking down at where the bridge was that once went from Battery Park City into what was once the World Trade Towers, and
Okay, we seem to be having difficulty with the connection with Lisa Evers. We will check back with her throughout the morning, though. Winds News Time 3:04. U.S. officials have begun piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to the attack, aided by an intercept of communications between his supporters and cell phone calls from victims aboard the jetliners before they crashed. Sources say the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County in southern Florida, as well as in Daytona Beach in central Florida. Those locations had links to the suspected bin Laden supporter on the jet communique. Mayor Giuliani's vowing the U.S. will hunt down those responsible for these attacks. The mayor says he witnessed the horror at the World Trade Center.
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this and that we're going to make an example out of them. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of them.
The mayor continues to urge New Yorkers to remain calm and is asking anybody who's downtown to leave the area and move uptown. Winds News Time 3:05. I'm told we're going to get in contact with 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers again. Lisa?
The phone service is really bad in this particular area, but all up and down West Street, there is a massive rescue operation that is still underway. West Street, what we would call the West Side Highway, lined, filled with emergency vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, construction vehicles, and big dump trucks that are taking away rubble from the scene of this World Trade Center disaster. And what's happening right now is they're focusing on an area of a collapse subsequent to the main catastrophe. This was the bridge that went from Battery Park City over to the World Trade Center. That collapsed, and they're concerned that there might be some people on the other side or underneath that. So there are a lot of construction cranes that are down here. It looks like about 5 or 6 of them, and they're trying to chip away at that, pull away pieces of debris, and in order to try and get to the people that they hope are underneath. But the workers that I've been talking to, the EMTs coming out of here who've been digging in this rubble, say that it is just an unimaginably gruesome scene, the details of which I'll spare you. But they just said they have never seen anything like it. There are, of course, far more people dead. There were 2 earlier that came out alive. That gave people a big boost when that happened, is what sources told us. But it's just a full-scale rescue operation that continues. There's no concept of time here. People are just working beyond the limits of human endurance, doing an amazing job trying to get to people who may be alive. And this is going to continue, they say, until every last hope is gone, which won't be for quite some time. Lisa Evers, 1010 Winds, reporting live from West Street in Chambers.
All right, Lisa, thank you. Winds News Time 3:07. Over 300 firefighters at this point. 300 New York City firefighters are missing. Mayor Giuliani says 2 Port Authority cops have been pulled alive from the rubble. That's 2 Port Authority police officers pulled alive from the rubble. The mayor says a couple of hundred more policemen are missing. Now, there's a hotline number for information on firefighters and EMS personnel. That number is 718-999-2541. The hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel, 718-999-2541. Trying to grasp the magnitude of this tragedy, workers at area hospitals with the help of medical crews from across the country are making efforts to save whatever lives they possibly can.
At the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center, that's St. Vincent's Hospital, there's been a slow trickle of patients coming in this evening. Only 327. That's the last official number that was released. The hospital was expecting thousands. Now, among that 327, 57 are police and fire department members who are among the injured. 3 people are also dead. Hospital officials are still hoping that people will be brought in on the overnight and tomorrow for treatment. Now, injuries have ranged from crushing to severe burns, eye lacerations, and then to both smoke and dust inhalation. Most of those brought in this evening have been cops and firemen. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Winds at St. Vincent's Hospital.
Of course, those numbers are all very preliminary. We will not know for some time how many people were actually in the World Trade Center. Winds News Time 3:08. Police say they've gotten calls from people trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Towers. Mayor Giuliani says the number of dead will be in the thousands.
All over lower Manhattan, people ran for their lives, many screaming hysterically, while others watched in disbelief as the 2 burning World Trade Center towers came crumbling down to the ground. Debris settled on everything below Chambers Street. These sanitation workers were among the first people to arrive at the scene. Like so many others, they watched in shock as they witnessed the unthinkable.
The people were jumping out of the buildings. It was a big hole in the building from the first plane. It was a big gashing hole, and they were just falling out, throwing themselves out. You know, they didn't want to die in the flames.
People holding hands when they were going to get burned and just jumped out of the building.
You saw people arm in arm jumping out?
Just holding hands, 8 of them, and just held hands and just came right down the 80 floors.
Every now and then you'd hear gasps from the people watching this incident, and you knew another body was coming down.
When the buildings collapsed, the debris rained down onto the emergency service workers and the people they were treating at the triage centers below, killing dozens, according to several firefighters that we spoke to. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Winds News.
If you are looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 numbers, and I'm going to give you them twice. First number, 866-856-4167. That's 866-856-4167. The other number is 212-741-4626. That's 212-741-4626. Also, the NYPD asks that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled later today. WINS News Time 3:10. CNN is reporting that up to 800 people are missing after the hijacked jetliner crashed into the Pentagon yesterday. Nevertheless, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said the Pentagon is functioning, adding it will be in business later today. Shipments of blood are coming from all across the country into New York City for victims of the World Trade Center attack. The first shipment to arrive by air is due overnight at Teterboro Airport. But the city's issued an urgent plea for help donating blood.
Let me make this clear. Your blood is desperately needed, just not now. The people at the American Red Cross Blood Center say if you're a negative blood type or O positive, you can show up at West 67th in Amsterdam at 8 a.m. Other blood types will be taken later. Volunteer Bonnie Long.
We need volunteers of any kind, social workers, construction, clerical skills, anything. We need you desperately. Drivers.
You can stop by any time to pick up an application. Bob Lemolik, 1010 WINS at Amsterdam Avenue and West 67th Street.
WINS News Time 3:11. Once again, let's check in with Jude Tamillo at Shadow Traffic.
Chris, on the southbound Major Deacon Expressway, we still have all lanes closed off at 230th Street. The southbound Henry Hudson Parkway remains roped off at the Henry Hudson Parkway Bridge. As for the FDR Drive, we are closed in both directions from the Battery Park Underpass out to the UN. And also the West Side Highway is open to traffic in both directions between 14th Street and the George Washington Bridge. The BQE is closed both ways from the Battery Tunnel out to the LIE. And we can see here on the jam cam the inbound Gowanus closed off at the Prospect Expressway. As for some of the East River crossings, the Brooklyn, Manhattan, Williamsburg bridges and Battery Tunnel closed in both directions. You may not go back into Manhattan via the Midtown Tunnel or the 59th Street Bridge, both closed off. Same story on the Triborough Bridge back to Manhattan, all lanes closed. The Throckstack and Whitestone bridges are open in both directions. And coming from Nassau County into Queens, do not use the Long Island Expressway. Stay with the northern or the southern state parkways. The westbound LIE is closed from the Douglaston Parkway straight out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Hudson River crossings, George Washington Bridge outbound upper deck is open to traffic. The lower deck is closed off. And of course, only emergency vehicles are allowed to use the inbound upper level. Lower deck is closed. Holland and Lincoln Tunnel still closed in both directions. As we check in with the 1010 WINS Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, limited path service into New Jersey at this time. Metro North and Long Island Railroad saying they will have a normal schedule for today. All subway service will be suspended south of Canal Street. Staten Island Ferry only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public at least through today. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended for today. And of course, national air traffic remains suspended through at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 WINS.
WINS News Time 3:13. With the attack on the World Trade Center coming during the morning rush, many commuters found themselves stranded when the bridges and tunnels were closed and the subway shut down.
People are milling around on the streets of Brooklyn. They can't get into Manhattan because the subway system has been shut down. Everyone has just about given up trying to get to work, but some people who left Manhattan were kicked off the subway on their way home, like Samantha Carfey of Queens, who was in Lower Manhattan, got out and has been stranded at the Rockaway Avenue subway stop in Brooklyn.
I was there not when they collapsed. I was on the train, but when the planes hit them, and we could feel it in my office. I'm on my way home. I'm trying to get home. I'm in Queens, and I can't even get a phone to call and let my parents know I'm okay.
That's because people can't use their cell phones to call home, so pay phones have big lines. Mona Rivera at 1010 WINS in Brooklyn.
WINS News Time 3:14. It's been a difficult time for everyone. In an emotional news conference, here's New York City Fire Commissioner Tom Von Essen speaking last night.
We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, the mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day.
For information on firefighters and only on firefighters, you can call 718-999-2541. That's for information about firefighters. You can call 718-999-2541. President Bush, who began his day in Florida speaking with school children, ended it at the White House after crisscrossing the country. At various points during the day, the president's location was kept secret as he was flown on Air Force One to Air Force bases in Louisiana and Nebraska. Tuesday evening from the Oval Office, the president spoke.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger.
You're listening to live coverage on 1010 Wins. We'll have more right after this CNN special report.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Lee Guerin. The ruling Taliban in Afghanistan has denied that Osama bin Laden has been responsible for the devastating terrorist attacks in the United States. They said the terrorism was too great for one man to have planned. President Bush is adding new members to the response team, and lots of support is coming in. CNN Radio's John King.
The Transportation Secretary, the Health and Human Services Secretary, the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, they are now directing the government's response. Portable morgue sent up to the streets of New York, a grim sign there. Deployment by the thousands of search and rescue teams, medical personnel around the country.
Rescue efforts are moving at a fast pace because there are victims trapped in the debris who are still alive. Some are using their cell phones to make calls for help. Up to 800 are dead in the Pentagon attack, and officials say the death toll in Manhattan could be in the thousands. This is a CNN radio special report.
WINS News Time 3:16. Rescue workers continue digging for bodies as the city begins to recover from the attack. Lower Manhattan looks like a war zone with bodies lying in the street and blood and steel beams blocking roadways. A hazy brownish gray cloud hanging over the financial district. 1010 WINS reporter Al Jones spoke to some of the people who made it out of the World Trade Center before the towers collapsed.
In the first hour after the explosion and collapse of the Twin Towers, folks like Tom Colden stumbling down the street, covered in ash. He was at his desk on the 64th floor of One World Trade Center when the plane hit and the ceiling came down. What was it like up there on your floor? Was it just pandemonium?
No, it was control. It wasn't until the second explosion that once the lights went out.
Now, Colden credits two firefighters with helping him and others go down the steps and out to safety. Colden only hopes that his two rescuers manage to rescue themselves. Al Jones, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
WINS News Time 3:17. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld made a point of saying he was at the Pentagon, the site of one of the attacks. The nation's defense secretary declared the Pentagon will be in business today. With him was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Henry Shelton, who called those responsible for Tuesday's attacks fanatics and says they will be found.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones.
Secretary Rumsfeld was in his office when the aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon hit the opposite side of the building. He had just run there after having heard of the Trade Center attack. WINS News Time 3:18. CNN producer Rose Arce witnessed the horror of people falling, jumping from the Twin Towers.
I'm about a block away, and there were several people that were hanging out the windows right below where the plane crashed, when suddenly you saw the top of the building start to shake, and people began leaping from the windows. In the north side of the building, you saw two people at first plummet, and then a third one, and then the entire top of the building just blew up, and splinters of debris are falling on the street. Where I'm right now, there's a thick plume of smoke, and you can see crowds of people, including emergency service workers and police officers, running from the scene, screaming, and there's a school nearby where there were kids in the schoolyard. That has been emptied out, and they're running up the street now, too.
Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres, meantime, said today's the attacks were tantamount to a declaration of war.
It was not an attack only upon America, but an attack upon civilization, an attempt to introduce the rules of jungle in our life, not to permit people to fly freely, to walk safely, to be assured at the places they live.
Perez said the terrorist acts were attacks against all of humanity. WINS News Time 3:19. The wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon and was able to call her husband as the plane was being hijacked. Barbara Olson, a familiar face on the cable news channels and a frequent guest on Larry King Live, was a former congressional investigator and aide. Olson was on American Airlines Flight 77 that left Dulles International heading for Los Angeles. CNN correspondent Tim O'Brien has more.
Barbara Olson told Ted the following story, that all the passengers were herded to the back of the plane, including the flight personnel, including the pilot. And the only weapons she mentioned were knives and cardboard cutters. You would think if there were a machine gun or any other kind of gun that she would have mentioned that.
Air traffic across the nation was halted for the first time in history, with the FAA saying ordering all outbound flights to be grounded. The FAA says the ban would not be lifted until at least at the earliest today at noon. You're listening to live coverage of the terrorist attacks against America here on 1010 Wins, WINS, New York.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going?
Yes, that is the second tower. That is the second tower.
A huge form of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
That's how the events played out yesterday on 1010 Wins. Just to recap, Mayor Giuliani says thousands of people are still missing in the World Trade Center and says a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers are listed as missing. He says thousands of people who worked in the Twin Towers also listed as missing. The mayor stopped short of saying the people are feared dead. The mayor witnessed the collapse of one of the towers of the World Trade Center. At one point, says he found himself in danger.
I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
The mayor urging New Yorkers not to act on any feelings of anger and is vowing that those responsible will be tracked down and brought to justice. Wins News Time 3:21, and here's Jude Tamillo with a look at traffic and transit.
All right, Chris, as we check the Hudson River crossings for you here on the Jam Cam, the outbound upper deck of the George Washington Bridge is open to traffic. Only emergency vehicles allowed on the inbound upper level. Holland-Lincoln Tunnel still closed in both directions. As we take a look at the Goethals Bridge, the Bayonne Bridge, the Outer Bridge crossing still all closed into Staten Island. The Brooklyn-bound upper deck of the Verrazano Bridge is closed off, and we also have closures of northbound 440 in the Perth-Amboy area. Also, a lot of the roadways heading into the Hudson River shut down, such as eastbound Route 4 in Englewood, eastbound 46 in Fort Lee. You've got eastbound Route 3 shut down at the Jersey Turnpike. No access from southbound 17 to Route 3. As we check on the West Side Highway, that's open both ways between 14th Street and the George Washington Bridge. We have the FDR Drive closed both ways between the Battery Park Underpass and the UN. Gowanus Expressway closed inbound to the Prospect Expressway. In Queens, the southbound Van Wyck shut down from the Grand Central out to the Nassau Expressway. The westbound LIE shut down out of Nassau straight out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. As we check the 1010 Wins Transit desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service. There is limited PATH service into New Jersey at this time. Metro North and Long Island Railroad saying a normal day for today. Subway service south of Canal Street remains shut down. Staten Island ferry service only open to emergency services and will remain closed to the public at least through today. Alternate side parking rules are suspended for today. And of course, national air traffic remains suspended till at least 12 noon. I'm Jude Tamillo, Shadow Traffic on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 3:23. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone experienced the same frightening moments as thousands of other New Yorkers. He was dangerously close to the World Trade Center during the attack.
Stu Morell of Glen Rock was late for a meeting at the World Trade Center, and so he is alive. I was turned away by a doorman near the World Trade Center minutes before the first tower collapsed. A police helicopter circled that tower as people waved out the windows. Then came the great collapse. The people inside gone. The helicopter gone. Up on Broadway, there was a stampede. Hundreds of us ran from the volcano of bricks and thick, blinding soot. We went into a building where the dust was so thick and the hall was so crowded, it seemed only a matter of minutes before we would all die. We didn't. Someone found the door and we got out into what looked like nuclear winter, 3 to 4 inches of soot, with people gasping for air, crying, walking around in shock. John Montone, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News Time 3:24. President Bush asked the nation to find comfort in Scripture as he mourned the deaths of thousands of Americans, saying, "Today our nation saw evil." In his first primetime Oval Office address, Bush said the United States would find and punish those behind these evil acts and do the same to any country that harbors them. Victor Levine, a political science professor at Washington University in St. Louis, is also an expert on suspected terror mastermind Osama bin Laden, who is the key suspect at this point in time. He says while we don't know who carried out the terror attacks, the overall plan has the hallmark of bin Laden. He also says the U.S. must be very careful in how it retaliates.
You don't retaliate until you have an address. This one doesn't have an address yet. We're not quite sure, who was involved, what was involved, how many were involved. We're not even sure that it was Osama bin Laden, although he's the most likely suspect.
Levine says a government like Iraq would have had no problem finding willing pilots to carry out such attacks. He says bin Laden has the money to finance such an attack and says bin Laden inherited hundreds of millions of dollars from his Saudi father and has access to that money since he's been sheltered by Afghanistan. The United States says bin Laden was behind the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, as well as the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Africa, as well as last year's bombing of the USS Cole. WINS News Time 3:25. There will be no school for children in New York City today.
New York City schools will not reopen until at least Thursday to give principals and staff members time to develop grief counseling and crisis intervention teams. Kids who lost someone in the tragedy or were traumatized will have a chance to talk about it with trained counselors when they come back. Tevin Taylor, a 9-year-old whose school in Brooklyn is not far from the Twin Towers, saw smoke filling his classroom, waited 4 hours for his mom to come and get him. And was he glad to see her?
When I saw her, I cheered, and then I went to my mother. I hugged her, and then I hugged her.
And you hugged him? Oh, yeah, I gave him a big hug and kiss, squeezed his ears like I normally do. So it was a relief.
Now with a day off, schools are urging parents to talk with their kids about this tragedy. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time 3:26. 1010 WINS reporter Sandy Klein has been out with rescue workers in New Jersey.
The Jersey City Medical Center is a level 2 trauma center and, of course, was called upon in the aftermath of the tragedy at the World Trade Center to take care of some of the wounded. 143 people were seen, 21 of them admitted. All came by ferry across the Hudson and then were taken by ambulance to the facility where the auditorium became the minor injury treatment room, and the library was turned into kind of a center for the less wounded who could talk and meet with counselors. And the director of social work and case management said that some New York City cops and firefighters who weren't physically injured but were clearly traumatized have been receiving counseling. The facility went on Code 1 alert, and that's for external disasters. At one point during the day, 20 ambulances from around the area went back into New York City to try and bring patients or the wounded back across the Hudson, but they were not able to get close to the site of the tragedy. Sandy Klein, 1010 WINS News at the Jersey City Medical Center.
WINS News Time 3:27. 1010 WINS reporter Al Jones spoke to some of the people who managed to make it out of the World Trade Center before the towers collapsed.
The world's largest office complex now reduced to a pile of rubble, changing lives forever. Eugene Foti was at work inside One World Trade Center and says he ran for his life. Now he's mad.
To me, I'm like, if I'm George Bush, all-out war. I mean, I know these guys are, this is a holy war. They're not afraid to die, but you got to put these guys out of the misery one way or another. This is incredible. You can't stand for this in the United States.
And while some share Foti's anger, many are just in a state of shock, scared that what was once unthinkable happened twice. Al Jones, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
WINS News Time 3:28. If you've got information about the terrorist attacks, you're urged to contact the FBI via a website. The site is www.ifccfbi.gov. That website, once again, www.ifccfbi.gov. You can also call them 1-866-483-5137, 1-888-483-5137. A partial list of New York City closings for today in response to the attack. Normal service expected on the Long Island Railroad, as we've been hearing from Shadow Traffic. Normal service also expected on the Metro-North Railroad. The Metropolitan Museum of Art will be closed to visitors and staff. All facilities of the New York Public Library will be closed. Classes canceled across the city. All offices will be closed except for essential staff. The New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ stock market, and the American Stock Exchange will all be closed. State courts and federal courts will all be closed. All Manhattan courts and court offices will be closed. Court offices in other boroughs will be closed except for emergency services. Employees should stay home unless contacted. Jurors should not report for duty in New York City today. New York City public and parochial schools will be closed. The Empire State Building will be closed. All business below 14th Street in Manhattan will be closed, including on Wall Street. WINS News Time 3:29. We're now a few hours after the attack in the World Trade Center, and ferries and private boats continue to disgorge walking wounded and evacuees who somehow managed to escape injury onto the shores of Jersey City across the river. Center's been set up there, as well as other centers throughout the city. You're listening to coverage on 1010 Wins of the terrorist attack on American soil here on 1010 Wins, WINS New York, an Infinity broadcasting station. More after this special coverage from CNN.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Maria Boynton. The walking wounded, hundreds of them are still being taken from New York City to New Jersey for medical treatment. Hundreds of police and firefighters who responded to the World Trade Center before the towers collapsed are missing. A third hijacked plane hit the Pentagon, where officials say the number killed could range from 100 to 800. Investigators are working the crash scene of the fourth plane.
Pennsylvania state troopers tonight have the crash site secured, treating it for the moment as a crime scene. Yesterday afternoon, the FBI clearly taking charge of the investigation. According to people in the area, the plane was flying at a very low altitude when there was a rush of engine noise. At that time, the plane then turned and plunged at a 45-degree angle, crashing into a field which is part of a strip mining operation near the town here of Shanksville.
CNN Radio's David Mattingly. This is a CNN Radio special report. An aircraft carrier and at least a dozen ships with guided missiles have been deployed to secure the U.S. West Coast and Hawaii. Navy officials saying the ships are ready to respond to any tasks in support of national defense. Governor Frank Keating is upset by reports of gas price gouging in Oklahoma, where the price of unleaded gasoline is as high as $5 a gallon.
Any station that is charging an excessive price for gas is gouging, and there is no reason for that.
The price for a gallon of gas fluctuated between $4 and $5 in Indianapolis. In portions of the Southeast, long lines were reported at gas stations. The shows won't go on Broadway and in Los Angeles. The Emmy Awards ceremonies are indefinitely postponed, and box offices shut down after the attacks. California and Florida amusement parks also closed their gates. I'm Maria Boynton. This is the CNN Radio Network.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
You can't find anybody from 5 rescues or 7 squads. It's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. The fire department will recover, but I don't know.
Good morning, I'm Chris Riley. Once again, to recap for you, 4 commercial flights were hijacked yesterday. 2 of the planes crashed into the Twin Towers, causing their eventual collapse. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and the 4th went down about 85 miles outside of Pittsburgh. The rescue and recovery effort really just beginning to get underway. It was simply too dangerous earlier for crews to go into the area of the tower collapses. So as of now, we really have no idea as to any definitive numbers. Let's get an update now on traffic and transit with Jude Tamillo.
Well, Chris, traffic right now is still being kept out of Manhattan at the Hudson and East River crossings. You will not be able to use many of the access roads to them. The George Washington Bridge does have traffic moving on the outbound upper deck. The inbound side is available only to emergency equipment. It looks like the Lincoln and Holland tunnels stay shut. If you are at the Whitestone and Throgsneck bridges, they are open between Queens and the Bronx. However, the Triborough Bridge is closed heading down into Manhattan, as are the Midtown Tunnel and the Battery Tunnel, also the bridges from Brooklyn in. Now, traffic coming in through Queens still being confined to the westbound side of the Grand Central Parkway. I can see with the expanded 1010 Wins Jam Cam network, nobody going along the westbound LIE at this time. The Belt Parkway West is closed at JFK. Traffic is being diverted onto the service road, and the southbound Van Wyck Expressway remains closed from the Grand Central Parkway right down to the Nassau Expressway by JFK Airport. Traffic in New Jersey being kept off eastbound Route 80, approaching where it merges with Route 95. You're detoured onto the local streets in Fort Lee. Route 4, 46, 3, and 1 and 9 remain closed as they approach the Hudson River as well. The New Jersey transit system has limited New York City service being proposed for today. There's also going to be limited path service to New York. Metro North will be operating on a Saturday schedule for today, but they may be resuming normal service sometime later. The LIRR says they are back to full service. The subways south of Canal Street are shut down. The Staten Island Ferry only open to emergency service personnel. Alternate side parking rules will be suspended today. And, of course, national air traffic is suspended till at least noontime. More shadow traffic and transit in 10 minutes on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 3:34. Mayor Giuliani was hopeful last night that there were survivors within the rubble. The mayor and police commissioner confirmed police had received cell phone calls from people trapped inside the rubble. They also said that 2 Port Authority police officers were pulled from the debris alive. Earlier, Mayor Giuliani himself almost got trapped in a nearby building.
We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, and we were on the phone talking to the governor of the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
And the mayor is urging people not to come into New York City unless it's absolutely necessary.
If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that.
Lower Manhattan will be closed off to everybody except for essential personnel and residents. The mayor says the city will be open north of 14th Street. WINS News Time 3:36. 300 members of the New York City Fire Department are missing. Among those lost in the disaster were First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan and Peter Gonchi, Chief of Department. New York City Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen spoke about his fallen colleagues.
Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this.
To find information on missing firefighters, call 718-999-2541. To find information on missing firefighters, call 718-999-2541. Here in New York City, word that public and parochial schools will be closed today.
Students are being told to stay home from New York City schools until at least Thursday. But principals, assistant principals, psychologists, and social workers have to report to work to develop a plan for when the kids come back. Schools plan to have grief counselors on hand for any student who needs it and for trauma counseling. Tevin Taylor of PS 58 near Court Street in Brooklyn was close enough to the World Trade Center to be affected by this tragedy.
So they told me that in Manhattan there was a building that was on fire.
And the smoke was going to come into your classrooms. It was filling your classrooms? We were that close, huh?
Yeah, the smoke was going to come in our classroom, but we closed the window door.
Other kids lost loved ones in this tragedy or know people who were injured. A lot for them to digest, and counselors will be on hand when they come back to school on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010, WINS News.
WINS News Time 3:37. President Bush began his day in Florida yesterday speaking with school children and ended it at the White House after having crisscrossed the country, moving locations throughout the day for his own personal safety. Air Force One touched down in Washington about 7 o'clock last night, and shortly afterward, the president went on live television to address the nation.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
The president said terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but they cannot shake the foundation of America. He also said our military is powerful and prepared, that our first priority to get help to the injured and to protect our citizens from further attacks. He says the search is underway for those behind these evil acts, in that he'll make no distinction between the terrorists and those who might harbor them. WINS News Time 3:38. The president's words were reiterated by other federal officials. Here's Attorney General John Ashcroft.
These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice.
Joint Chiefs of Staff General Henry Shelton.
Today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country.
Between 100 and 800 people are estimated to be dead in the attack on the Pentagon. WINS News Time 3:39. While thousands of Palestinians celebrated the attacks, Yasser Arafat has deplored them. Many Palestinians were handing out candy in celebration of what some have called a sweet situation. 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum was in Lower Manhattan just moments after the two planes smashed into the Twin Towers.
The landscape of New York forever changed at the hands of terrorists. This horrible tragedy has touched anyone and everyone in and around the New York City area. Roy Anderson was among the many people with medical training who rushed to the scene of the disaster after the buildings collapsed. But when he got there, he found that there was not much more that he could do.
There's no sign of life. There's no... It's just going to be bodies coming out, if they can even do that. I mean, there's like, looks like a Hollywood set. There's the World Trade Center now consists of just some spires going up about 25 feet, and the rest is rubble. It's like pictures of Europe in the war.
His story, one of thousands of similar stories that will no doubt be told over and over again for the weeks to come. When the two buildings collapsed, the debris fell upon those working at the triage centers at the ground level below at the World Trade Center. Many of the rescue workers were killed as they were trying to tend to the injured people who were hurt when the planes originally crashed into the buildings. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins News.
You're listening to live coverage on 1010 Wins of the terrorist attack on America.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky.
Word there are people alive in the rubble at what is left of the World Trade Center. Good morning, I'm Chris Riley, and this is continuous live coverage on 1010 Wins of the terrorist attacks that took down the Twin Towers and hit the Pentagon as well. We really have yet to witness the full impact of the tragedy that's most likely killed and injured possibly thousands, but there is word from the mayor and police commissioner there are people alive in the rubble. They say they know this because the police have received telephone calls on cell phones from people who are trapped who've called them on their phones. Wins News Time 3:41. Let's get an update now on traffic and transit around the city with Rick Forrest.
Well, Chris, traffic remains off limits at all the bridges and tunnels leading into Manhattan from New Jersey and the outer boroughs. If you are trying to get out of the city, you can use the George Washington Bridge to New Jersey, but only the upper deck. The inbound side is being reserved for emergency vehicles. Traffic right now on eastbound Route 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike where they merge. Traffic is being forced off to the local streets in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 4 remains closed in Englewood. Route 46 closed in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 3 closed at the New Jersey Turnpike. If you're on the New Jersey Turnpike, you cannot get off or onto exit 13 for the outer bridge crossing. Northbound Route 1 and 9 closed at the Pulaski Skyway. The Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike that goes to the Holland Tunnel is closed. In the Bronx, the southbound Major Deegan Expressway shut down at 233rd Street. The Henry Hudson Parkway is closed at the Henry Hudson Bridge on the southbound side. And Manhattan's east and west sides affected. The FDR Drive and West Side highways both closed both directions south of 125th Street. Brooklyn, I can see with the Panasonic Jam Cam inbound Gowanus Expressway. Everybody off at the Prospect Expressway and both directions the BQE closed right from the Battery Tunnel split to the LIE. The Battery Tunnel itself is closed to Manhattan, as are all the Queens crossings as well. The westbound Belt Parkway closed at JFK Airport. Traffic is being forced to the Service Road. The southbound Van Wyck Expressway is closed from the Grand Central Parkway to the Nassau Expressway. New Jersey Transit will have limited New York City service today. Also limited service on PATH trains to New York. Metro North says they'll be on a Saturday schedule, both directions, but they may resume normal service sometime today. The LIRR should be on full service, according to them. The subways south of Canal Street are shut down. Staten Island Ferry only open to emergency service personnel. Alternate side parking rules suspended citywide today. National air traffic has been suspended till at least 12 noon. More shadow traffic and transit in 10 minutes on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 3:43. To recap yesterday's events, two hijacked aircraft with passengers on board crashed into the two World Trade Center towers. The first crash happened shortly before 9 o'clock in the morning, and then 18 minutes later, the second one. At 10 o'clock, the South Tower came tumbling down, and at 10:28, the North Tower also came down. And shortly before 5:30 yesterday afternoon, building number 7, that's a 47-story building in the World Trade Center complex, crashed as well because of fire resulting from the earlier explosions. 1010 Wins reporter Lisa Evers was at the scene of all the destruction in Lower Manhattan.
A massive rescue operation was launched to try and find survivors of this disaster. Firefighters, police, and EMTs like Yossi Stern worked long hours through the dusty rubble, painstakingly looking for anyone who might be alive.
As I was walking to assist in removing two bodies,
I found under just 2 pieces of metal, we found some arms and legs.
He says the impact of what he experienced has not yet set in.
I think I'm still in shock. I don't think I really believe. I'm just working on adrenaline.
All concept of time was lost as these heroic rescuers risked danger to their lives in order to have a chance to save another. Lisa Evers, 1010 Wins at Chambers and West Street.
Wins News Time 3:44. Although Mayor Giuliani was hopeful there were survivors in the rubble, the mayor did confirm we've lost a number of the city's top fire officials. The mayor is asking people to stay home tomorrow if you don't need to come into the city. He says the city will be open, however, north of 14th Street today, rather. You're listening to live coverage of the terrorist attack on America here on 1010 Wins WINS New York.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Lee Guerin. The Navy's Pacific Fleet Tuesday deployed an aircraft carrier and at least a dozen ships with guided missiles to protect the west coast of the United States and Hawaii. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll was taken Tuesday evening on what you're feeling about the horrific terrorist acts on U.S. soil. Michael Jones reports.
The vast majority of Americans consider the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon as acts of war, but only 21% are calling for an immediate military strike on terrorist organizations before the U.S. identifies which ones are responsible for Tuesday's events. Most think that those attacks were just the first stage in a sustained terrorist campaign that will continue in the next few weeks. Michael Jones, CNN Radio, Atlanta.
Firefighters are still pouring water on what's left of the World Trade Center buildings following their collapse. The death toll in New York may reach into the thousands. Up to 800 may be dead at the Pentagon. This is a CNN Radio special report.
Wins News Time 3:46. New York City public schools will be closed today, as will Catholic schools in the city. However, schools Chancellor Harold Levy is asking principals, guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, and crisis teams to report to work to prepare plans to respond to the tragedy. Mr. Levy says that work will include coordinating crisis intervention and to arrange for grief counseling and other support services as well. 1010 Wins reporter Carol Dioria spoke with a teacher from a city school who was faced with the task of explaining this to her young students.
For an adult, this terrorist attack can leave you speechless and angry. But imagine if you're a child. Sonia Zweimer is a teacher at St. Ignatius Loyola Elementary School on Park Avenue and 84th Street in Manhattan. And she spent her day trying to explain to the children what happened.
They were confused. They didn't really understand what was going on. They were sad and concerned about people who worked in the building. A lot of them have parents, aunts, uncles, just friends, family that work in the building. So they were confused and scared and worried.
And she looked absolutely drained from the day as she walked off the Brooklyn Bridge. By the way, city Catholic schools are closed Wednesday. Carol Dioria, 1010 Wins in Brooklyn.
Wins News Time 3:47. President Bush arrived back at the White House around 7 o'clock last night. The president was ushered around to various spots across the country to ensure his safety. The president addressed the nation just after 8:30 last evening and said the images of what happened have filled us with sadness and anger, but that the terrorists have failed because our country is strong.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could.
The president said terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but they cannot shake the foundation of America. The president says nobody will keep our nation's light from shining. Bush asked for the nation's prayers for those who grieve and quoted Psalm 23. He says none of us will forget this day, but we go forward to defend our freedom. Wins News Time 3:48. In a briefing from Washington, other officials also vowed to track down and root out the terrorists who carried out the attacks. General Henry Shelton is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
He said the full resources of the Department of Justice are being deployed to investigate the attacks and says despite the attack on the Pentagon building, it will be open for business today. The FAA said earlier no planes will fly anywhere in the country until at least noon later today. Wins News Time 3:49. Once again, Mayor Giuliani said he's hopeful there were survivors among the debris. City officials confirmed the police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the World Trade Center rubble. They also said 2 police officers had been pulled out alive. But they spoke of fatalities as well. More on that now from 1010 Wins reporter Glenn Schuck.
The fire department is mourning the potential loss of some 300 firefighters, including several top brass that may have been lost fighting this fire. Among them, Deputy Chief Ray Downey, Deputy Chaplain Father Michael Judge, Chief of Department Peter Ganchi, and First Deputy Commissioner Bill Feehan. Commissioner Thomas Von Essen devastated by this loss.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
And Police Commissioner Carrick says the NYPD is searching for 32 of their own lost somewhere in the debris. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins at the Mayor's Command Center.
Wins News Time 3:50. No school today for New York City school children.
New York City schools will be closed for at least one day in the wake of the World Trade Center attack, but not closed for everyone. Principals, assistant principals, psychologists, social workers all have been told to report to work to develop a grief counseling and crisis intervention plan. That's because some kids saw the World Trade Center towers collapse. Others, like 9-year-old Tevin Taylor of PS 58 in Court Street in Brooklyn, may have been traumatized. He saw smoke filling his classroom and immediately felt scared.
I was thinking about my mother, that if she's okay at work, because of the smoke spread around everywhere because of the wind.
You saw the smoke and heard what was going on?
Well, I haven't heard what was going on, but the janitor at school, he said to close the windows because the smoke, it will come in.
This is the kind of memory affecting school kids which may require counseling, so crisis teams will be on hand when schools reopen on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News Time 3:51. Let's find out now what's going on in terms of traffic in and out of the city at this time. We get a report from Shadow Traffic's Rick Forrest.
Well, Chris, as you might imagine, no traffic being allowed into Manhattan from either the outer boroughs or from New Jersey. If you're heading towards the Lincoln Tunnel, Holland Tunnel, or George Washington Bridge, you'll be diverted off well before you get there. Roads like routes 4, 80, 95, 3, and so forth. 1 and 9 also over the Pulaski Skyway and the New Jersey Turnpike's Hudson Bay extension. They are all shut down for the moment. No traffic back to New Jersey at the Holland and Lincoln tunnels. You can get to New Jersey at the George Washington Bridge. In fact, I can see with the expanded 1010 Wins Jam Cam network, traffic moving fairly smoothly over the Harlem River. And in the background, the George Washington Bridge, everybody diverted to the upper deck. No traffic, though, I see underneath on the Major Deegan Expressway. That is shut down on the southbound side of 233rd Street. The Henry Hudson Parkway is closed at the Henry Hudson Bridge. Once you reach Manhattan, or if you're driving in Manhattan right now, don't head to the far east or west sides. The FDR Drive and West Side Highway both closed down south of 125th Street. In Brooklyn, the inbound Gowanus Expressway remains diverted off the highway at the Prospect Expressway. Both directions of the BQE closed after that, right off the Battery Tunnel split up to the LIE. The Belt Parkway stays closed westbound to JFK Airport. Traffic diverted to the Service Road. You can't get down to JFK either on the southbound Van Wyck. That is closed starting at the Grand Central Parkway. As in addition to the Hudson River crossings being closed, the Triborough Bridge is closed to Manhattan. Throgs Neck and Whitestone Bridges stay open. Queensboro Bridge, Midtown Tunnel, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg Bridges are closed, as is the Battery Tunnel. And the Staten Island-bound Goethals, Bayonne, and Outer Bridge crossings are also closed down to traffic. At the 1010 Wins Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit reporting limited New York City service for today, limited path service as well to New York. Metro North says they'll be operating on a Saturday schedule, so check those timetables of yours. They'll resume normal service probably sometime today, however. LIRR says they are on a full service schedule. The subways south of Canal Street are shut down. The Staten Island Ferry is only open to emergency services personnel. Alternate side parking rules are suspended for today citywide, obviously, and also the national air traffic has been suspended till at least noon. More Shadow Traffic and Transit in 10 minutes on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 3:53. Once again, just to recap for you, 4 commercial flights were hijacked yesterday. 2 of the planes crashed into the Twin Towers, causing their eventual collapse. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, and the 4th went down about 85 miles outside of Pittsburgh. The rescue and recovery efforts really just beginning to get underway. Tuesday, it was simply too dangerous for crews to go into the area of the tower collapses, so as of now, we really have no idea just how many people were killed in what is undoubtedly the worst attack against the United States in the history of our nation. WINS News Time 3:54. 1010 WINS reporter Juliet Papa was in Lower Manhattan Tuesday morning talking with eyewitnesses.
Will Phillips and Anthony Zaccardo were right across the street when the first tower toppled.
We went there. It fell down like a stack of cards, house of cards. You had glass shattering, and we're coming down straight. All this glass was coming down. The top was just literally going right into the ground, and stuff was falling out. It looked like it was going to fall right on top here.
They ran and managed to get towels from a nearby gym to cover their faces. Others who saw the rubble described it as looking like World War III. Death and destruction everywhere. Juliet Papa, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
And here's 1010 WINS reporter Al Jones.
A huge pile of rubble where once was the world's largest office building complex. Eugene Foti was inside the Twin Towers when the first plane struck. He was outside when the first tower fell.
As soon as the top dropped, the bottom just came with it. And it was just, my assumption is I didn't hear an explosion from the bottom, but from seeing the impact of the plane come in, crash into it crashed in the middle of the building. And that's what I'm assuming caused structural damage for it to bring down the rest of the building. But it's just a fact that I've done something straight out of the movie.
And it's also something that Foti and others look at with shock and wonderment. They now look down the street and see nothing. The majestic landmarks now reduced to rubble. Al Jones, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
WINS News Time 3:55. At various points, the only way you could get out or into the city was by walking over a bridge. 1010 WINS reporter Carol Dioria has more.
The weary look on some of the faces of folks as they walk off the Brooklyn Bridge is in itself upsetting to see. The most pained look is on the faces of some of the volunteers. People like Brian Ramos and Ramik Mack. They had been working at a construction site on 14th Street when they just dropped what they were doing when the attack occurred, and they started to walk south to help.
It's nothing that you do for glory. You do because you feel it in your heart.
We must have built at least I would say 200-300 stretchers. And they're still being made. And those stretchers, I don't really think they're going to be for pulling out anyone that's alive.
So they actually got pretty close, and it was really upsetting to see the number of dead bodies. It was overwhelming. Carol Dioria, 1010 WINS at the foot of the Brooklyn Bridge in Brooklyn.
WINS News Time 3:56. 1010 WINS reporter Sandy Klein was with some of the rescue workers who helped the injured into New Jersey.
Jersey City Medical Center went on Code 1 alert this morning. That's for an external disaster, and what a disaster it was. Patients were ferried to this facility. They were taken across the Hudson, and then ambulances picked them up on the Jersey City side. The building's auditorium turned into the minor injury treatment room. One of the emergency room doctors who had been treating patients said this is the worst catastrophe she's ever seen. Lynn McFarland is the director of public affairs for the hospital, and she talks about how the facility pulled itself together.
Well, when we first heard about the disaster, we knew that we had to pull all of our personnel together. We put our Code 1 in alert and called in all of our medical staff as well as support staff. We're just all working together, from our webmaster signing up people coming in to volunteers coming in from the community as well as our regular volunteers.
Most of the patients here were treated for smoke inhalation, burns, upper body contusions. 143 people have been seen at this facility. Sandy Klein, 1010 WINS News at the Jersey City Medical Center.
New York's two senators, Schumer and Clinton, vow to help in any way possible. Senator Schumer spoke to President Bush. Senator Clinton vowed that those responsible will be caught.
To the families of those who may have losses, and so many calls we received today from people who couldn't find loved ones, didn't know where they were. We feel your pain. I know for an hour I couldn't find my daughter, whose high school is in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
There is absolutely no need for anyone anywhere to panic. This has been carried out in an orderly and effective manner, but we have a lot of work ahead of us, and that work includes the identifying of those who are responsible for this cowardly and evil act and holding them accountable wherever they might be, however long it would take.
WINS News Time 3:58, and with the city's emergency service personnel stretched to the brink, Governor Pataki called out the National Guard.
It's obviously a horrific attack, but the focus has to be on helping those whose lives are at risk, helping to make sure we take every possible security step for those who are looking to leave the area and to get assistance to those who are still injured. That's the focus at this point.
And the governor has issued a statement, which I'll read for you now. Quote, "We pray for the children who will go to bed this evening without their mothers and fathers, for the mothers and fathers who've lost the children they loved, and for the husbands and wives who will return to empty homes. We pray for the firefighters, police officers, and rescue workers who tragically died while committing extraordinary acts of heroism," unquote. Wins News Time 3:59. Now for the investigation. American officials began piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to the worst terrorist attacks in U.S. history, aided by an intercept of communications between Osama bin Laden's supporters and harrowing cell phone calls from victims aboard the jets before they crashed. Authorities are focusing some of their efforts on possible bin Laden supporters in Florida based on the identification of a hijacker in one of the manifests of the 4 jets that crashed. The sources said the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County in South Florida and Daytona Beach in Central Florida. The locations had links to the suspected bin Laden supporter on the jet communique. You're listening to live coverage here on 1010 Wins of the terrorist attacks against America here on 1010 Wins, WINS New York, an Infinity broadcasting station.
The building fell. The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh, my God.
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going down?
Yes, that is the second. That is the second tower. That is the second tower.
It's a huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
That's how the events played out here on 1010 Wins yesterday morning. Good morning, I'm Chris Riley. In the most devastating terrorist onslaught ever waged against America, knife-wielding hijackers crashed 2 airliners into the World Trade Center, toppling the Twin Towers. The deadly calamity was witnessed as another plane slammed into the Pentagon and a 4th crashed outside of Pittsburgh.
As many as 300 firefighters have been lost, at least 32 police officers missing, scores of Port Authority employees missing, potentially thousands of Trade Center occupants dead. The mayor said he has now spoken to the families of some of the fire department brass confirmed dead, and he had this to tell them.
Explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do, and I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them.
Fire Commissioner Tom Van Essen, filled with grief, could barely speak about his lost friends at the press briefings. The mayor will again brief the press and the public in the morning as the recovery effort continues all night. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins at the Mayor's Command Center.
And establishing the death toll could take weeks. The 4 airliners alone had 266 people aboard, and there were no known survivors on those planes. Wins News Time 4:01. Let's get an update now on traffic and transit. Here's with Shadow Traffic's Rick Forrest. Rick?
Well, Chris, traffic is starting to open up in some of the boroughs right now. We're getting word that the Major Deegan Expressway has been reopened in the Bronx. Southbound side had been stopped earlier at 233rd Street. It looks like the Henry Hudson Parkway may be opening up again, as all traffic before had been diverted off at the Henry Hudson Bridge. Traffic in Queens moving again on the westbound LIE from the Nassau line on out, but you still cannot use the Midtown Tunnel or any of the other Queens or Brooklyn crossings to get to Manhattan. All the bridges and tunnels heading into Manhattan appear to be shut down, Hudson River crossings included, with one exception. You can get to New Jersey at the George Washington Bridge. You'll be diverted to the upper deck, but you do have access. Do not go to the Lincoln or Holland tunnels. Traffic in New Jersey proper, eastbound Route 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike closed where they merged. Traffic diverted over to the Fort Lee locals. Eastbound Route 4 closed in Englewood. The Palisades Parkway South is closed at exit 2. You're diverted on to 9W. Route 46 is closed east in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 3 closed at the New Jersey Turnpike. Northbound Route 1 and 9 closed at the Pulaski Skyway. The Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike that goes to the Holland Tunnel is closed, and Route 440 going north is diverted off to the local streets in Perth Amboy. In Manhattan, the FDR Drive and West Side Highway both remain off limits south of 125th Street, and that's for both directions. Brooklyn, the inbound Gowanus Expressway closed off at the Prospect Expressway. Nobody allowed on the BQE after that, with directions closed from the Battery Tunnel split up to the LIE. The Belt Parkway going west, westbound side at the JFK Airport, traffic diverted to the Service Highway. The Triborough Bridge is closed to Manhattan, but the Throgs Neck and Whitestone bridges do remain open in both directions. The Staten Island-bound Goethals, Bayonne, and Outer Bridge crossings all will remain closed. At the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, first of all, no air traffic, commercial air traffic today till at least noontime. New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, as does PATH trains to New York. Metro North will be operating on a Saturday schedule today. They'll resume normal service sometime later on today. LIRR with full service. The subways south of Canal Street are shut down. The Staten Island ferry is only open to emergency service personnel, and alternate side parking rules are suspended. More shadow traffic in transit in 10 minutes on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 4:04. 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers spent much of the day down at Lower Manhattan assessing the damage, and she joined us now.
The firefighters, police officers, and EMTs who braved the dangers to search for survivors in the dusty rubble of this catastrophe hope to save lives, but in many cases it was just too late.
I found a burned foot, which we bagged. I found a female hand with a gold ring on it.
EMT Yossi Stern says the grim reality of what they had to do was soon painfully obvious.
Bagging several bodies. One was a female that had, you could tell by the nail polish, that she was female, and then there was a man right beside her.
He says the only way he made it through the long, grueling hours was adrenaline and the hope of finding someone alive. Lisa Evers, 1010 Winds at Chambers and West Street.
Winds News Time 4:05. U.S. officials have begun piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to the attack. Authorities are focusing some of their efforts on possible bin Laden supporters in Florida. That information based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests of the 4 jets that crashed. The sources said the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County in southern Florida, as well as Daytona Beach in central Florida. Those locations have links to the suspected bin Laden supporter on the jet communique. Mayor Giuliani's vowing the U.S. will hunt down those responsible for the attacks. The mayor says he witnessed the horror at the World Trade Center.
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this, and that we're going to make an example out of them. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of it.
Mayor continues to urge New Yorkers to stay calm, and he's asking anybody who's downtown to leave that area and to move uptown. Winds News Time 4:06. Trying to grasp the magnitude of the tragedy, workers at area hospitals with the help of medical personnel from across the country are making efforts to save whatever lives they can.
At the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center, that's St. Vincent's Hospital, there's been a slow trickle of patients coming in this evening. Only 327. That's the last official number that was released. The hospital was expecting thousands. Now, among that 327, 57 are police and fire department members who are among the injured. 3 people are also dead. Hospital officials are still hoping that people will be brought in on the overnight and tomorrow for treatment. Now, injuries have ranged from crushing to severe burns, eye lacerations, and then to both smoke and dust inhalation. Most of those brought in this evening have been cops and firemen. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Winds at St. Vincent's Hospital.
If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 new numbers, and they are 866-856-4167. That number again, 866-856-4167, or 212-741-4626. And that number again, 212-741-4626. Police say they've gotten calls from people trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Towers. Mayor Giuliani says the number of dead could rise into the thousands.
All over Lower Manhattan, people ran for their lives, many screaming hysterically, while others watched in disbelief as the 2 burning World Trade Center towers came crumbling down to the ground. Debris settled on everything below Chambers Street. These sanitation workers were among the first people to arrive at the scene. Like so many others, they watched in shock as they witnessed the unthinkable.
The people were jumping out of the buildings. It was a big hole in the building from the first plane. It was a big gashing hole, and they were just falling out, throwing themselves out. You know, they didn't want to die in the flames.
There was people holding hands when they were going to get burned and just jumped out of the building.
You saw people arm in arm jumping out?
Just holding hands, 8 of them, and just held hands and just came right down on 80
Every
floors.
now and then you'd hear gasps from the people watching this incident, and you knew another body was coming down.
When the buildings collapsed, the debris rained down onto the emergency service workers and the people they were treating at the triage centers below, killing dozens, according to several firefighters that we spoke to. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time 4:08. CNN's reporting that up to 800 people are missing after the hijacked jetliner crashed into the Pentagon yesterday. CNN quotes a Pentagon spokesman as saying between 100 and 800 Pentagon staff are missing and feared injured or dead. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the Pentagon is functioning, though, adding it will be in business later today. WINS News Time 4:09. Shipments of blood are coming into New York City from all over the country for victims of the World Trade Center attack. The first shipment was due to arrive overnight at Teterboro Airport from Denver.
Let me make this clear. Your blood is desperately needed, just not now. The people at the American Red Cross Blood Center say if you're a negative blood type or O positive, you can show up at West 67th in Amsterdam at 8 a.m. Other blood types will be taken later. Volunteer Bonnie Long.
We need volunteers of any kind, social workers, construction, clerical skills, anything. We need you desperately. Drivers.
You can stop by any time to pick up an application. Baltimore 1010 WINS at Amsterdam Avenue and West 67th Street.
With the attack coming during the morning rush hour, many commuters found themselves stranded when the bridges and tunnels were closed and the subway was shut down.
People are milling around on the streets of Brooklyn. They can't get into Manhattan because the subway system has been shut down. Everyone has just about given up trying to get to work, but some people who left Manhattan were kicked off the subway on their way home, like Samantha Carfey of Queens, who was in Lower Manhattan, got out and has been stranded at the Rockaway Avenue subway stop in Brooklyn.
I was there not when they collapsed. I was on the train, but when the planes hit them, and we could feel it in my office. I'm on my way home. I'm trying to get home. I'm in Queens, and I can't even get a phone to call and let my parents know I'm okay.
That's because people can't use their cell phones to call home, so pay phones have big lines. Mona Rivera at 1010 WINS in Brooklyn.
It's been a difficult time for everybody, no doubt. In an emotional news conference, here's New York City Fire Commissioner Tom Von Essen speaking with the mayor last night.
We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, the mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day.
President Bush, who began his day in Florida speaking with school children, ended it at the White House after having crisscrossed the country at various points during the day. The president's location was kept a secret as he was flown on Air Force One to bases in Louisiana and Nebraska. Last night from the Oval Office, the president said the United States was attacked because our country is a beacon of freedom. The president said, quote, today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature. WINS News Time 4:11. Let's go over to Rick Forrest to Shadow Traffic again for traffic and transit.
Well, Chris, traffic remains basically off limits at the Hudson and East River crossings going into Manhattan. If you are going back to New Jersey, you are able to use the upper level of the George Washington Bridge. Everybody else is being held up well before you get to these bridge and tunnel crossings. In Manhattan proper, basically no travel south of 14th Street. Most of the buildings there will be closed down. Only emergency vehicles permitted on many of the area roadways. So it's going to be a very tough commute downtown, obviously. Traffic right now on the FDR Drive and West Side Highway also off limits. Both directions, all lanes closed south of 125th Street down to the Battery, and that, of course, except for emergency vehicles. In Brooklyn, both directions of the Gowanus Expressway BQE combination closed down from the Battery Tunnel up to the Brooklyn Bridge. It looks like things have opened up north of that. Traffic currently in New Jersey closed down eastbound Route 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike where they merge. Traffic is being forced to the local streets in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 4 is closed in Englewood. Route 46 East is closed in Fort Lee. The Palisades Parkway is closed at exit 2. Eastbound Route 3 closed at the New Jersey Turnpike. Northbound Route 1 and 9 closed approaching the Pulaski Skyway. The Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike is closed, as is northbound Route 440 in Perth Amboy. The Belt Parkway is closed on the westbound side at JFK Airport. All traffic is diverted over to the Service Highway. The Staten Island-bound Goethals, Bayonne, and Outer Bridge crossings remain closed down. The Verrazano Bridge is open with some construction going on. Alternate alternate side parking rules have been suspended citywide for today. At the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, New Jersey Transit has limited New York City service, as well as Path Trains limited service to New York. Metro North will be operating a Saturday schedule today. However, sometime later today, they may resume normal service. LIRR says they will be on time and with full service. Subways south of Canal Street have been shut down. The Staten Island Ferry is only open to emergency service personnel, and the national air traffic has been suspended till at least noon today. We'll have more shadow traffic in transit in 10 minutes on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 4:13. 1010 Winds reporter Al Jones spoke to some of the people who managed to make it out of the World Trade Center before the towers collapsed.
In the first hour after the explosion and collapse of the Twin Towers, folks like Tom Colden stumbling down the street, covered in ash. He was at his desk on the 64th floor of One World Trade Center when the plane hit and the ceiling came down. What was it like up there on your floor? Was it just pandemonium?
Control. Wasn't until the second explosion. Once the lights went out.
Now, Colden credits two firefighters with helping him and others go down the steps and out to safety. Colden only hopes that his two rescuers managed to rescue themselves. Al Jones, 1010 Winds in Lower Manhattan.
Winds News Time 4:14. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld made a point of saying he was at the Pentagon, the site of one of the attacks. The nation's defense secretary declared the Pentagon will be in business today. Alongside him was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Henry Shelton, who called those responsible for the attacks fanatics and says they will be found.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones.
Secretary Rumsfeld was in his office when the aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon hit the opposite side of the building. He just run there after hearing of the Trade Center attack. Winds News Time 4:14. If you are looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up two numbers. The first one, 866-856-4167. The second number, 212-741-4626. You're listening to our ongoing coverage of the terrorist attacks against America here on 1010 Winds, WINS, New York. More after this special report.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Lee Guerin. Because of Tuesday's terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, military ships have been placed off the west coast of the United States and Hawaii. There are military ships off New York. The borders to Mexico and Canada are closed. All airports across the U.S. have been closed, but domestic flights will resume at noon today. The entrances to three of Washington, D.C.'s most popular tourist attractions, the Lincoln and Jefferson Memorials and the Washington Monument, have been closed to traffic. While speaking to the nation Tuesday night, President Bush said our way of life and very freedom were under attack Tuesday.
The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors.
U.S. intelligence officials say there is good indication of links to Osama bin Laden. This is a CNN radio special report.
And you're listening to 1010 Winds. Winds News Time 4:16. As night fell, New York City moved past the nightmarish scenes of people on fire, jumping from buildings, and braced itself instead for more pain, and that's to picking through the rubble for the dead and the injured, which is going to go on for a long time. Crews began heading into ground zero of the terrorist attack to search for survivors and recover bodies. We do not have any definitive numbers at this point. CNN producer Rose Arce witnessed the horror of people falling and jumping from the Twin Towers.
I'm about a block away, and there were several people that were hanging out the windows right below where the plane crashed, when suddenly you saw the top of the building start to shake, and people began leaping from the windows in the north side of the building. You saw two people at first plummet, and then a third one, and then the entire top of the building just blew up, and splinters of debris are falling on the street. Where I'm right now, there's a thick plume of smoke, and you can see crowds of people, including emergency service workers and police officers, running from the scene, screaming. And there's a school nearby where there were kids in the schoolyard. That has been emptied out, and they're running up the street now, too.
Winds News Time 4:17. Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres called the attacks tantamount to a declaration of war.
It was not an attack only upon America, but an attack upon civilization, an attempt to introduce the rules of jungle in our life, not to permit people to fly freely, to walk safely, to be assured at the places they live.
Perez says the terrorist attacks were attacks against all of humanity. WINS News Time 4:18. The wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon and was able to call her husband as the plane was being hijacked. Barbara Olson, a familiar face on the cable news channels and frequent guest on Larry King Live, was a former congressional investigator and aide. CNN correspondent Tim O'Brien has more.
Barbara Olson told Ted the following story, that all the passengers were herded to the back of the plane, including the flight personnel, including the pilot. And the only weapons she mentioned were knives and cardboard cutters. You would think if there were a machine gun or any other kind of gun that she would have mentioned that.
WINS News Time 4:18, and as we've been telling you on 1010 WINS, a number of social help and other sorts of numbers have been set up for people to get information or get counseling. People searching for missing loved ones are directed to call 212-447-2998. New York City is experiencing a severe blood supply shortage. To offer assistance in the American Red Cross, call 1-800-HELP-NOW to donate blood in the local area. You can also call 1-800-933-BLOOD. So 1-800-HELP-NOW or 1-800-933-BLOOD for locations. WINS News Time 4:19. Mayor Giuliani witnessed the collapse of one of the towers, World Trade Center, and at one point says he found himself in danger.
I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
The mayor urging New Yorkers not to act on any feelings of anger. He's vowing that those responsible will be tracked down and brought to justice. Explosions resounded also north of the Afghan capital near its airport early today, hours after the devastating attacks here in America. The U.S. quickly denied any involvement in the violence in Afghanistan. That's the country that's been shielding Osama bin Laden, a suspected terrorism mastermind, considered to be the chief suspect in these attacks. You're listening to coverage of the terrorist attacks against America here on 1010 WINS. It's 4:20.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
We can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads. It's just, it's a devastating thing. I don't know, well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
And good morning. Once again, to recap for you, 4 commercial flights were hijacked yesterday. 2 of the planes crashed into the Twin Towers, causing their eventual collapse. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and the 4th went down about 85 miles outside of Pittsburgh. The rescue and recovery efforts just really beginning to get underway, as yesterday it was simply too dangerous for crews to go into the area of the collapse. As of now, we really have no idea just how many people were killed in what is undoubtedly the worst attack against the United States in the history of our nation. WINS News Time 4:21. Now let's get an update on the traffic and transit situation, and here's Rick Forrest.
Chris, traffic remains off limits through much of lower Manhattan. This is not going to be a day where it's going to be easy to commute. It looks like if you're on Manhattan's east side, my Panasonic JamCam Live View shows no traffic moving on the FDR Drive. The FDR Drive and the West Side highways both closed down south of 125th Street, the entire length, right down to the Battery Tunnel. If you're trying to get into Manhattan at the George Washington Bridge, Lincoln or Holland tunnels, all the roads leading to them are closed down well before you get to the tolls. No access to New York from New Jersey except by mass transit. There will be limited service on New Jersey Transit trains and also PATH train service over at the East River crossings. Well, we still have the Manhattan-bound Triborough Bridge closed. The Throgsneck and the Whitestone bridges are open. The Queensboro Bridge, Queens Midtown Tunnel, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges are closed, as is the Battery Tunnel. The Staten Island-bound Goethals Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, and Outer Bridge crossing are also closed down. In Brooklyn, the inbound Gowanus Expressway closed at the Prospect. You'll be detoured off there. The BQE remains closed in both directions from the Battery Tunnel split to the Brooklyn Bridge. Traffic right now in New Jersey still being closed off northbound Route 1 and 9 just at the base of the Pulaski Skyway. The Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike is closed. Route 440 is closed in Perth Amboy. Route 46 East closed in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 4 closed in Englewood. Eastbound 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike closed where they merge. Traffic is diverted to the local streets in Fort Lee, and the southbound Palisades Palisades Parkway is closed down at exit 2. At the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, subway service currently is stopped south of Canal Street. LIRR is expected to have full service operating today. Metro North will be on a Saturday schedule. They may get a regular weekday schedule up sometime later today. There'll be limited PATH train service to New York, as I mentioned, same as New Jersey Transit trains to New York City. Staten Island Ferry is only open to emergency service personnel, and national air traffic has been suspended till at least noontime. Alternate side parking is in effect. The Shadow Traffic Watch never stops. Another report in 10 minutes on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 4:23. Rescue workers are digging for bodies as the city begins to recover from the attack that toppled the World Trade Twin Towers. Lower Manhattan looks like a war zone with bodies lying in the street and blood and steel beams blocking roads. We get more from 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers.
They knew the danger to themselves, but that did not deter the brave firefighters, police officers, and EMTs who tried to help the victims of this catastrophe. William is an EMT who knows some of his friends didn't make it out alive.
The people that were trying to save the lives wound up having their lives taken away.
His partner Joe says the hardest part was dealing with the death and destruction they encountered when they so badly wanted to see signs of life.
I know I've lost friends, and I just got to right now be strong for me, my peers.
He says all they can do now is pray. Lisa Evers, 1010 Winds at Chambers and West Street.
1010 Winds reporter John Montone experienced the same frightening moments as thousands of other New Yorkers yesterday. He was dangerously close to the World Trade Center during the attack.
Stu Morell of Glen Rock was late for a meeting at the World Trade Center, and so he is alive. I was turned away by a doorman near the World Trade Center minutes before the first tower collapsed. A police helicopter circled that tower as people waved out the windows. Then came the great collapse. The people inside gone. The helicopter gone. Up on Broadway, there was a stampede. Hundreds of us ran from the volcano of bricks and thick, blinding soot. We went into a building where the dust was so thick and the hall was so crowded, it seemed only a matter of minutes before we would all die. We didn't. Someone found the door and we got out into what looked like nuclear winter, 3 to 4 inches of soot, with people gasping for air, crying, walking around in shock. John Montone, 1010 Winds News.
Winds News Time 4:25. President Bush and congressional leaders afterward have sought to calm our shaken nation and to show the government remains functioning in the wake of what's happened. Administration officials and members of Congress say they suspect fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden, who's been sheltered in Afghanistan. Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers, however, have rejected those suggestions. President Bush began his day yesterday in Florida. For security reasons, he was taken to air bases in Louisiana and Nebraska before returning to the nation's capital last night. Victor Levine, a political science professor at Washington University in St. Louis, is also an expert on suspected terror mastermind bin Laden. He says while we don't know who carried out the attacks, the overall plan has the hallmark of bin Laden.
You don't retaliate until you have an address. This one doesn't have an address yet. We're not quite sure, who was involved, what was involved, how many were involved. We're not even sure that it was Osama bin Laden, although he's the most likely suspect.
Levine says bin Laden has the money to finance such an attack and says bin Laden inherited hundreds of millions of dollars from his Saudi father and has access to that money since he's been sheltered by Afghanistan. The United States says bin Laden was behind the 1993 attack in the World Trade Center and the 1998 bombings on the U.S. embassies in Africa, as well as last year's bombing of the USS Cole. There will be no school today for children in New York City.
New York City schools will not reopen until at least Thursday to give principals and staff members time to develop grief counseling and crisis intervention teams. Kids who lost someone in the tragedy or were traumatized will have a chance to talk about it with trained counselors when they come back. Tevin Taylor, a 9-year-old whose school in Brooklyn is not far from the Twin Towers, saw smoke filling his classroom, waited 4 hours for his mom to come and get him. And was he glad to see her?
When I saw her, I cheered, and then I went to my mother. I hugged her, and then I hugged her.
And you hugged him? Oh, yeah, I give him a big hug and kiss, squeeze his ears like I normally do.
So it was a relief.
Now with a day off, schools are urging parents to talk with their kids about this tragedy. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time, 4:27. 1010 WINS reporter Sandy Klein has been with rescue workers in New Jersey.
The Jersey City Medical Center is a level 2 trauma center and, of course, was called upon in the aftermath of the tragedy at the World Trade Center to take care of some of the wounded. 143 people were seen, 21 of them admitted. All came by ferry across the Hudson and then were taken by ambulance to the facility where the auditorium became the minor injury treatment room, and the library was turned into kind of a center for the less wounded who could talk and meet with counselors. And the director of social work and case management said that some New York City cops and firefighters who weren't physically injured but were clearly traumatized have been receiving counseling. The facility went on Code 1 alert, and that's for external disasters. At one point during the day, 20 ambulances from around the area went back into New York City to try and bring patients or the wounded back across the Hudson, but they were not able to get close to the site of the tragedy. Sandy Klein, 1010 WINS News at the Jersey City Medical Center.
WINS News Time, 4:28. 1010 WINS reporter Al Jones spoke to some of the people who made it out of the World Trade Center before the towers collapsed.
The world's largest office complex now reduced to a pile of rubble, changing lives forever. Eugene Foti was at work inside One World Trade Center and says he ran for his life. Now he's mad.
To me, I'm like, if I'm George Bush, all-out war. I mean, I know these guys are, this is a holy war. They're not afraid to die, but you got to put these guys out of the misery one way or another. This is incredible. You can't stand for this in the United States.
And while some share Foti's anger, many are just in a state of shock, scared that what was once unthinkable happened twice. Al Jones, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
We want to take this minute now to review the timeline of the attacks that have occurred. It all started yesterday morning about 8:45. American Airlines Flight 11, carrying 92 people from Boston to Los Angeles, crashes into the North Tower, the World Trade Center. That's 8:45 yesterday morning. 9:03 a.m. United Airlines Flight 175, carrying 65 people from Boston to Los Angeles as well, crashes into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 9:31. President Bush calls the crashes an apparent terrorist attack on our country. 9:40. American Airlines Flight 77, carrying 64 people from Washington to Los Angeles, crashes into the Pentagon. Trading on Wall Street at this point called off. 9:48, the Capitol and the West Wing of the White House evacuated. 9:50 a.m., One World Trade Center, the North Tower collapses. Two World Trade Center, the South Tower subsequently collapses. We'll have much more throughout the morning here on 1010 WINS, WINS New York, and Infinity broadcasting station on this developing story. The time now, 4:30.
This is a CNN radio special report. I'm Cheryl Castro. Rescue efforts are underway to dig out survivors and victims from the rubble left by Tuesday's terrorist attacks. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani says countless lives have been lost in New York after two hijacked planes crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. In Washington, speculation mounts that up to 800 Pentagon workers were killed. A third hijacked plane smashed into the five-sided structure. A fourth plane careened into the earth near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All fingers so far are pointing to Osama bin Laden. Taliban officials in Afghanistan say they doubt bin Laden is capable of coordinating attacks of such magnitude. As the nation reels from an emotional series of terrorist events, consumers could be feeling the pinch in their pocketbooks. We'll have more coming up. This is a special report from CNN Radio. Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating says he's upset by reports of gas price gouging in his state, where the price of unleaded gasoline is as high as $5 a gallon.
Any station that is charging an excessive price for gas is gouging, and there is no reason for that.
The nation's largest oil companies are trying to allay consumer worries by freezing their prices and pledging to keep distribution steady. The great American pastime also came to a standstill after attacks in New York and Washington. Major League Baseball is postponing a full schedule of regular season games for the first time since D-Day in 1944. Besides empty ballparks, racetracks were empty, and sports television networks dropped highlight films to replay scenes of the deadly devastation. I'm Cheryl Castro. This is the CNN Radio Network.
You're listening to 1010 Wins. Wins News Time 4:32. We'll recap everything again for you in just a couple of moments, but right now, let's check in with Rick Forrest at Shadow Traffic.
Well, Chris, it looks like traffic is able to get along on the BQE again. They've lifted up the restrictions there, both directions, everything moving north of the Battery Tunnel, past the Brooklyn Bridge towards the LIE, and back again. Gowanus Expressway also moving smoothly on down to the Belt Parkway and up into the Prospect. Traffic in Manhattan still, well, it's going to be a tough one. The FDR Drive and West Side Highway are both closed south of 125th Street. Basically anything south of 14th Street is going to be off limits to anybody except emergency vehicles. In New Jersey, eastbound Route 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike closed where they merged. Traffic detoured to the Fort Lee local streets. Eastbound Route 4 closed in Englewood. Southbound Palisades Parkway closed at Exit 2. East Route 46 closed in Fort Lee. Northbound 1 and 9 closed at the Pulaski Skyway. Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike is closed, as is northbound 440 in Perth Amboy. The Lincoln, Holland, and George Washington Bridge, all three Hudson River crossings are closed heading into Manhattan. The outbound George Washington Bridge is open on the upper deck. The Triborough Bridge to Manhattan is closed, as are the Queensboro Bridge, Midtown Tunnel, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges, and the Battery Tunnel. The Staten Island-bound Goethals Bayonne and Outer Bridge crossings also remain closed. Alternate side parking rules are suspended citywide today. No subway service south of Canal Street, and the LIRR says they will be on full service today with regular service being offered. Metro North will be operating on a Saturday schedule. They may resume normal service sometime today. There'll be limited PATH train service from New Jersey to New York, and New Jersey Transit trains also with limited service. Staten Island Ferry only open to emergency service personnel. The national air traffic has been suspended till at least noon today. We'll have more shadow traffic and transit in 10 minutes on 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time 4:34. Good morning. I'm Chris Ridley. Once again, to recap for you, 4 commercial flights were hijacked yesterday. 2 of the planes crashed into the Twin Towers, causing their eventual collapse. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and the 4th went down about 85 miles outside of Pittsburgh. The rescue and recovery effort is just really beginning to get underway. Yesterday, it was simply too dangerous for crews to go into the area of the tower collapses, so as of now, we really have no idea just how many people were killed in what is undoubtedly the worst attack against the country in our nation's history. Mayor Giuliani was hopeful last night that there were survivors in the rubble. The mayor and police commissioner confirmed police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble. They also said 2 Port Authority policemen were pulled from the debris alive. Earlier, the mayor himself almost got trapped in a nearby building.
We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, when we were on the phone talking to the governor in the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
Mayor Giuliani also is urging people not to come into Manhattan later today unless absolutely necessary.
If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that.
Lower Manhattan will be closed off to everybody except for essential personnel and residents. The mayor says the city will be open only north of 14th Street, however. Wins News Time 4:36. 300 members of the New York City Fire Department are missing. Among those lost in the disaster were First Deputy Fire Commissioner William Feehan and Peter Gonsi, Chief of Department. New York City Fire Commissioner Tom Von Essen spoke about his fallen colleagues.
Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this.
To find information on missing firefighters, there's a number to call, 718-999-2541. Once again, to find information about missing firefighters, call 718-999-2541. Wins News Time 4:36. Here in the city, word that public and parochial schools will be closed today.
Students are being told to stay home from New York City schools until at least Thursday. But principals, assistant principals, psychologists, and social workers have to report to work to develop a plan for when the kids come back. Schools plan to have grief counselors on hand for any student who needs it and for trauma counseling. Tevin Taylor of PS 58 near Court Street in Brooklyn was close enough to the World Trade Center to be affected by this tragedy.
So Well, they told me that in Manhattan there was a building that was on fire.
And the smoke was going to come into your classrooms. It was filling your classrooms? We were that close, right?
Yeah, the smoke was going to come in our classroom, but we closed the window door.
Other kids lost loved ones in this tragedy or know people who were injured. A lot for them to digest, and counselors will be on hand when they come back to school on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time, 4:37. President Bush began his day yesterday in Florida speaking to school children and ended it at the White House after having crisscrossed the country, moving locations throughout the day for his own personal safety. Air Force One touched down in Washington about 7 o'clock last night. Shortly afterward, the president went on live television to address the nation.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world. And no one will keep that light from shining.
The president said terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but cannot shake the foundation of America. He also said our military is powerful and prepared, that our first priority is to get help to the injured and to protect our citizens from further attacks. WINS News Time, 4:38. The president's words also reiterated by other federal officials. Here's Attorney General John Ashcroft.
These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice.
And here's Joint Chiefs of Staff General Henry Shelton.
Today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country.
Between 100 and 800 people are estimated to be dead in the attack on the Pentagon. WINS News Time, 4:39. While thousands of Palestinians celebrated the attacks, Yasser Arafat has deplored them.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Many Palestinians were handing out candy in celebration of what some called a sweet situation. Our coverage continues here on 1010 WINS. It's 4:40.
Of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating.
Word that there are people alive in the rubble at what is left of the World Trade Center. Good morning, I'm Chris Riley, and this is continuous live coverage on 1010 WINS of the terrorist attacks that took down the Twin Towers and hit the Pentagon, too. We really have yet to witness the full impact of the tragedy that's most likely killed and injured possibly thousands. But there is word from the mayor and from the police commissioner. There are people alive in the rubble. They say they know this because the police have received phone calls from people who are trapped who've called them on their cell phones. The mayor did say they've pulled 2 people out, apparently both police officers. And we will recap the day's events in a moment, but right now, time 4:41, we'll check in with Rick Forrest at Shadow Traffic.
Oh, Chris, traffic right now is moving on all the roads through the boroughs. Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island have opened up all their roadways. However, getting to Manhattan, well, it's still a no-go. Triborough Bridge is closed. Queensboro Bridge, Midtown Tunnel, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg Bridges, and the Battery Tunnel all closed heading into Manhattan. Likewise, in New Jersey, the only crossing that's open is the New Jersey-bound upper deck of the George Washington Bridge. I'm watching that live with the Panasonic Jam Cam I have in front of me. Inbound traffic is still stopped, as are the roads leading to the George Washington Bridge, and the Lincoln and Holland tunnels are closed in both directions. We still have closures in New Jersey on eastbound Route 4 in Englewood. All traffic off the highway there. Same as eastbound 46 in Fort Lee, southbound Palisades Parkway at exit 2. Eastbound Route 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike closed where they merge traffic to the Fort Lee local lanes right now. Northbound Route 1 and 9 is closed at the Pulaski Skyway. The Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike is closed, as is northbound Route 440 in Perth Amboy. Traffic in Manhattan is still stopped on the FDR Drive. However, the closure now extends only from 96th Street to the Battery Tunnel on the FDR Drive and West Side Highway both, and basically no traffic on any of the streets or avenues south of 14th Street. At the 1010 Winds Transit Desk, no subway service south of Canal Street. LIRR will be offering full service today. Metro North will be operating on a Saturday schedule. They'll try to resume normal schedule sometime today. There'll be limited PATH train service from New Jersey to New York. Also, New Jersey Transit trains will have limited service. The Staten Island Ferry will only be open to emergency service personnel. And if you are flying today, well, you're not flying today, at least for a while. National air traffic has been suspended until at least noontime. Alternate side parking is in effect. The Shadow Traffic Watch never stops. Another report in 10 minutes on 1010 Winds.
Winds news time 4:43. To recap yesterday's events, 2 hijacked aircraft with passengers on board crashed into the 2 World Trade Center towers. The first crash happened shortly before 9 o'clock in the morning, and then 18 minutes later, the second one. At 10 o'clock, the south tower of the World Trade Center came tumbling down, and at 10:28, the north tower also came down. Shortly before 5:30 Tuesday afternoon, building number 7, that's a 47-story building in the World Trade Center complex, crashed as well because of fire resulting from the earlier explosions. 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers at the scene of all the destruction in Lower Manhattan.
A massive rescue operation was launched to try and find survivors of this disaster. Firefighters, police, and EMTs like Yossi Stern worked long hours through the dusty rubble, painstakingly looking for anyone who might be alive.
As I was walking to assist in removing 2 bodies, I found under just 2 pieces of metal, we found some arms and legs.
He says the impact of what he experienced has not yet set in.
I think I'm still in shock. I don't think I really believe. I'm just working on adrenaline.
All concept of time was lost as these heroic rescuers risked danger to their lives in order to have a chance to save another. Lisa Evers, 1010 Winds at Chambers and West Street.
Winds news time 4:44. Although Mayor Giuliani was hopeful there were survivors in the rubble, the mayor did confirm that we've lost a number of the city's top fire officials. Ray Downey was Chief of Special Operations Command. First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan, Chief of Department Peter Gonsi, and Father Judge, the department chaplain, were all confirmed killed in the collapse. Earlier, the mayor urged New Yorkers not to act on any feelings of anger.
We have a lot of people in the city of all different backgrounds and all diverse religions, and they're not responsible for this. Whoever is responsible for this came from outside the city of New York. I'm sure the United States government will figure out who it is, and I'm sure we'll make an example out of them, as we should. But that should be left to the law enforcement authorities like the police and the FBI, the military, and not to the people of the city.
We'll have much more coming up now, this special report.
This is a CNN Radio special report. I'm Lee Guerin. The Navy's Pacific Fleet deployed an aircraft carrier and at least a dozen ships with guided missiles to protect the west coast of the United States and Hawaii. Naval forces remain on the highest level of alert. The ruling Taliban in Afghanistan has denied that Osama bin Laden is responsible for the devastating terrorist attacks in the U.S. They said they've taken away all his communication equipment, so he has no way to direct such an attack. U.S. security officials say there are some things linking bin Laden to the attack. Meanwhile, rescuers have a grim task at hand, pulling the living and the dead from the wreckage of the World Trade Center buildings.
The rescue efforts are underway, but it's going to be a long process. And of course, when we look at this, what we remember and what shocks us and touches us is that here in New York, it was a day that started really so peacefully.
CNN Radio's Garrett Utley in New York. This is a CNN Radio special report.
Winds news time 4:46. New York City public schools will be closed today, as will Catholic schools. However, schools chancellor Harold Levy is asking that principals, guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, and crisis teams report to work to prepare plans to respond to the tragedy. Mr. Levy says work will include coordinating crisis intervention and will arrange for grief counseling and other support services as well. And the school's chancellor is encouraging parents to talk to their kids about what happened and to reassure them they're safe. 1010 Wins reporter Carol Dioria spoke with a teacher from a city school who's faced with the task of explaining this to her young students.
For an adult, this terrorist attack can leave you speechless and angry. But imagine if you're a child. Sonia Zweimer is a teacher at St. Ignatius Loyola Elementary School on Park Avenue and 84th Street in Manhattan. And she spent her day trying to explain to the children what happened.
They were confused. They didn't really understand what was going on. They were sad and concerned about people who worked in the building. A lot of them have parents, aunts, uncles, just friends, family that work in the building. So they were confused and scared and worried.
And she looked absolutely drained from the day as she walked off the Brooklyn Bridge. By the way, city Catholic schools are closed Wednesday. Carol Dioria, 1010 Wins in Brooklyn.
Wins News Time 4:47. President Bush arrived back at the White House about 7 o'clock last night. The president was ushered around to various spots around the country to ensure his safety. The president addressed the nation just after 8:30 last night and said the images of what happened have filled us with sadness and anger, but that the terrorists have failed because our country is strong.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature. And we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could.
The president says terrorists can shake the foundation of our buildings, but they cannot shake the foundation of America. He says nobody will keep our nation's light from shining. He also says our military is powerful and it's prepared, that our first priority is to get help to the injured and to protect our citizens from further attacks. He says the search is underway for those behind these evil acts, and that will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who might harbor them. Wins News Time 4:48. In a briefing from Washington, other officials also vowed to track down and root out the terrorists who carried out the attacks. General Henry Shelton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
He said the full resources of the Department of Justice are being deployed to investigate the attacks, and says despite the attack on the Pentagon building, it will be open for business today. The FAA said earlier no planes will fly anywhere in the country until at least noon today. Wins News Time 4:49. The blasts that destroyed the World Trade Center and damaged the Pentagon also are sending reverberations throughout the entertainment world. The Emmy Awards ceremony in Los Angeles this weekend has been postponed, as well as the Latin Grammys that were set for last night. In addition, Disneyland in California, Disney World in Florida, and other amusement parks have been shut down, and Hollywood studios canceled their operations. Paramount, Sony Pictures, and Warner Brothers stopped production of movies and TV shows and even suspended tours for the day. Tapings for last evening's episode of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno in Burbank, as well as Late Night with Conan O'Brien in New York City, were all postponed. NBC says Leno and O'Brien will be off the air all week long. The second annual Latin Grammy Awards show, which was scheduled for last night in Los Angeles, was canceled. Officials say it won't be rescheduled. The Emmys were set for Sunday in L.A., and Emmy officials says no new date will be set until they can find out the extent of the tragedy and the public mourning that will take place as a result. Several national pastimes, including the National Pastime Baseball, have been put on hold in the wake of the attacks. Major League Baseball scrapped its entire day's schedule hours after the attacks at the World Trade Center. A concert by Madonna last night in Los Angeles was put on hold. Many movie theaters and other public gathering areas closed their doors, and most television networks scrubbed their regular programs in favor of wall-to-wall coverage of the attack. Our coverage of the terrorist attacks against America continues here on 1010 Wins. WINS News Time 4:51. We're going to check traffic and transit now again with Rick Forrest.
Well, Chris, traffic heading into Manhattan still blocked at all the Hudson and East River crossings. This is going to be a very rough commute for anybody who's trying to get into the borough of Manhattan today. From New Jersey, Lincoln and Holland tunnels are closed, as is the George Washington Bridge. You can still go back to New Jersey at the George Washington Bridge, although you'll be diverted to the upper deck. The Goethals, Bayonne, and Outer Bridge crossing bridges are also closed heading into Staten Island from New Jersey. All the East River crossings, with the exception of the Throgs Neck and Whitestone bridges, which run between the Bronx and Queens, are closed down as well. Traffic in New Jersey heading east on Route 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike closed where they merge. Traffic is being forced to the local streets in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 46 remains closed in Englewood. The southbound Palisades Parkway, all traffic diverted off at exit 2. Eastbound Route 46 closed in Fort Lee. Northbound Route 1 and 9 is closed in the Pulaski Skyway. Eastbound Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike is closed, as is the northbound side of Route 440 in Perth Amboy. If you are in Manhattan, the FDR Drive and West Side Highway are both closed down south of 96th Street right down to the Battery, and that's for both directions. There's also no traffic on any of the streets or avenues south of 14th Street. From the 1010 WINS Transit Desk, subways south of Canal Street are still shut down. LIRR will be offering full service today. Metro North will be operating on a Saturday schedule. However, they may resume normal service sometime later today. There will be limited PATH train service from New Jersey to New York. However, New Jersey Transit says they have now resumed a normal schedule going from New Jersey into New York. Staten Island Ferry only open to emergency service personnel, and if you are flying today, well, unfortunately you're not. National air traffic has been suspended nationwide till at least noontime. Alternate side parking rules have been suspended citywide. More shadow traffic and transit in 10 minutes on 1010 WINS.
WINS News Time 4:53. Once again, Mayor Giuliani says he was hopeful there were survivors among the debris at the World Trade Center. City officials confirmed the police had received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble. They also said 2 policemen had been pulled out alive, but they spoke of fatalities as well. More on that from 1010 WINS reporter Glenn Schuck.
The fire department is mourning the potential loss of some 300 firefighters, including several top brass that maybe have been lost fighting this fire. Among them, Deputy Chief Ray Downey, Deputy Chaplain Father Michael Judge, Chief of Department Peter Ganchi, and First Deputy Commissioner Bill Feehan. Commissioner Thomas Von Essen devastated by this loss.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
And Police Commissioner Carrick says the NYPD is searching for 32 of their own lost somewhere in the debris. Glenn Schuck, 1010 WINS at the Mayor's Command Center.
WINS News Time 4:54. No school today for New York City school children.
New York City schools will be closed for at least one day in the wake of the World Trade Center attack, but not closed for everyone. Principals, assistant principals, psychologists, social workers all have been told to report to work to develop a grief counseling and crisis intervention plan. That's because some kids saw the World Trade Center towers collapse. Others, like 9-year-old Tevin Taylor of PS 58 in Court Street in Brooklyn, may have been traumatized. He saw smoke filling his classroom and immediately felt scared.
I was thinking about my mother, that if she's okay at work, because of the smoke spread around everywhere because of the wind.
You saw the smoke and heard what was going on?
Well, I haven't heard what was going on, but the janitor at school, he said to close the windows because the smoke, it will come in.
This is the kind of memory affecting school kids which may require counseling, so crisis teams will be on hand when schools reopen on Thursday. Mona Rivera, 1010 WINS News.
WINS News Time 4:55. 1010 WINS reporter Juliet Papa was in Lower Manhattan Tuesday morning talking with eyewitnesses.
Will Phillips and Anthony Zaccardo were right across the street when the first tower toppled.
It was right there. It fell down like a stack of cards, house of cards. And you had glass shattering, and we're coming down straight. All this glass was coming down. The top was just literally going right into the ground, and stuff was falling out. It looked like it was going to fall right on top here.
They ran and managed to get towels from a nearby gym to cover their faces. Others who saw the rubble described it as looking like World War III. Death and destruction everywhere. Juliet Papa, 1010 WINS in Lower Manhattan.
And here's 1010 Wins reporter Al Jones.
A huge pile of rubble where once was the world's largest office building complex. Eugene Foti was inside the Twin Towers when the first plane struck. He was outside when the first tower fell.
To the top drop, the bottom just came with it. And it was just, I mean, my assumption is I didn't hear an explosion from the bottom, but from seeing the impact of the plane come in, crash into it, it crashed in the middle of the building. And that's what I'm assuming caused structural damage for it to bring down the rest of the building. But it's just a sight that I've something straight out of the movie.
And it's also something that Foti and others look at with shock and wonderment. They now look down the street and see nothing. The majestic landmarks now reduced to rubble. Al Jones, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
Wins News Time 4:56. 1010 Wins reporter Sandy Klein was with some of the rescue workers who helped the injured into New Jersey.
Jersey City Medical Center went on Code 1 alert this morning. That's for an external disaster, and what a disaster it was. Patients were ferried to this facility. They were taken across the Hudson, and then ambulances picked them up on the Jersey City side. The building's auditorium turned into the minor injury treatment room. One of the emergency room doctors who had been treating patients said this is the worst catastrophe she's ever seen. Lynn McFarland is the director of public affairs for the hospital, and she talks about how the facility pulled itself together.
Well, when we first heard about the disaster, we knew that we had to pull all of our personnel together. We put our Code 1 in alert and called in all of our medical staff as well as support staff. We're just all working together, from our webmaster signing up people coming in to volunteers coming in from the community as well as our regular volunteers.
Most of the patients here were treated for smoke inhalation, burns, upper body contusions. 143 people have been seen at this facility. Sandy Klein, 1010 Wins News at the Jersey City Medical Center.
Wins News Time 4:57. New York's two senators, Schumer and Clinton, have vowed to help in any way they can. Senator Schumer spoke to President Bush. Senator Clinton vowed that those responsible will be caught.
To the families of those who may have losses, and so many calls we received today from people who couldn't find loved ones, didn't know where they were. We feel your pain. I know for an hour I couldn't find my daughter, whose high school is in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
There is absolutely no need for anyone anywhere to panic. This has been carried out in an orderly and effective manner, but we have a lot of work ahead of us, and that work includes the identifying of those who are responsible for this cowardly and evil act and holding them accountable wherever they might be, however long it would take.
Wins News Time 4:58. With the city's emergency service personnel stretched to the brink, Governor Pataki has called out the National Guard.
It's obviously a horrific attack, but the focus has to be on helping those whose lives are at risk, helping to make sure we take every possible security step for those who are looking to leave the area and to get assistance to those who are still injured. That's the focus at this point.
And the governor has issued a statement, which I'll read for you now. Quote, "We pray for the children who will go to bed this evening without their mothers and fathers, for the mothers and fathers who've lost the children they loved, and for the husbands and wives who will return to empty homes. We pray for the firefighters, police officers, and rescue workers who tragically died while committing extraordinary acts of heroism." Wins News Time 4:59. Now, in terms of the investigation, American officials have begun piecing together a case linking Osama bin Laden to what's become the worst terrorist attack in American history. They're aided by an intercept of communications between bin Laden supporters and harrowing cell phone calls from victims on board the jetliners just before they crashed. Authorities are focusing some of their efforts on possible bin Laden supporters in Florida based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests of the four jets that crashed. I'm Chris Ridley. 1010 Wins reporter Lee Harris will have much more coming up next at 5 o'clock, along with continued special coverage here on 1010 Wins, WINS New York, an Infinity broadcasting station.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled to the top. Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating.
The sun will rise this
this morning, but it will rise on a physically changed New York City and a psychically changed America. The nation's sense of security shaken. New York's skyline missing two of its most prominent buildings. The Pentagon seriously damaged. 4 commercial airliners hijacked and used as guided missiles. Yesterday's terrorist attacks on the nation are being called the worst tragedy ever to befall the United States. And this, before we even have a real sense of the death toll, estimated to be somewhere in the thousands, but still for all practical purposes unknown. Life in and around New York City will remain fairly disrupted this morning, especially for those with travel plans. New York City public and parochial schools are closed. And to get some idea of some of the major disruption this morning, we have, as usual, traffic and transit on the ones. Here is Rick Forrest.
Lee, all Hudson and East River crossings coming into Manhattan are going to be closed until further notice. Also, the FDR Drive and the West Side Highway are closed in both directions below 96th Street, and all streets and avenues in lower Manhattan are shut down from 14th Street all the way down the line to the Battery. I repeat, all Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. So let's focus on mass transit. PATH trains will be operating every half hour. MTA subways, the N, the R, the 1, 2, 3, and 9 will bypass the Cortlandt Street station. All other trains are expected to run on the normal schedule for the subways. Staten Island Ferry is open to emergency services personnel only. New York Waterway will be operating into and out of West 38th Street from Port Imperial, Lincoln Harbor, and Hoboken. There will be normal service on the north end between Haverstraw and Ossining. The Long Island Railroad is expecting to run normal service today. New Jersey Transit trains, no problems to report with normal schedules in effect. New Jersey Transit buses will not operate in or out of Manhattan, but local service inside New Jersey will operate normally. And Metro North says that they will also be running a normal schedule today. The Westchester County B-Line buses will be running on schedule with some delays and diversions on the BXM4C bus and the routes 1 and 2. Westchester County Airport, Newark, JFK, LaGuardia, of course, all closed at least until noon today. Alternate side parking is in effect today it is suspended today on a citywide basis. Alternate side parking is suspended today. We'll have more shadow traffic coming up on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time 5:03. It is known that many firefighters and police officers are among the missing in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Fire Commissioner Tom Von Essen says it is hoped that at least some of them are still alive. And indeed, at least one cell phone call came in from a trapped victim who said there were others still alive with him.
We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive.
And 2 Port Authority cops were pulled alive from the rubble. Rescue operations continue at this hour. That's the sound of the heavy excavating machinery being used. 1010 Winds newsman Al Jones is about as close to the scene as they're letting anyone get right now. Good morning, Al.
Yeah, and when they said that lower Manhattan is frozen from 14th Street south, they weren't kidding. All the roads going down south are all, of course, roadblocked. Credentials being checked very carefully. The only people going down are emergency personnel and trucks carrying more equipment to the scene. Huge light towers were brought in overnight to help with the digging operation, as well as a stream of payloaders, forklifts, dump trucks, all lined up, ready to go. Although most of the effort that's being done right now is hand-to-hand type stuff, where they're searching for debris, listening for sounds, and that kind of thing. They have pulled 2 people out of the rubble, not of the World Trade Center, but of a neighboring building this morning. And they're also in contact, as you mentioned, with at least 2 people via cell phone, 2 people that are trapped underneath the debris. Now, some 2,000 people were treated for injuries yesterday at the various hospitals, triage centers, and on the street. But if you consider that as many as 50,000 people at any given time work at the World Trade Center, the numbers do not add up. In fact, the triage center at Liberty Island was nearly deserted yesterday, save for the doctors and medical people that were on hand in case injured were brought in. Lee?
And that is not a good sign. Many of the injured were taken to St. Vincent's Hospital, and that's where we find 1010 Winds newsman John Montone. John, you probably could have used some treatment yourself yesterday if so many others hadn't been hurt so much worse.
Yes, and actually most of the people who have been taken here to St. Vincent's had the same problem I did, is that they inhaled a lot of the dust. More than 300 patients, almost all of them victims of smoke and dust inhalation have been taken here. And yet the medical staff here is on full alert. They are waiting for what they believe might be a sudden onslaught of ambulances bringing more victims. I believe they hope that more victims are brought here, but there is sort of a grim realization that anyone who has not been found by now may be beyond needing medical attention. Now, beyond also the medical staff, the professional people that are here, there are people in the neighborhood, a woman we spoke to named Nancy, who just wanted to help out.
When I came home from work today, which was late, it's like there were people wandering the streets taking pictures of nothing because there's nothing there. So they're taking pictures of where the buildings are without the buildings behind it.
And Nancy occupied her time by searching city stores for milk and bread to bring to people who were injured in the explosion. Mayor Giuliani, and I'm going to give you these numbers. Maybe you have updated numbers. I've been out trying to gather information, but he said at least 2,100 people have been injured, 600 of them taken to hospitals. Most of the more seriously injured were taken down to Bellevue. And the medical director there called this a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions, and that was an early on yesterday as people were being rushed there. But here at St. Vincent's, which is just about as far south as anyone is allowed to go, the triage centers, it's sort of a sit and wait operation. I think they're hoping to get people, hoping that people are alive amid the rubble. But as I said, there's that sort of grim realization that if they haven't gotten to these people yet, it may be too late. We are also told that we are going to get a briefing here between 6 and 7 o'clock of what nature I do not know. Certainly our listeners will be the first to know when that happens. John Montone, 1010 Wins, reporting live from St. Vincent.
Okay, John. Mayor Giuliani has been doing what he can to help keep the city calm from the city's emergency command center. And one of the things he did yesterday was advise New Yorkers not to direct any anger toward the many Palestinians who live in the city.
Hatred, prejudice, anger, and irrational reaction to things is what caused this terrible tragedy. And people of the city of New York should act differently. We should act bravely. We should act in a tolerant way. We should go about our business, and we should show these people that they can't stop us, and they can't.
And that raises the question of just who is responsible for sending 4 U.S. airliners on suicide missions, crashing 2 into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, a 3rd into the Pentagon, a 4th into a field in Pennsylvania. That plane was also believed to have been headed for another prominent target, possibly Camp David. Why it didn't get there is still not clear. The prime suspect so far, international terrorist Osama bin Laden. And with more on that, 1010 Wins newsman James Faraday. James?
Indeed, Lee, the investigation continuing, of course, this morning. Firefighters are still working to put out the blaze caused when one of the planes hijacked by terrorists slammed into the Pentagon. The fire chief says the death toll there could hit 800. The recovery effort could take several days. One firefighter describes the scene as unspeakable damage. President Bush vows the government will hunt down and punish the terrorists responsible for the attacks and pledges full support to both cities that were targeted.
Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks.
Americans are still absorbing the shock from yesterday's incidents. Newsman Gary Langer reports on the latest polling data.
The public divides almost evenly on whether or not the United States did all it reasonably could to prevent this attack. Now, though, 9 in 10 express at least some confidence that those responsible will be caught and punished. More than half are even very confident of that, and vast majorities, around 9 in 10 Americans, say they support military action against groups or nations found responsible, even if that means war.
The reaction is quite different in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, where Palestinians celebrated news of the attacks by dancing in the streets, chanting, and handing out candy. More from 1010 Wins Mideast Bureau Chief Jay Bashinsky.
Jewish religious leaders in Israel have urged their Muslim counterparts to cancel an Islamic religious ordinance that suicide bombers are martyrs, guaranteed a post-mortem place in paradise. The rabbi said the so-called fatwa exalting such terrorists should be abolished immediately. At the political level, Chairman Yasser Arafat of the Palestinian National Authority has canceled a trip to Damascus, Syria. This is because of Syria's inclusion in the U.S. State Department's list of countries which support terrorism. On this background, the Israeli armored task force that encircled the West Bank city of Jenin has rolled into its center, meeting light Palestinian resistance in an anti-terror operation. Jay Bashinsky, 10 Wins in Tel Aviv.
Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon declared a day of mourning and notes the U.S. and Israel are on the same side of an epic battle. The FBI is now trying to piece together evidence from intelligence intercepts and last-minute cell phone calls from jet crash victims. Alice Holgan, whose son was on the hijacked jet that crashed in Pennsylvania, received a call from her son during the terrifying flight.
She said, I'm on a flight, flight 93, United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the flight, and they say they have a bomb.
The jet crashed outside Pittsburgh, failing to hit a possible target, Camp David. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues now with 1010 Wins News anchor Lee Harris.
And Wins News time is 5:11. Of course, there is massive disruption of traffic and transit this morning, but some things are operating. Let's go to Pete Torriello for the latest. Pete?
Lee, all of the inbound Hudson and East River crossings coming into Manhattan are going to be closed until further notice, and so mass transit will be your best bet. Long Island Railroad, New Jersey Transit, Metro North will be running. Path will be running every 30 minutes, but New Jersey Transit buses will not be running in and out of New York City. However, they will continue to run on the New Jersey side. In New Jersey, eastbound Route 80 and the New Jersey Turnpike are closed where they merge. Eastbound Route 4 is shut down in Englewood, and so is eastbound Route 46 going into Fort Lee. The southbound Palisades Parkway is closed at exit 2. Eastbound Route 3 is shut down at 495. Route 7, the Belleville Turnpike, is shut down at Schuyler Avenue in North Arlington. Northbound 1 and 9 is closed at the Pulaski Skyway. On the New Jersey Turnpike, the eastbound Newark Bay extension is closed, and northbound 440 is also closed out of Perth Amboy. Alternate side of the street parking regulations are suspended today in the city. The FDR Drive and the West Side Highway are closed in both directions from 96th Street all the way to the bottom, and the city is completely off limits to everyone except emergency personnel south of 14th Street. Lee?
All right, Pete, in addition to the traffic and transit disruption, of course, New York City public and parochial schools are closed. There are other closings to tell you about as well, and with some of them at least, 1010 Wins newsman Brian Carey. Brian?
State and federal courts and borough courts, employees there should stay home today unless contacted, and jurors should not report for duty. The Empire State Building, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and all businesses below 14th Street in Manhattan, including Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, and the Amex, and the New York headquarters of AXA Financial will be closed today. Borough of Manhattan Community College on Chambers Street is closed. All other CUNY schools are open today. And the Brooklyn Center of Long Island University has canceled classes. All non-essential employees at LIU Brooklyn being told to stay home. St. John's University canceling classes, and all offices there are closed except for essential staff. All facilities of the New York Public Library closed. Bank Street Graduate School, Cope Institute, Fashion Institute of Technology, Juilliard School all closed. In Westchester, the Holland School is closed. And in New Jersey, Bogota Schools, the Secaucus District, Bayonne Schools, the Jersey City District, New Jersey City University, Rutgers, Newark, Rutgers, New Brunswick, Rutgers Technical Training Programs, and Ramapo College all closed today. Lee.
All right, Brian. Brian also has a list of numbers, hotlines that have been set up for relatives of victims, and to obtain other information, he'll be back with that in a few minutes. Well, we don't have a real sense of the death toll yet. We do know that when everyone has been accounted for in this tragedy, the figure will be enormous, as Mayor Giuliani so eloquently put it yesterday, more than we can bear. Because of the way this tragedy unfolded in front of the eyes of thousands and actually millions worldwide on television, New Yorkers have images seared into their brains that they will never be able to forget, no matter how hard they try.
This unthinkable act of terrorism has affected everyone in and around New York, but some of the most horrific stories are being told by the people who witnessed those that jumped to their deaths from the burning buildings.
When I get down there, I see the flames shooting out of the corner of the building was gone. The whole corner of the building, the flames were shooting out of it. And As I get closer, I start seeing people jumping. People started jumping out, and they were on fire, the people themselves. They were on fire, jumping right out of the building.
Well, after the first plane hit the building, the fire started reaching upwards. And after about 10 minutes, I'd say, people in desperation were hopping out the windows. I guess they'd rather go down that way than die in the flames.
Some of those people jumped 4 at a time, hand in hand. Then there's the firefighter who died when one of those falling bodies landed on him. Countless more lost their lives in the moments to follow when the buildings collapsed and debris rained down to the emergency triage centers set up below. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins News.
Well, at last check, more than 300 firefighters and EMS workers were unaccounted for, something on the order of 78 police officers, although that number is in dispute. And, of course, for the thousands of people who were working in the Twin Towers when all of this occurred, the fate of many of those remains unknown. A number of hotlines have been set up to field questions about the whereabouts of loved ones, and 1010 Wins newsman Brian Carey is back with some of those numbers. Brian?
An estimated 50,000 people worked at the World Trade Center, and many of them remain unaccounted for, along with dozens and dozens and dozens of rescue personnel. And as horrific as this nightmare is for the entire nation, there is no describing what the families of the victims are feeling, many of them still not knowing the status of their loved ones. If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 numbers, 866-856-4167, 866-856-4167, or 212-741-4626, 212-741-4626. There's a hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel. That number, 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. Also, the NYPD is asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled this morning. The American Red Cross is providing several shelters in New York City. Spokesperson Jamie Drogan.
The Red Cross, in conjunction with the Office of Emergency Management, opened 12 shelters throughout Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Staten Island. And these shelters are to respond to the immediate needs of the victims, their families, and the disaster relief workers. At each of the shelters, we'll be providing a number of services. Trained disaster mental health workers will be there to tend to the emotional grief that obviously comes out of a tragedy like this. Red Cross volunteers will also be on hand to provide food, water, blankets, really tend to any of the needs that they may have. And the Department of Health has provided registered nurses that are available to address medical emergencies.
And those shelter locations are in Manhattan, Bayard, Ruston High School, 351 West 18th Street, Seward Park High School, 350 Grand Street, Washington Irving High School, 40 Irving Place, Fashion Industry High School, 225 West 24th Street, Chelsea High School, 131 6th Avenue, Norman Thomas High School, 111 East 33rd Street, City School, 16 Clarkston Street, JHS 22, it's 11 Columbia Street, IS 131 100 Hester Street, Comprehensive Day and Night, 242nd Avenue. On Staten Island, Curtis High School, 105 Hamilton Avenue. In Brooklyn, Westinghouse High, 105 Johnson Street. The Red Cross's biggest needs: blood, money, and prayer. To give blood, call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. That's 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. You'll be given the names of specific blood centers that you can go to. As for donating money, you should call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Remember, all of the services the Red Cross provides are provided for by volunteers. And the prayer, well, that, of course, speaks for itself. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attack continues with 1010 Wins anchor Lee Harris.
And some of the numbers and information that Brian gave out are available on the 1010 Wins website, 1010wins.com. It's been very busy, obviously, and we have stripped it down so it can serve the maximum number of people. Again, a fair amount of reference information up on that website this morning, 1010wins.com. We'll take a moment out here to give you the weather forecast. It is going to be a nice day, at least weather-wise. Sunny today with a high of 78. It'll be mainly clear tonight. Low 62 in Midtown, 52 in some suburbs. Tomorrow, sunshine, some clouds, a shower and a thunderstorm late tomorrow into early Friday with a high of 80. 63 degrees. We have clear skies in New York. The humidity is 63%. The winds are north at 5 miles per hour. 63 degrees. We're headed up to 78 in Midtown. For the latest news anytime, anywhere, set a news button on your car radio to 1010 Wins, New York City's most listened to radio station. Jim Maloney is at the editor's desk. I'm Lee Harris.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled to the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going down? Yes, that is the second tower. That is the second tower.
It's a huge pour of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
This is the morning after. The New Yorkers who were able to sleep last night, and not many were, will discover that yesterday's nightmare is not one they can awake from. The city, the nation, and the world have been forever changed by yesterday's tragic events, which are being called, probably without any fear of exaggeration, the worst tragedy to ever befall the United States. Summary, the World Trade Center towers are no more, and so it is feared are thousands of people who were in the towers when they were hit by commercial airliners, turned into guided missiles at the hands of hijacking terrorists. A similar attack was launched on the Pentagon, also with substantial loss of life, but unlike the World Trade Center, the Pentagon stands. It is open for business today, and there's plenty of business to be conducted. We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, let's go to traffic and transit on the ones, and Pete Torriello.
Lee, Lincoln and Holland tunnels are closed both ways. Inbound GWB is closed. Jersey bound it is open on the upper deck only. All East River bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. The Brooklyn Bridge and the Battery tunnels are closed in both directions, and the Williamsburg and Manhattan bridges are open to Brooklyn only for pedestrians. The Triborough Bridge is open into Queens only. The 59th Street Bridge is available to Queens only. The Whitestone and Throgs Neck bridges are open both ways. The Verrazano Bridge is open on both levels going to Staten Island. Brooklyn-bound Verrazano only. The lower level is open. And the Tappan Zee Bridge is also open in both directions. In New Jersey, eastbound on 80, the express lanes are closed at exit 62 in Saddlebrook. The eastbound local lanes are closed in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 4 is closed at Jones Road. Route 46 east is closed in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 3 is shut down at 495. Northbound 1 and 9 is closed at the Skyway. Jersey Turnpike eastbound Newark Bay extension is closed. Also, Interchange 13 in Elizabeth is shut down at both directions. The Belleville Turnpike is closed in North Arlington, and the Palisades Parkway South is closed at exit 2. Path trains will be operating every 30 minutes. The subways, the NR 1, 2, 3, and 9 trains are bypassing the Cortlandt Street station. All other subway service is expected to run on the normal schedule. Long Island Railroad will operate normally today, as well New Jersey Transit trains and Metro North. New Jersey Transit buses, however, will not be going into or out of the city. Street cleaning regulations are suspended. I'm Pete Torriello on 1010 Winsley.
In a mix of the normal and the bizarre in that traffic report, and of course all of that is subject to change. Do keep it locked into 1010 Wins for the very latest. As we've been mentioning for the past 20 hours or so, ever since this tragedy began to unfold before our eyes, we still have no clear sense of the loss of life other than it is clearly enormous. There are 300 firefighters and EMS workers alone among the missing. Right now, the emphasis is on saving any of them who may still be trapped alive under the rubble. 1010 Wins newsman Al Jones is about as close to the rescue operation scene as anyone can get right now. Al?
Everybody that's been following this, the rescue people and all, is that this used to be the world's largest office complex, that at any given time you'd have as many as 50,000 people working down here. 50,000 people. And right now the structure is pretty much gone. As you know, Towers 1 and 2, as well as World Trade Center number 7, are gone. And what used to be 110 stories tall is now nothing more than 50 feet. Lights have been brought in overnight to light up the area, and there's plenty of equipment around, a lot of payloaders, forklifts, dump trucks, all getting ready for what's expected to be just a massive cleanup. But for now, it's a slow go. A lot of hand and footwork as people climb over it. Rescue workers still listening, still hoping to find people trapped inside. They did pull 2 people out earlier this morning, and there's also been phone contact with at least 2 people that are trapped and buried underneath the rubble. So for now, it's going to be a very slow dig as they continue to hope to pull people out alive, but more than likely we'll be pulling them out dead. Lee?
Al, is the fire completely out yet?
You know, there's still smoke. It's almost like a forest fire in that there's still hot spots in this. It's such a massive area that there's still a little bit of smoke drifting up, and just the moving around also sends ash up into the air. But as far as active flames, I haven't seen any.
Okay, thanks. 1010 Wins newsman Al Jones. A triage unit was set up at Stuyvesant High School right after the attacks, but no victims arrived. Not a good sign, according to the EMS workers assigned there. As one noted, that meant a lot of dead. As for the injured, many of the first and worst victims were rushed to St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village, and 1010 Wins newsman John Montone is there. John?
Well, let's clarify that, Lee. I believe many of the first victims were actually taken to downtown New York Hospital Beekman Medical Center. That's where I saw them yesterday, where the emergency triage units were set up. Here at St. Vincent's, they have had 300 people, but a hospital spokesman told me most of those were suffering from smoke and dust inhalation. In fact, as you look at the triage centers here, which I am now doing, you see a lot of cots out, a lot of medical personnel milling about. However, you don't see any patients, and again, that is what hangs very heavy in the air here this morning, that anybody brought here will be in very bad shape, but that there may not be many people brought here because the people who are trapped under that rubble, those still unaccounted for, are beyond the need for medical attention. However, that is not to say that all hope is lost. People here are hoping that the ambulances will be coming screaming down the street with victims that can be helped. But as I said, that has not materialized. I've been here for over an hour, and we're not seeing any patients arrive. I will also say, digressing from this just a moment, because people are going to be getting up around the city, and they're going to be walking out into their neighborhoods, especially in Midtown Manhattan and north of 14th Street. Really, it's only the occasional burst of a siren, the blast of red flashing lights, the police presence at major intersections. They give you any clue that anything has gone wrong. You know, the fruit stands are open in cafes and diners, but south of 14th Street, actually right at 14th Street, you have a jerry-rigged fortress where nobody is getting by except some of those emergency vehicles. I've also seen a lot of the heavy earth-moving type vehicles go in. They'll be used in the cleanup operation that Al was describing a while ago. And coming up from the south, from lower Manhattan, which is literally closed off from the rest of the city, is a stream of tow trucks bringing up cars still covered in that soot, that dust that was everywhere yesterday after the crush of cement from the volcano-like explosion and aftermath. So that's another reminder. But again, here at St. Vincent's, the triage units are set up. I have to say, unfortunately, no victims in need of medical attention are arriving. John Montone, 1010 Wins, reporting live from St. Vincent.
And arguably, the people who were taken to St. Vincent's yesterday were among the lucky. Countless New Yorkers bore witness to the deaths of those who didn't get away from the towers in time.
Roy Anderson was one of the many medically trained New Yorkers who rushed to the disaster area after the Twin Towers collapsed. But when he got there, he found there was not much he could do.
There's no sign of life. There's no... It's just going to be bodies coming out, if they can even do that.
Immediately after the first plane crashed, city building engineer Ron Rutter ran to the Trade Center to look for his brother, who worked in one of the buildings. Then he heard the second plane overhead.
I was standing right there, right across the street from the building. We were looking at the World Trade Center, at the building 1. That was the flames were shooting out, and we were standing right there.
And then you heard a plane's engine?
We heard the plane's engine. And we looked up, and then the plane was coming right towards the building.
He looked over his shoulder at the immense fireball as he ran for his life. About an hour later, people began screaming hysterically in lower Manhattan, running every which way as the first tower collapsed, creating a huge cloud of debris that blanketed everything below Chambers Street. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News Time, 5:29. The big question on everybody's lips, of course, this morning is who is responsible, and are we in for any more? 1010 Wins newsman James Faraday keeping track of the geopolitical situation surrounding these horrific attacks. James? I see James is taking his chair and will be joining us momentarily. Wins News Time, 5:29. Are you set up?
Indeed we are, Lee, and a fire chief says the death toll at the Pentagon could hit 800. The recovery effort is expected to take several days, and firefighters are still working to douse the flames from where one of the hijacked planes struck the building yesterday. CNN's Bob Franken has the latest from the Pentagon.
They're hoping that they can have it enough under control that at about daybreak they can peel away the wall, the part that was hit by the plane, and start to go through the rubble, looking to see who's inside, looking for casualties, looking for the human cost of this tragedy, which of course hit New York but has also hit the Pentagon, the sign of military strength in the United States.
President Bush vows the government will find and punish those responsible for yesterday's attacks. The president spoke to the nation last night after returning to the White House.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers.
At the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, Senators Chuck Schumer and Hillary Clinton made a joint statement.
I spoke on behalf of us to the president. He wished me to convey to New Yorkers that he will do everything possible to help the rescue and the recovery.
Wins News Time 5:31.
And that is time for a check of traffic and transit on the ones. Very confusing this morning, so listen up. Here's Pete Torriello.
There are a lot of info, and we'll give it to you as simply as we can. The West Side Highway, the FDR are closed both ways from 96th Street all the way to the end, and everything south of 14th Street is closed. The Lincoln and the Holland tunnels are closed both ways. The New Jersey-bound George Washington Bridge is closed. The city-bound GWB is closed, both levels, obviously. The Jersey-bound upper deck is open. All East River bridges and tunnels coming into Manhattan are closed. The Brooklyn Bridge and the Battery Tunnel are closed in both directions, and the Williamsburg and Manhattan bridges are open to Brooklyn only, and they will only accept pedestrians, no vehicular traffic. The Triborough Bridge is open into Queens only. The 59th Street Bridge is open to Queens only. The Whitestone and Throgs Neck bridges are open both ways. The Verrazano Bridge, both levels are open to Brooklyn. The Brooklyn-bound lower level is available. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open both ways. And on the rails this morning, PATH will be operating every 30 minutes. New Jersey Transit Metro North of the Long Island Railroad are going to provide normal service. On the subways, the N, the R, the 1, 2, 3, and 9s will bypass the Cortlandt Street station. All other subway service is expected to be normal. The Staten Island ferries will be open to emergency personnel only. Leaving Nassau County, Lee, the westbound LIE, the Northern State Parkway, and the Southern State Parkway are all closed at the Queens line, and alternate side of the street parking regulations are suspended citywide. Lee?
Okay, and with the massive destruction, of course, the transportation system compromised, we do have some closings in and around the city, and with some of the majors, here's 1010 Wins newsman Brian Carey.
Lee, all New York City public and parochial schools are closed, as are state and federal courts and borough courts. Employees there should stay home unless contacted, and jurors should not report for duty today. The Empire State Building, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and all businesses below 14th Street in Manhattan, including Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, of course, the NASDAQ and the Amex, and the New York headquarters of AXA Financial will be closed. Borough of Manhattan Community College on Chambers Street closed today. All other CUNY schools are open today. The Brooklyn Center of Long Island University has canceled classes. All non-essential employees at LIU Brooklyn are being told to stay home. St. John's University is canceling all classes, and all offices there are closed except for essential staff. All facilities of the New York Public Library are closed. The Bank Street Graduate School, Cope Institute, Fashion Institute of Technology, Juilliard School, all closed. In Westchester, the Holland School is closed. In New Jersey, Bogota School, the Secaucus District, Bayonne Schools, the New Jersey City District, New Jersey City University, Rutgers, Newark, Rutgers, New Brunswick, Rutgers Technical Training Programs, and Ramapo College all closed today. Lee.
Okay, and that is likely a partial list, so you may need to make your own checking arrangements on whether your particular school or business is open this morning. Some of the earliest firefighters and rescue workers on the scene of the World Trade Center yesterday came from Ladder Company No. 1 at Duane and Church in Lower Manhattan. 1010 Wins reporter Alice Stockton-Rossini is there now. Alice?
Yes, and Ladder Company 1, Lee, is just a stone's throw from the World Trade Center disaster, and I'm told here that miraculously there was no loss of life. Everyone here has been accounted for, but one firefighter told me they are just devastated by this tragedy.
Well, I was on the 30th floor. I can't believe I made it out of that building.
Were you there when it went down?
Yeah.
How did you get out?
God showed me the way. I shouldn't be here right now. I'm sorry.
All the firefighters right now are trying to get some sleep so that they can get back to work in the morning when the sun comes up. I can tell you it does look like a war zone down here. Literally hundreds of dump trucks are lining the streets ready to take away the tons of debris from this horrifying scene. Alice Stockton Rossini, Ladder Company 1 in Lower Manhattan.
Well, amid the disaster, occasionally a little bit of good news peeks through, and that was one. Miraculously, no loss of life, they believe. At Ladder Company, one of the first units to respond to that scene, and of course with word of some 300 firefighters still accounted for, that's possibly nothing short of miraculous. And there will be little bits of good news that peek through on occasion here. As my wife told me this morning when I got up, nothing else had happened overnight. Let's get the latest on who might be responsible for all of this. Here's 1010 Wins newsman James Faraday.
Well, Lee, of course, the investigation is now in full swing. A lot of speculation from terrorism experts focusing on international terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. And there may be a lead in the hijackings of the two jets that took off from Boston's Logan Airport, the commercial airliners that hit the Twin Towers. Newsman Ron Claiborne reports investigators are focusing on a suspicious car.
It is being taken to an FBI crime lab in this area. The state police actually are the ones that towed that vehicle away, and we are told that they will be looking at the seats as possible evidence and maybe even looking for some kind of DNA evidence to link this to the perpetrators.
Barbara Starr is at the CIA.
A senior government official tells ABC News that the intelligence community had no indicators that an attack was about to happen. Now, the top priority, says the CIA, is to nail the SOBs who did this. Intelligence assets around the world are being moved into key areas to try and find the perpetrators.
Of course, the FAA has suspended all flights leaving U.S. airports. When the airports do reopen, people can expect tighter security, random searches, and they'll not be able to check bags at the curb. The Transportation Department and the FAA say they'll be stepping up security measures nationwide. Lee?
All right, James, obviously none of this bodes particularly well for the financial situation. New York markets are closed today, but they did open over in Asia. 1010 Wins Wall Street reporter Larry Kofsky is with us this morning looking at some of the markets and other financial issues. Larry?
Well, the Asian markets did sell off sharply overnight following yesterday's reign of terror here in the U.S., but in Europe we have seen some signs of stability. In London, at last check, the Financial Times 100 index was up 88 points. It had fallen off sharply yesterday following news of the attacks. Tokyo's Nikkei index plunged 690 points overnight to 96.02. Its first closed below the 10,000 level in about 17 years. Oil prices shot higher in London following the incident yesterday and continued higher this morning. Price data is a little bit spotty today, but FTMarketWatch.com is reporting Brent North Sea crude at $31 a barrel. That's up more than $4 from where it was trading before the tragedy. There have been reports of gasoline price gouging, despite major oil companies urging their retailers to hold the line. One station in Oklahoma City raised the price of unleaded gasoline to $5 a gallon. In stark contrast to that was my own personal experience yesterday as I made my way north on foot from the financial district to Midtown. Stores along the route were still selling bottled water for just $1. The story for the U.S. financial markets, as you said just a moment ago, Lee, is that there is no story, as you've been hearing on 1010 Win since last night when the announcement was made. Wall Street is closed today for a second day.
And do you have any sense at all, Larry, when it might reopen?
As of last night, they were still hoping to reopen tomorrow. I would imagine that that it has a lot to do with just the logistics of getting people in and out of Lower Manhattan and whether they need or want all those people down there as they try to get things cleaned up.
Okay, one of the things that has been difficult to do in New York City over the last few hours is to get a cab. You will see an occasional cab riding the streets of the city, but most of them have their off-duty lights turned on. It seems that they're being selective about who they're picking up, and Mayor Giuliani addressed this issue rather obliquely. He asked that New Yorkers not take out any anger on any of the Palestinians living in New York City. Of course, not a few of them are employed as cab drivers.
Hatred, prejudice, anger, and irrational reaction to things is what caused this terrible tragedy. And people of the city of New York should act differently. We should act bravely. We should act in a tolerant way. We should go about our business, and we should show these people that they can't stop us, and they can't.
It's 63 degrees. We have clear skies in New York. We will be going up to a sunny but not necessarily pleasant 78 today in Midtown. Winds News Time, 540.
Oh my God, the building fell! The Bell building just crumbled to the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
That's the second building in the World Trade Center going? Yes, that is the second tower. That is the second tower.
It's a huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
I would like nothing better than to be able to tell you good morning, as we do every day at this time, but that is really not the case. The best we can hope for is that today is better than yesterday, and just about anything would be. New York and the nation are waking up to a nightmare. What some are calling, without any real risk of exaggeration, the worst tragedy ever to befall this country. We still don't have any real sense of the death toll, other than that it is enormous, very likely in the thousands, including an estimated 300 firefighters and EMS workers, among them some top members of the department. There is massive disruption in the city, especially lower Manhattan. Let's hit the major points in traffic and transit on the ones. Here is Pete Torriello.
Lee, the FDR, the West Side Highway are shut down both ways below 96th Street. All streets below 14th Street are shut down. You should just think of New York City as closed below 14th Street. And all of the Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels that come into Manhattan are also shut down. We've got eastbound Route 80 Express shut down at exit 62. The local lanes are closed in Fort Lee. 4 East is closed and 46 are closed coming into Fort Lee. 3 is closed eastbound at 495. Northbound is closed at the Skyway. Jersey Turnpike, Newark Extension eastbound is closed. Also, the northbound Eastern Spur closed 15E to Route 80. The Western Spur northbound is closed at 80. The Belleville Turnpike is closed in North Arlington, and the Palisades Parkway southbound is closed at exit 2. Path trains will operate every 30 minutes. Jersey Transit, Metro North, Long Island Railroad are going to try and provide normal service. Subways, NR 1, 2, 3, and 9 bypass Cortlandt Street. Staten Island Ferry open to emergency personnel only. Nassau County westbound LIE, Northern State, Southern State closed at the Queens line, and street cleaning regulations are suspended. Lee?
Okay, rescue crews have been on the scene of what had been the World Trade Center complex. They were there all night trying to make it safe enough for a search in hopes that someone in the rubble, they would somewhere find survivors. Mayor Giuliani said last night that at least one call had been received from under the rubble, a survivor who said that he was trapped with some of the others, and Fire Commissioner Tom Von Essen says the top priority right now is to dig through to those people.
We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive.
Okay, of course, Lower Manhattan is by and large off limits to everyone, but 1010 Winds newsman Al Jones is about as close to the scene as they're letting anyone go.
It's like, I'm so happy.
And we'll be hearing from him in a moment. But first, let's go to 1010 Winds newsman John Montone. He's at St. Vincent's Hospital. John?
Ellie, more than 300 victims of yesterday's terrorist attack have been brought here. A hospital official earlier told me that most of those were suffering from some smoke and dust inhalation. Still, all night long, medical personnel have been here. There are outside triage units set up. It's again, one of these surreal scenes where these medical personnel are actually hoping that some casualties will be brought here, because that means that there will be people who are found alive under the rubble. But the truth of the matter is not many people believe that will actually be the case. I think our last number on casualties that have been taken to area hospitals is now at 2,100. The main triage center yesterday was set up at downtown Beekman, since that was closest to the scene, and Many of the people there were injured when the first tower fell in it. It became almost like an urban volcano, just rumbling like lava, but instead of hot lava, it was just chunks of concrete shattering, and then this awful dust and soot which settled everywhere. And you still see a lot of that, even as far north here as 13th Street in Greenwich Village. Tow trucks are pulling cars up from lower Manhattan, and they are just covered from this, not unlike what you would see during a major snowstorm with the cars covered with snow. However, this is a dirty soot, and it brings back memories of yesterday's horrific bombings. But again, here at St. Vincent's, where we are expecting an update from hospital personnel, the triage centers stand ready. But right now they're not doing anything. We don't have any ambulances coming in with any victims, any people who are injured. Those who were brought here yesterday are still here being treated. And there is just hope that some people will be found alive and that these people can be useful. There is a woman from the neighborhood that I spoke to, or we spoke to earlier, a group of reporters. Her name is Nancy, and she was one who had to get out, do something. A lot of people are like that. She went out and bought bread and milk for people who seem to need it.
But it's like, I'm so happy that they blocked the streets off, because this place is going to be crawling with tourists, and there's work to be done. There is months of work to be done, and that has to be done in hours to keep people alive, if they're alive.
I think you can detect a touch of hysteria in her voice, and I think you'll find that a lot around the city today as this really settles in and people start looking at the long-term consequences of what happened. John Montone, 1010 Wins, reporting live from St. Vincent.
Okay, Mayor Giuliani, of course, is calling on New Yorkers to remain calm. The city is, in many key respects, still functional, and we'll be going over what's closed and what's open for you shortly. 1010 Wins newsman Al Jones is about as close as they're letting anyone get to the rescue operation of what had been the World Trade Center complex, and I guess shortly they'll have daylight, and that will be a bit of a help, right, Al?
Well, the area right around World Trade Center, where it used to be the Twin Towers, is lit up pretty well. I mean, they brought in all these huge lights overnight. They hooked it up with generators because there's really not a lot of power down here. And for now, it's lit up very much like a baseball stadium or a football field. But, of course, I don't need to tell anybody, it's not a game. This is a life and death search that's going on. Plenty of payloaders, dump trucks, forklifts, and the like standing by the ready. But for now, they're doing most of the searching hand-to-hand, going over the debris, listening, and they have managed to pull 2 people out this morning, 2 people out alive, and they are in phone contact with at least 2 others, including a police officer buried beneath the rubble. The cell phone's once again being used for something that probably wasn't intended 20 years ago. Coming down the West Side Highway, walking up here, I saw something that I guess we're going to all have to get used to, and that's not seeing this landmark in Lower Manhattan. No longer will you see these 2 towers that almost anchored the financial district and, of course, anchored the city on this end. But for now, what used to be 110 stories reduced to maybe 50 feet tall. People climbing over the debris, still poking around and still looking for people trapped inside. Every now and then the wail of a siren comes down 7th Avenue. And normally sirens, of course, sound of dread. Here it's the sound of hope because of ambulances rushing to the scene. That means there's a reason that someone needs immediate medical attention. Lee?
Okay, Al, of course, many people, we don't really know how many, but we know it's a number that is unfortunately way too large, a number, as Mayor Giuliani put it, that we cannot bear, or unaccounted for and feared dead. Now, a number of phone hotlines have been set up to field calls from relatives of the missing. Hopefully some of them will get good news, and here is 1010 Wins newsman Brian Carey with a list of some of those key numbers. Brian?
Well, Lee, as we know, the area around the World Trade Center was a world of its own. An estimated 50,000 people worked there. Thousands more did business there, patronizing shops and traveling through more than 70 shops and restaurants. And on this new day, the begging, haunting, dreaded question, what has happened to the thousands of people still unaccounted for? And it's the not knowing that is giving some people hope and fear at the same time. If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 numbers, 1-866-856 4167. 1-866-856-4167 or 212-741-4626. 212-741-4626. There is a hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel. That number, 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. Also, the NYPD is asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled this morning. The American Red Cross is providing 12 shelters in New York City. At each of the shelters, a number of services provided. Trained disaster mental health workers will be there to, of course, tend to the emotional grief. Food, water, blankets will be provided. And registered nurses are there as well. Those shelter locations are in Manhattan, Bayard Rustin High School, 351 West 18th Street, Seward Park High School, 350 Grand Street, Washington, Irving High School, 40 Irving Place. There are several in Manhattan. On Staten Island, Curtis High School, 105 Hamilton Avenue. In Brooklyn, Westinghouse High School, 105 Johnston Street. Jamie Drogan is a spokesperson for the American Red Cross.
What kind of help do you, the Red Cross, need at this point?
The three things that they can give are blood, money, and prayer. Blood, we suggest people should call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD to find out about donating blood in their local area and where they need to go and what they need to bring. In terms of money, we encourage people to call 1-800-HELP-NOW to make a financial donation to the Red Cross, because all of the services of the Red Cross are provided for by the time and financial contribution of volunteers. And prayer is just, to think about those that are out there that have been fortunate enough to have found their loved ones, and the Red Cross would like to extend their deepest sympathies for those that have lost people in this tragedy.
Again, to give blood, you can call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. You'll be given the names of specific blood centers. As for donating money, you should call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Remember, all the services the Red Cross provides are provided for by volunteers. Lee?
Okay, 5:51, 1010 Wins News Time, and let's get a check of traffic and transit on the ones. Here is Pete Torriello.
The Lincoln, the Holland tunnels are closed both ways. The George Washington Bridge inbound upper and lower decks are closed. New Jersey bound is open, but only the upper level to New Jersey. All East River bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed at this time. If you're going to take the Tappan Zee Bridge, that is available to you from either side. Down at the Verrazano Bridge, it is open on both levels going to Staten Island. If you're going to Brooklyn on the Verrazano, only the lower level is open. The FDR Drive, the West Side Highway are shut down in both directions from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. All streets in Manhattan south of 14th Street are closed, and in Brooklyn, the inbound Gowanus Expressway is closed at Fort Hamilton Parkway, leaving Nassau County. The westbound LIE, the northern, the southern state parkways are shut down at the Queens line. Mass Transit Path will be running every 30 minutes. Jersey Transit, Metro North, Long Island Railroad are attempting normal service on the subways. The NR 1239 bypass Cortlandt Street. Staten Island Ferry available to emergency services personnel only, and alternate side parking regulations are suspended. Lee?
Okay, I guess all things considered, the city is considerably more functional than you might think, but nothing close to normal. Keep it locked into 1010 Wins for the latest. Hopefully more things will be coming available to us traffic and transit-wise, and of course air traffic remains grounded completely, and that too may change in the course of the day. As for the question of who visited such devastation upon the city and the nation, including the nation's defense headquarters, investigators may be making some progress. And for the latest on that, we go to 1010 Wins newsman James Faraday. James?
Well, Lee, of course, much of the speculation over yesterday's horrific attacks on New York and Washington is centered on terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. CNN's Nick Robertson reports that Afghanistan, apparently fearful of a swift and certain U.S. retaliation for the deadly attacks, is denying any responsibility.
Last night, of course, the Taliban moving very swiftly. Foreign Minister Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil talking to journalists saying that they were not responsible, Afghanistan was not responsible, that they condemned terrorism in all its forms, and they said that Osama bin Laden couldn't be responsible for what had happened. Mullah Omar, the spiritual leader of the country, issuing a statement indicative of the apprehension that possibly Afghanistan could be a place where retribution might be sought. But certainly Mullah Omar's statement, Osama bin Laden, he said, could not be responsible. This type of terrorism, he said, was too great for one man.
Many experts beg to differ, however, suggesting that Osama bin Laden is virtually the only terrorist on the world stage who could have orchestrated the coordinated hijackings and crashes. Brian Jenkins, a terrorism expert with the RAND Corporation, accepts that premise, but says the search may turn up additional co-conspirators.
We may find that this particular action involved actors from several different sources.
The ranking Republican in the Senate Intelligence Committee, Richard Shelby of Alabama, says the U.S. was caught completely off guard.
This obviously was a failure of great dimension. We had no specific warning of the United States being attacked, although people have alluded to that before. We've got to do better. We must do better.
Overseas, CNN's Christiana Manpour reports U.S. allies are trying to learn from Washington's mistakes.
Here in Britain, there has been heightened security, not only at the airports where I flew in today, where there are policemen with submachine guns at the entrances to the airport. There are no planes allowed to fly over central London, but also in other areas of government buildings, there is a heightened state of alert, as there are in many other capitals. It is increasingly jittery. We've heard stories and reports of hoaxes, fake bomb alerts, and indeed Downing Street, the Prime Minister's residence here in Britain, was evacuated of all the journalists shortly before their national security meeting, and no reason was given for that.
British Airways has suspended flights to Islamabad as a precaution. Back at home, the word is the fire at the Pentagon is now under control, but a fire chief says the number of people killed there could hit 800. He says he's hoping they find more survivors, but notes no sounds have been heard coming from within the rubble. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with 1010 Wins news anchor Lee Harris.
A few moments ago, Brian Carey gave out a list of phone numbers for information on relatives seeking their loved ones, and also a list of shelters that have been set up around the city for people who are in need of that. And those shelters also have mental health professionals available for counseling. What we want to tell you is that those lists are available on our website, 1010wins.com. The website has been stripped down substantially so that the maximum number of people can access it. You may still have a little trouble getting in, but keep trying. Those lists are on that website, 1010wins.com. We got a little good news from Alice Stockton Rossini earlier this hour. She visited Ladder Company 1 in Lower Manhattan and revealed to us miraculously that even though they were among the first professionals to respond to the scene, that everyone from that ladder company is accounted for. We do, however, also have word that as many as 300 firefighters are unaccounted for. 1010 Wins reporter Eileen LaPalmer talked to one of the lucky firefighters who made it out of the area alive.
As emergency crews worked feverishly and bystanders stood by gaping at the large plume of black smoke that was billowing over the collapsed towers, 7 World Trade Center went down, collapsed from the structural damage from the explosion earlier. Darryl was a block away trying to help the wounded.
We were just standing there, all of a sudden, out of nowhere. You hear this clap, sounds like thunder. The building had shock waves going through. You could see a shock wave go up, the windows blast out. But, you know, it was like I thought I was watching a movie.
Darryl and his friend are first-year medical students at NYU. They were actually in class when they heard about the disaster. They simply threw down their books, picked up masks and some other emergency supplies, and ran right into the thick of it.
Saw this plume of smoke coming straight for us. That was scary. We ran 3 blocks. Never ran faster in my life.
Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
Wins News Time, 5:58. It is not a primary concern, but it is a concern, the effect of all of this on the world's financial situation. 1010 Wins Wall Street reporter Larry Kofsky, not at his usual post this morning. He's here with us in the studio. And Larry, what are we seeing so far?
Well, we saw overnight some steep declines in markets in Asia. The Tokyo's Nikkei index tumbled 690 points, down to 96.02. Its first closed below that 10,000 level in about 17 years. Things seem to stabilize in London this morning. The Financial Times 100 index was up 80-some points early on. When last I looked, it had given back a lot of that gain, and it was up only 11. Of course, Wall Street trading is not going to happen today. The financial markets here in the U.S. are going to stay closed. Like the emotional repercussions of all of this, the economic after effects from yesterday's terrorist attacks will be felt for some time to come.
MarketWatch.com's chief economist, Dr. Erwin Kellner, writes this morning that the business and financial outlook has changed. For one thing, he says consumer confidence will take a hit, as he usually does at times like this. He says that retailers will be hard hit, as will airlines, hotels, resorts, and insurance companies. On the other hand, he says companies that specialize in providing security will find an increase in business. And as for monetary policy, he says the Federal Reserve has already announced that it stands to add as much liquidity as the banks need to keep the payment system functioning. So we're probably in for some rough economic times, but the financial system, by all accounts, will get through it. Lee?
I guess all things considered, the news from London this morning could be a lot worse. Let's take a look at your 1010 Winds AccuWeather forecast for the day. It'll be sunny today, although not necessarily pleasant. High 78. Mainly clear tonight. Low 62 in Midtown, 52 in some of the suburbs. Tomorrow, sunshine, some clouds. There will be a shower and a thunderstorm late tomorrow into early Friday. High 80 for Friday, breezy with intervals of clouds and sunshine, and a high of 66. 63 degrees now. It is clear in New York City. Humidity at 63%. The winds are north at 5. Repeating the current temperature, 63 degrees. We're headed up to 78 in Midtown. Good morning. I'm Lee Harris, and this is 1010 Winds, your all-news station and Infinity broadcasting station.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh, my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh, my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating.
The very and real terrible images of terrorism now have New York and Washington as a backdrop. The World Trade Towers, gone. And so are hundreds and likely thousands of lives. The Pentagon stands, but with an ugly hole in its side. And outside Pittsburgh, the wreckage of a hijacked plane is strewn across a hillside. New York City is closed. It's paralyzed. Perhaps that's a better word. Mayor Giuliani urging people to stay home. If you can't, then try and find a way into the city. It's not easy. What's running and what's not? We have to get down to the sense of normalcy. And in one way we can do that by checking in and seeing what is opened and what is closed. Your Shadow Traffic Report with Pete Torriello.
All of the bridges and tunnels that come into Manhattan are closed. That's really the bottom line. If you're coming into Manhattan, and you should only be coming into this city if you absolutely, positively must be here. That is the only reason to be coming in here today. The city is closed for all intents and purposes. South of 14th Street, the bridges and tunnels are closed coming inbound. Path running every 30 minutes. Jersey Transit, Metro North, Long Island Railroad say that they're going to provide as much normal service as they can. The subways are running. The N, the R, the 1, 2, 3, and 9s are bypassing Cortlandt Street. The Staten Island Ferry is open to emergency services personnel only. Alternate side parking regulations are suspended on a citywide basis. Both the West Side Highway and the FDR are shut down both ways from 96th Street all the way to the bottom. The Gowanus Expressway is closed inbound at Fort Hamilton Parkway, and a lot of the approaches coming into the city from Jersey are shut down, including Route 80 eastbound in Fort Lee. Eastbound 446 are closed in Fort Lee. Eastbound 3 is shut down in Weehawken. Northbound 1 and 9 is closed on the Skyway. The Turnpike eastbound Newark extension is closed. That would normally take you out to the Holland Tunnel. We've got the Turnpike shut down northbound on the Eastern Road from 15E to Route 80. The Western Spur is closed northbound at 80. The Palisades is closed southbound at Exit 2. Judy?
Thank you, Pete. Actually, I know firsthand the trouble of trying to get around, and frankly, I have Officer Sanchez and Strong of the 44th Precinct to thank incredibly for their kind assistance this morning for getting me to where I needed to be, and without them I wouldn't be where I needed to be. So, again, a thank you to Officer Sanchez and Strong of the 44th Precinct, and to all those people who are out there just doing what they do, helping people wherever help is needed. The terror struck shortly before 9 o'clock yesterday morning when a plane crashed into the upper floors of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. It seems like a second ago. It also seems like a lifetime ago. And then another plane crashed into the South Tower about 10:30 yesterday morning. The towers collapsed one after another. An adjoining building, 7 World Trade Center, came down about 8 hours later. Rescue workers tried to begin digging for bodies. It was difficult at first. The debris was shifting, the rubble unsteady. All through it, they continued to hold out hope of finding survivors in the wreckage of the worst case of terrorism on American soil. Today, the rescue effort continues. And one of those rescue efforts comes from Ladder Company number 1 down on Duane Street. That's where 1010 Wins reporter Alice Stockton-Rossini headed.
Firefighters at Ladder Company 1 are amazed. They all got out of the World Trade Center disaster alive. They were among the first on the scene of the tragedy, and many are still trying to cope with the devastation.
Like a war zone down there. Well, I was on the 30th floor. I can't believe I made it out of that building.
Were you there when it went down?
Yeah.
How did you get out?
God showed me the way. I shouldn't be here right now.
I'm sorry. Most of these firefighters will be back on the scene today, sifting through the rubble and helping with the cleanup. Literally hundreds of dump trucks line the streets between here and the remains of the World Trade Center, ready to haul away tons of debris. Alice Stockton-Rossini, 1010 Wins at Ladder Company 1 in Lower Manhattan.
1010 Wins reporter Al Jones trying to get as close to the scene as possible. Let's join him for this live report.
And about as close as anybody's getting now is Stuyvesant High School on the West Side Highway. As Alice mentioned, the dump trucks coming out, but mostly what they're bringing out now is stuff that has been picked off the streets. A lot of twisted metal. Actually, the one that went by, I could just see car parts sticking out, like a bumper and a twisted hood and that kind of thing. Most of the actual debris from the World Trade Center towers remains in place, because they're still searching underneath for people trapped inside. In fact, they did pull 2 people out earlier this morning, and there's at least 2 people underneath with a cell phone that have been in contact with people. So the search continues. There's still a lot of hope that people are going to be pulled out of their lives. But there's also the realization that there's some 50,000 people who work in this huge office complex on any given day. 2,000 injured, and a lot of people still missing, and that's what worries many here. But that's what keeps them going, keeps them searching through the rubble. There's a number of workmen standing here with shovels and also these huge electric saws that they use to cut through not only concrete but also steel beams. There's dogs in the area. There's those probes that they use for earthquake searches, the heat probes. So there's a lot of equipment down here and a lot of people, and the search continues. But for now, we're back here kind of just watching what's going on. Not a lot of activity as far as ambulances going in and out, and that's not a good sign. You want to see ambulances because that means that people need help. Judy?
Thanks, Al. We are getting word that that huge ice rink that you may be familiar with down at the Chelsea Pier has been taken over to be used as a makeshift morgue. The final death toll from this terrible tragedy will not likely be known for weeks. The 4 planes, though, that crashed had a total of 266 people on board. Authorities say between 100 and 800 people were believed dead at the Pentagon. Thousands, as you heard Al Jones say, worked at the Trade Center. Thousands more were tourists who were inside. We were getting figures that upwards to 100,000 people walked through that complex on a daily basis. Believe it or not, some of the survivors have been calling for help, trapped under the debris, using their cell phones. We have word that 4 people have been pulled from the debris, at least one of them a firefighter. An amazing sight through the dust and the smoke that is still enveloping the area in downtown where the World Trade Center complex used to stand. There's an American flag that can still be seen. We've also been receiving word that the Millennium Hotel is on fire and is in danger of collapse, but it is believed that everyone who was in and around that hotel had been safely evacuated quite some time ago. So there doesn't seem to be any danger of injuries or casualties should that Millennium Hotel absolutely go down the way the World Trade Center went down yesterday. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone headed out to St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the injured are being treated.
The medical staff is on full alert here. Outdoor triage centers are waiting for more casualties. Although the grim realization here is that anyone who has not been rescued by now may no longer be in need of medical attention. So far, one hospital official told me that 300 people have been brought here, most of them suffering from smoke and dust inhalation. Now, beyond the trained medical personnel, there are New Yorkers like Nancy who just have to do something. She wants to help out.
When I came home from work today, which was late, it's like there were people wandering the streets taking pictures of nothing because there's nothing there. So they're taking pictures of where the buildings are without the buildings behind it.
And folks like Nancy are keeping themselves busy. In Nancy's case, she's picking up bread, milk, other foodstuffs for people who she thinks could use it. I should say that this is about as far south as Manhattan as we know it now extends. Beyond this, there's sort of a jerry-rigged fortress of police, steel gates, and horses here, preventing people from getting anywhere near the scene of yesterday's disaster. And the most telling reminder of what happened less than 24 hours ago, that tow trucks are coming up and they're pulling cars from down near the scene, cars that are covered with this dark soot that filled the streets around the World Trade Center after the towers collapsed. John Montone, 1010 Winds, reporting from St. Vincent's Hospital.
As we have been mentioning, rescue workers certainly have been doing their best to try and get to any survivors that may be trapped amid the tons of dust and rubble. For years, people will be asking, where were you when the Trade Center was attacked? 1010 Winds reporter Juliet Papa talked to some people who worked in Lower Manhattan and witnessed the devastation.
One man said the plane seared through the building like a can opener. Another man searching for his father described the area as looking like World War III. The horrific sights of the crash and explosion witnessed by Lisa, a maintenance worker at 40 Worth Street.
They were jumping out of the building. You see the bodies coming down. And we were all right on West Broadway. You see them just jumping out of the building. They look like big rag dolls. All I saw was two of them. But it seemed from where we were standing, it seemed like somebody was waving, right? Before the second explosion, they were waving at the top by the corner. They're waving something white.
She said after the second explosion, she never saw them again. Juliet Papa, 1010 Winds in Lower Manhattan.
Needless to say, Lower Manhattan is completely off limits to anybody and everybody unless you are a rescue worker or have a special dispensation to be down there. But all of Manhattan is pretty tight. Let's get a feeling of where you can get to and where you can't get to in the Shadow Traffic Report with Pete Torriello.
Well, you cannot get into the city by bridge or tunnel. They have been turning traffic away coming in from Nassau County, too, on the westbound LIE at the Queens line. However, they are open now on the westbound Northern and the Southern State Parkways. So if you're coming into the city, you really have to do it by train. MTA, or rather Metro North, the Jersey Transit, Long Island Railroad say that they are going to provide as much normal service as they can today. And PATH trains are running every 30 minutes. New Jersey Transit buses will not be coming into the city. We just got an update on the subways here, Judy, and the MTA is telling us that the 1 and 2 trains are operating from the Bronx to 34th Street. The number 1 is local only from Van Cortlandt Park, 242nd Street down to 34th Street. The number 2 is express service only from 241 down to 34th Street. The number 3 line is suspended. The 4 trains are operating from Woodlawn and the Bronx to New Lots in Brooklyn, skipping Union Square to Borough Hall. And the number 5 trains are operating from Dyer Avenue in the Bronx down to Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn, and again skipping Union Square and Borough Hall. And all subways, the number 6 will be operating now, and that will terminate, however, at Bleecker Street. Alternate side of the street parking regulations are suspended citywide, and I'll have more traffic coming up shortly on 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 6:12. The most devastating terrorist attack ever conducted against the United States has people praying, but also pointing fingers. Those fingers seem to be pointing at terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. For an overview of the national picture, James Faraday joins us now with this live report.
Well, Judy, in Washington today, Congress is determined to show the world that the deadly terrorist attacks on New York and the nation's capital will not stop America's government from doing the people's business. Newsman Vic Ratner is on Capitol Hill.
Expect extra heavy security as lawmakers return to the Capitol, determined to show the world that, as Senate Leader Tom Daschle put it, Americans will not be cowed by terrorism.
We will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families.
Senate Intelligence Committee member Richard Shelby was bitter that the attacks caught the U.S. by surprise. Shelby saying we were basically caught flat-footed.
Another senator, Arizona's John McCain, says the attacks will permanently alter the way we live.
I don't think our lives will ever be the same again in some respect, especially those who use airliners with some frequency.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the Potomac, officials are still searching for survivors at the Pentagon. A fire chief there says between 100 and 800 people may be dead following the attack there. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, echoing what seems to be the order of the day in Washington, says his department will be functioning today. CNN's John King takes a look at what's happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
In the hours ahead, look for the administration to move aggressively on several fronts. First, an effort by the White House to make the case the federal government is doing all it can for the rescue and the relief operation. As part of that, there will even be a symbolic blood drive on the White House grounds this morning. Also, Secretary of State Colin Powell will be out making the round of morning news shows, also delivering remarks here in Washington, promising a thorough investigation and promising to reach out to governments around the world to build a new coalition against international terrorism.
And when it comes to international terrorism, there's no more capable mastermind, say the experts, than Osama bin Laden. He's reportedly high on the list of suspects in yesterday's attacks. Former FBI Director James Woolsey says whether the guilty party is bin Laden or someone else, one thing is clear. The U.S. is now at war with a shadowy opponent.
It's clear now, as it was on December 7th, 1941, the United States is at war. The question is with whom? In December of 41, we knew. Today, we really don't.
An Arabic newspaper today says bin Laden is almost certainly responsible for the attacks. CNN's Michael Jones takes a look at what Americans think.
The vast majority of Americans consider the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon as acts of war, but only 21% are calling for an immediate military strike on terrorist organizations before the U.S. identifies which ones are responsible for Tuesday's events. Most think that those attacks were just the first stage in a sustained terrorist campaign that will continue in the next few weeks.
And it may take weeks before officials know how many people died. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues now with 1010 Wins News anchor Judy DeAngelis.
This is certainly a story about numbers, James. The numbers of the people on the planes, the times when the planes hit. But there are also several numbers that can help, numbers to call for information about loved ones who may have been in the World Trade Center at the time of the attack. 1010 Wins reporter Brian Carey has been assembling those numbers and joins us now with this live report.
Judy, the World Trade Center's Twin Towers saw an estimated 50,000 people walk through the doors to work daily, and thousands upon thousands more traveled through that area every morning, as they did yesterday morning. This morning, many remain unaccounted for, along with dozens and dozens of rescue personnel. And as horrific as this nightmare is for the entire nation, there's no describing what the families of the victims are feeling, many of them still not knowing the status of their loved ones. If you are looking for a loved one, the NYPD has set up two numbers, 866-856-4167. That's 866-856-4167 or 212-741-4626. 212-741-4626. There's a hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel as well. That number, 718-999-2541. 718-999-2541. Also, the NYPD is asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled this morning. The general number for questions in New York City is 212-560-2730, 212-560-2730. As for families of those who rode the ill-fated planes, American Airlines passenger information can be reached by calling 1-800-245-0999, 800-245-0999. United Airlines passenger information information. 800-932-8555. 800-932-8555. The American Red Cross is providing 12 shelters in New York City. At each shelter, a number of services being provided for both physical and emotional aspects. Mental health workers are there, and food, water, blankets being provided. Jamie Drogan is a spokesperson for the Red Cross.
Something of this magnitude is never something you can prepare for, but it is our responsibility and our mission to do everything we can in our power to help the families and the victims and the relief workers to get through this as best they can.
Those shelter locations are in Manhattan, Bayard, Ruston High School, 351 West 18th Street, Seward Park High School, 350 Grand Street, Washington Irving High, 40 Irving Place, Fashion Industry High School, 225 West 24th Street, Chelsea High School, 131 6th Avenue, Norman Thomas High School, 111 East 33rd Street, City School, 16 Clarkson Street, JHS 2211 Columbia Street, IS 131 100 Hester Street, Comprehensive Day and Night 240 2nd Avenue. On Staten Island, Curtis High School, 105 Hamilton Avenue, and in Brooklyn, Westinghouse High School, 105 Johnson Street. The Red Cross, the biggest needs, blood, money, and prayer. To give blood, call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. You'll be given the names of specific blood centers. As for donating money, you should call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Remember, all the services the Red Cross provides are provided for by volunteers. And the prayer, that speaks for itself. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on Washington and New York continues with 1010 Wins anchor Judy DeAngelis.
Thank you, Brian. Victims of the terrorist attacks streamed into hospitals, nursing homes, and triage centers yesterday. Mayor Giuliani says several hundred people had been taken to hospitals by mid-afternoon, and hundreds of walking wounded were taken by ferry to Liberty State Park in Jersey City. A steady stream of boats continued to arrive in Jersey City well into the night. Jersey City Mayor Glenn Cunningham says that about every 10 minutes another boat with 100 to 150 people pulled up. He says there are literally hundreds of ambulances deployed at the park from all over New Jersey. He said he had the feeling the rescue operation would go on for several days. You're listening to 1010 Wins Radio. Jim Maloney is at the editor's desk.
Oh my God, the building fell. The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh my God.
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going down?
Yes, that is the second. That is the second tower. That is the second tower.
Down. A huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
It is hard to speak the words when you watch such devastation. But as the dust settles on the worst terror attack in the history of the United States, there is activity, needed activity, at the site of what was once the World Trade Center complex, in hopes that some of the survivors might still be amid the rubble. The city, though, is closed to those people who have no business being here. You can get out. You can't get in. There's just a few entry points. For the latest on what is running and what is not, let's go to Shadow Traffic and Pete Torriello.
Right, Judy, all of the bridges and tunnels coming into Manhattan are closed. In addition, the Holland and the Lincoln tunnels are shut down in both directions. George Washington Bridge, at last word, had only the upper level open going back to New Jersey. In New Jersey, there are a lot of closures. Eastbound Route 80 express lanes are shut down in Saddlebrook. The local lanes are closed in Fort Lee. Route 4 is closed eastbound to Jones Road. 46 East is closed in Fort Lee at 5th Street. Eastbound Route 3 is shut down at the 495 viaduct. The traffic will be diverted over to Tunley Avenue. Northbound 109 is shut down just beyond the Pulaski Skyway, where you duck under the covered roadway in Jersey City. The Jersey Turnpike eastbound Newark extension is closed. The northbound lanes are shut down on the Turnpike on the eastern spur from 15E to Route 80. The northbound western spur is closed at Route 80. The Belleville Turnpike is shut down at the Whitpen Bridge. Southbound Palisades Parkway closed at exit 2. Northbound 440 is closed at Convery Boulevard. We We've got the Outer Bridge crossing, the Goethals Bridge and the Bayonne Bridge closed to Staten Island. The FDR Drive, the West Side Highway are shut down both ways south of 96th Street. All streets in Lower Manhattan below 14th Street are closed. The inbound Gowanus Expressway is shut down at Fort Hamilton Parkway. Jersey Transit, Metro North, Long Island Railroad are running normal service this morning, but as Judy has been saying, you don't come into the city unless you absolutely must positively be here. Get it? PATH trains are running every 30 minutes, and Staten Island ferries open to emergency personnel only. Street cleaning regulations have been suspended. Judy?
Thank you, and I would like to send out a thank you to Officer Sanchez and Strong from Precinct 44 who helped me get to where I needed to go. There is a lot of activity despite the fact that the sun is not up down at the World Trade Center complex area where the buildings are no more. They are hoping to find some survivors there. 1010 Wins reporter Al Jones is as close as he can get. He's got this live report.
And we're at Stuyvesant High School here at Chambers and West, where we can see puffs of white ash continuing to rise from the rubble. What we can see most clearly is what used to be the walkway that extended from the World Trade Center across the West Side Highway to the World Financial Center. That, of course, came down in the terror attack yesterday. That's also where some of the efforts, the rescue efforts, have been concentrated. I talked with a construction worker manning one of those large saws that cuts through concrete and cuts through steel, and he said that they had been working in that area because firefighters had detected some form of life underneath that pile of debris. Now, most of what's being brought out in dump trucks, and there are a number of trucks rumbling by, most of what's coming out is steel and concrete that they've cut kind of from the edges. They haven't gone into the middle of it. For the most part, they're using dogs, probes, and a lot of hand movement of debris in hopes that they won't disturb the pile. The pile's still a good maybe 50 feet tall in the center. And there's a lot of debris. And there's also quite possibly a lot of people trapped inside in different pockets. So for now, it's a slow go as far as cleaning of debris. But that doesn't mean there's not a lot to do, because there's plenty around the periphery of here. Several buildings that across the street from the World Trade Center heavily damaged. Some of those also collapsed. In fact, earlier this morning, they pulled 2 people outside of one of those buildings. So the rescue effort here continues. It is still a rescue effort. They still hope to bring a lot of people out. But, of course, as we all know, there are thousands that are unaccounted for, and the fear is that many of those people are trapped inside and won't be walking out. Judy?
Thank you. St. Vincent's Hospital was one of the first to receive the injured and dead. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone is over in that area and checks in with this live report.
Judy, the grim reality really begins to sink in as you look at the front of St. Vincent's Hospital now. As the sun comes up, there are triage units set up outside with medical personnel, and really they're doing absolutely nothing because no patients have been brought here since I've been here, and that's been about 2 hours. Most of them most of the patients who were brought in in the hours following the terrible explosion, and they were brought in for smoke and dust inhalation. There were more than 300 patients accepted here. I'm looking over at the podium now. We're expecting an update from hospital personnel shortly, and I'll just tell you that at this point, very few people are being taken here, an indication that they are not pulling people out alive from that rubble. John Montone, 1010 Wins, reporting live from St. Vincent's.
Well, needless to say, the world financial markets are in upheaval over this. Certainly nowhere is that more evident than right here in New York. And while we do not have regular business hours today, we do know that things are still going on. So we're going to check in now with 1010 Wins financial expert Larry Kofsky for the very latest on that.
Trading on Wall Street for a second day as the financial district tries to... 24 hours or so ago is no more. I, for one, am not particularly looking forward to heading downtown again. Asian markets, as predicted, sold off overnight. Tokyo's Nikkei index closed below 10,000 for the first time in about 17 years, losing 690 points. In Europe, an early recovery. London's FT100 index up only 10 points at last report after being up more than 80 in the early going. Trading was already underway in London yesterday when the tragedy struck, and the market did sell off at that time to its worst level of the year. The economic impact of yesterday's reign of terror is only starting to be felt. MarketWatch.com chief economist Dr. Erwin Kellner is only one of many experts now predicting a downturn from what was a precariously low second quarter growth rate. Retailers, airlines, hotels, and insurance companies are likely to take a hit. Security companies, on the other hand, according to Kellner, are likely to see their business jump. Judy?
Thank you, Larry. There are so many stories to tell of the horrific scene that occurred yesterday in Lower Manhattan. 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum learned some of them.
This horrific tragedy has touched everyone in and around the New York City area, myself included. For me, this began when I felt my building in Brooklyn shake. I looked out my window and saw the immense fireball from the second plane that had just crashed into one of the towers. Then, as I made my way across the Brooklyn Bridge about a half an hour later, I watched in total shock as one of the buildings collapsed to the ground, creating an immense cloud of debris. Thousands upon thousands of people began running for their lives in Lower Manhattan, many crying, screaming, terrified. Then the stories, like the one told by firefighter Tommy Dowdell of Engine 238.
Our worst fears are that there are many hundreds, if not thousands, of dead people in the rubble there. Is that what you've been encountering?
Definitely, without a doubt. There's definitely thousands. It goes into the thousands, and I wouldn't doubt that for 1 second. Thousands. And I'm talking emergency workers, people that were in the building.
One firefighter died when a person who jumped out of one of the burning buildings landed on him. 10 hours later, I looked over my shoulder as I walked across the Brooklyn Bridge and watched the billowing smoke rising from where the Twin Towers once stood. When I finally returned to my apartment building, I learned that one of my neighbors who works on the 101st floor of one of the towers never made it home. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News Time 6:29. Mayor Giuliani has had nothing but praise for the men and women toiling to find victims in the tons of debris from the fallen Trade Center buildings.
At least there's some hope that we'll be able to get some people out. We have been able to get 2 people out who have been identified as Port Authority police officers. I don't have their identities and I don't have their condition.
We're going to join a live briefing now that is going on at St. Vincent's. Let's listen in. We seem to be having a little trouble getting that. Let's try again. We seem to be having a little trouble getting that.
Paramedics, firefighters, or police officers. We have 6 other hospitals in our system in Manhattan, Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Queens. Those hospitals received 42 additional patients, including 20 who were brought by barge over to St. Vincent, Staten Island. One of those individuals died at St. Vincent, Staten Island. Our paramedics were at the scene throughout the day yesterday. As you saw and continue to see, we are ready for what we hope will be additional survivors today. We are the closest trauma center, and thus if there are any miraculous recoveries from the wreckage, they will most likely be brought here. I'm going to ask Dr. Westphal to talk to you a bit about our paramedics and the work that they did, our ambulances, and the work that's happened in the trauma center, and then we'll take questions.
You're listening to a live report
Mark,
from
Dr. Westphal, Associate Director of the Department of Emergency Medicine. Mr. Ackerman has mentioned the number of patients that we've had, the conditions, and the 4 deaths in Manhattan here. Our paramedics have had about 7 crews since 8 a.m. yesterday morning that have assisted Fidney EMS in obviously this massive undertaking of responding to critical trauma emergencies downtown. All of our crews have been able to participate and treat patients and move patients, and fortunately have not been injured or been critically injured themselves. We have in the emergency department right now all through the night a triple staff of nurses, physicians, physician assistants, and technical staff. The administrative senior management has been up, almost all of them throughout the night, and we've been prepared and are awaiting victims from the site as well. We are, as I think Mayor Giuliani has said over and over, we are very hopeful. We are prepared.
You are listening to Richard Westphal of St. Vincent's Hospital, a briefing on what we can expect a little later this morning. That is one of the hospitals that was the closest to the terror scene down at the World Trade Center. Speaking of the World Trade Center, it is closed, as is most of Manhattan, certainly the lower portion. Let's check in with Shadow Traffic and Pete Torriello for the latest on that.
Right, Judy, the Holland, the Lincoln tunnels are shut down in both directions. The George Washington Bridge, New York bound, both levels are closed. Jersey bound lower level is closed. And the Bayonne Bridge, the Goethals Bridge, the outer bridge crossing, New York bound remain closed until further notice. All three bridges are open back to New Jersey. The MTA says the Brooklyn Battery and the Queens Midtown tunnels are closed in both directions. The Triborough Bridge has no access into or out of Manhattan. The Verrazano Bridge, Brooklyn bound upper level is closed, and the lower level is open to the Belt Parkway and Fort Hamilton Parkway, traffic only. The southbound Henry Hudson Bridge is also closed. The Brooklyn Bridge is shut down in both directions. Manhattan Bridge is also closed both ways. It is available for pedestrians leaving the city. The Williamsburg Bridge, Manhattan bound, is closed, and the 59th Street Bridge, Manhattan bound, both levels are closed. The Queens bound lower level is also shut down. You can use the upper deck into Queens. The West Side Highway, the FDR Drive, are shut down in both directions between 96th Street and Battery Park. The street cleaning regulations are suspended here in the city. Coming in from Long Island, the westbound Northern and Southern State Parkways are closed at the Queens line, and the westbound Long Island Expressway is shut down at exit 33. City subways, most service has resumed with the exception of the 3, the C, and the Q Express. All stations in Manhattan from Canal Street and south of Canal will be bypassed. I'll have more traffic coming up shortly on 1010 Wins. Judy.
And thank you. We have a lot of closings to tell you about, so let's toss it over to 1010 Wins reporter Brian Carey, who has been putting together the list. Brian.
Well, Judy, all New York City public and parochial schools are closed, as are state and federal courts and borough courts. Employees there should stay home unless contacted, and jurors should not report for duty today. The Empire State Building, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and all businesses below 14th Street in Manhattan, including Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, and the Amex, and the New York headquarters of AXA Financial will be closed today. Borough of Manhattan Community College on Chambers Street is closed. All other CUNY schools are open today. The Brooklyn Center of Long Island University has canceled classes. All non-essential employees at LIU, Brooklyn, are being told to stay home. St. John's University canceling all classes, and all offices there are closed except for essential staff. All facilities of the New York Public Library closed. The Bank Street Graduate School, Cope Institute, Fashion Institute of Technology, Juilliard School, all closed. In Westchester, the Hallen School is closed. In New Jersey, Bogota schools, the Secaucus District, Bayonne schools, the Jersey City District, Passaic Catholic Regional, the A. Harry Moore School, New Jersey City University, Rutgers Newark, Rutgers New Brunswick, and Rutgers Technical Training Programs, and Ramapo College closed today. Judy.
Thank you. The world is certainly on alert today as governments call for calm while stepping up their own security in the wake of the deadly and devastating attacks in New York and Washington. James Faraday joining us live with the latest overview on the national and world picture.
Well, Judy, at the Pentagon, a fire chief says there could be up to 800 people dead. Officials expect the recovery effort will take several days. Firefighters are still trying to extinguish the flames within the structure after one of the hijacked planes slammed into the building yesterday. Despite all that, CNN's Bob Franken says the Pentagon will be able to function.
They're going to be able to, in fact, handle everything. Of course, the Pentagon is such a huge operation, and many of the operations can be switched to the other part. The Pentagon is, in fact, already operating militarily. It has ordered that ships be sent out on both coasts.
Members of Congress put aside partisan differences last night and joined on the steps of Capitol Hill to sing God Bless America. Congressional leaders say they'll meet today, as usual, vowing that this dastardly terrorist attack will not interfere with the business of governing the nation. Earlier in the day, Senator Chuck Schumer offered condolences.
Our first feeling is for the families and the suffering and the pain that goes on in New York and throughout the country.
Schumer says President Bush has promised to do everything he can to help the rescue and recovery efforts at the World Trade Center. The president last night promised the United States will find and punish those behind these evil acts and any country that harbors them, and used the word war in describing the situation. As newsman Ron Claiborne reports, the investigation into the hijacking at Dulles International Airport outside Washington is moving fast.
Airport officials have confirmed the report that a vehicle was towed from parking lot C, which is very close to the American Airlines terminal, Terminal B. It's been reported that it is a Mitsubishi, I believe, Mirage. Airport officials told us that they think it is a rental car, and we are told it had Virginia license plates.
In Boston, investigators are streaming in, hoping to find clues into how the hijackers were able to breach security there and get onto the two airliners that later crashed into the Twin Towers. A Massachusetts congressman calls it an inside job. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with 1010 Wins news anchor Judy DeAngelis.
3 top New York City Fire Department officials died at the scene of the attack on the World Trade Center. One of the victims, Ray Downey, led a team of New York City firefighters to Oklahoma City back in 1995 to help authorities there deal with the bombing of the federal building. Also killed, First Deputy Commissioner William Freehan and Peter Gansey, Chief of Department. Mayor Giuliani had recently held a party to honor Ray Downey, the Chief of Special Operations. Ladder Company number 1 down on Duane Street is where many of the rescuers who are heading into the debris are coming from. 1010 Wins reporter Alice Stockton-Rossini made her way down to Ladder Company 1.
The people living near what once was the World Trade Center are waking up this morning wishing it never happened. I found Ed, unable to sleep, walking his dog and staring at the smoke that continues to rise from the remains.
Like the police and the firemen, I feel so bad for them and all the victims. But these crazy people, in a way, I feel bad for them because they don't know what they've started. They've woken a sleeping giant. They're going to be crushed to dust.
Many residents here are still without electricity and water, but Ed says the price they're paying as a result of the tragedy is nothing compared to those who paid with their lives. Alice Stockton-Rossini, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
Couple of points to send your way. The Postal Service has suspended mail collection from blue post office boxes today in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. Anyone wishing to mail items must bring them to a post office. Mail delivery in Manhattan will be attempted as long as letter carriers can gain access to the building. Where mail cannot be delivered, customers will be notified where their mail can be picked up. Outside the affected areas, post offices will, of course, be open regular hours. You're listening to 1010 Wins Radio. Tom Offer is our writer.
Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads. It's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know how the fire department will recover. I don't know.
The landscape of New York has been inalterably changed. The soul of America is scarred. We are bowed, but we are not broken. Yesterday morning, the worst terror attack in the history of the United States left most in shock and sorrow, and the city shutting its entry doors. Those doors have yet to be reopened in many areas. We are being urged to stay out of the city if we can. What is running and what is not running? Let's get the latest from Shadow Traffic and Pete Torriello.
Judy, all of the Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels that come into the city are shut down until further notice. One thing that is open in both directions is the Tappan Zee Bridge, and we're looking right at the traffic here on our jam cam, and the Tappan Zee Bridge is bumper to bumper. It is crawling, coming in from Rockland County over to the Westchester side, because that's one of the few ways that you can get in to Manhattan. We have a lot of traffic that is going to be coming in from the north, but if you're coming in from the east side, from the west side, from the back Battery, you cannot get in. The FDR Drive, the West Side Highway are shut down in both directions from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. All of the streets below 14th Street are shut down. There are a number of closures in New Jersey connected with this. In Bergen County, for example, eastbound Route 4 is shut down at Jones Road. In Englewood, eastbound 46 is shut down at 5th Street and Fort Lee. Route 80 eastbound express lanes are shut down in Saddlebrook, and the local lanes, the ramp to northbound 95 are shut down. Southbound 17, the ramp to Route 80 is closed. The Palisades Parkway southbound side is closed at exit 2. And also coming up from Middlesex County, northbound on 440, all lanes are shut down at Route 9 in Woodbridge. City subways, most service has resumed with the exception of the 3, the C, and the Q Express. All stations in Manhattan from Canal Street all the way down to the Battery are shut down. Alternate side of the street parking regulations have been suspended on a citywide basis. New York City Transit buses are operating in Manhattan above Houston Street. Buses are operating in each of the 4 remaining boroughs but are experiencing delays. And PATH service is also going to be running. Of course, the Exchange Place World Trade Center suspended indefinitely. Otherwise, service should be running about every 30 minutes on the PATH. Judy?
Thank you, Peter. A special thank you from me to Officers Sanchez and Strong of the 44th Precinct for helping me get to where I needed to go today. There are some 2,000 rescue workers scrambling across tons of debris and rubble at the site where the World Trade Center once stood. They're hoping to find survivors. There has been word that there are survivors there, that some calls to 911 have come from cell phones held by hands buried under tons of debris. Hundreds and likely thousands died when 2 planes smashed into the north and south towers of the Trade Center around 9 yesterday morning. About an hour later, first one, then the other tower collapsed as a fountain, dust and debris cascaded up streets, coating those fleeing for their lives. 2 commercial planes, one United, one American, slammed into the towers. Both had been hijacked. A third hijacked plane slammed into the Pentagon. A fourth crashed just outside of Pittsburgh. Early indications are that terrorist Osama bin Laden is the mastermind of the deadly attacks. President Bush vowing the government will find and punish those behind the evil acts. 1010 Wins reporter Al Jones trying to get down as close as he can to the scene of the devastation. Let's check in for this live report.
And Judy, maybe it was better before daybreak because at least when it was dark out, you really couldn't see the magnitude of what happened down here in Lower Manhattan. If you, I'm standing here on Greenwich Avenue. I'm looking down at what used to be obviously the North Tower, and it would pretty much block the scene. Looking down there now, and it looks like something that you might see from an earthquake in another part of the world. The steel girders have pancaked down. I can count 9 or 10 of them, just stacked one on top of the other. It's a steaming pile of concrete and steel. The hoses are being trained on it because there's still fire and hot spots underneath. So firefighters still have some work to do on this side. You can walk over to West Street, and where the footbridge used to be that connected the World Trade Center with the World Financial Center. That footbridge, of course, came down yesterday, and that's where a lot of the rescue effort is being concentrated because fire officials say that they have signs, that they've heard signs, and they have signs from the dogs and also the probes that there are people trapped underneath there, and that the hope is, obviously, that those people are alive. Around the area, you walk around here, and it's just amazing. There's the ash is still on, covers the streets just like it did yesterday. It wasn't going to go anywhere. It still hangs in the air. It's this kind of sickening smell. And the whole area is evacuated, save for the emergency officials and obviously the media. You'll see firefighters stretched out on cots, totally exhausted from this, trying to catch some sleep, trying to recharge their batteries. You can talk to police officers who you can see it in their eyes. This whole thing has just been overwhelming for a number of these people. You can see the horror on their faces. They just have a tough time talking about this. I talked with an EMS official who had been here since 9:30 yesterday, and he's just drained. I mean, he's just like a shell. I was talking to him. I don't even think he could see me. He was just so tired, and his only concern is 2 nephews that work inside World Trade Center. That's the scene this morning, Judy. It is really, now that the sun is coming up and day is breaking, it's really an incredible scene down here.
And a grim one at that. Just a few minutes ago, St. Vincent's Hospital held a news conference. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone was there. He has a recap for us in this live report.
And And I think the grim reality here is that the number of patients that have been taken to the emergency room isn't much higher, considering the physical devastation at the site of the World Trade Center. They've received 361 patients. They've updated that. 90 of them have been admitted, and 4 have died. I'm giving you these numbers as we just got them here. 58 of the patients admitted were paramedical workers, firefighters, and police officers. They also tell us that 1 patient died en route to a St. Vincent's facility on Staten Island. And as we've been reporting all morning, these triage units are set up. They have a triple staff here. They're waiting, almost hoping ambulances begin arriving with people who somehow survived the blast. But the doctors who briefed us, these are intelligent guys. They're realists as well, and they do not readily anticipate that. They did make another urgent plea for blood, especially O-negative blood, to get to the New York Blood Center if you can. They said that will continue to be needed, but again, we have not seen that onslaught of victims taken here. One of the doctors also spoke, and Al just touched on this, with the EMS worker he was talking to, but the psychological trauma. They're telling us that this is going to start hitting New Yorkers today. New Yorkers may have been in shock yesterday as this happened. They may have taken it in stride. They may have gone about their business in some parts of the city that was separated by blocks and miles of the World Trade Center. But today you're going to be seeing a lot of people in need of some type of psychological trauma, and they're urging people to call mental health hotlines that are being set up to talk to someone. One of the doctors also told us, talk to your children. He said his own children got up in the middle of the night, and he had to talk to them and reassure them. And this will be very important as the full impact of yesterday's attack begins to sink in, as people, instead of watching the news and horror and seeing what happened, actually start taking a longer-term view of this. So again, we have more than 350 people were taken here, most of them for smoke and dust inhalation. 90 were admitted with other forms of trauma, fractured legs, other organ damage. 4 people here were pronounced dead. They have not received a patient here since last night, and that's what is fueling this sense that not many people are going to come out of that rubble alive. John Montone, 1010 Wins, reporting live from St. Vincent.
1010 Wins reporter Alice Stockton Rossini headed to Lower Manhattan.
At Tribeca Towers, an apartment building just blocks from what once was the World Trade Center, some residents are sleeping in the lobby. Like most of the buildings here, there's no water or electricity. In some cases, no phones. Gloria hasn't been back to her 20th floor apartment since yesterday when she watched the Twin Towers go down.
I always thought I lived in the best place in the world. And now when I look out my window, the Trade Center's not going to be there anymore. It's like, I always used to say, oh, well, if they just move that building a little bit, I'll be able to see the Statue of Liberty. I'm sure I'll be able to see it now.
Alice Stockton Rossini, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
Wins News Time, 6:50. The shockwaves from the despicable act have rippled around the world, and no quarter that has not been affected, including the world of sports.
Other than work stoppages, Major League Baseball postponed an entire day's schedule yesterday for the first time since the death of President Roosevelt. The Yankees have already postponed tonight's game with the White Sox in the Bronx, and there was word the White Sox planned to leave town this morning, an indication that baseball would likely wipe out more games. Mets were scheduled to play the Pirates in Pittsburgh. They left a hotel across the street from a federal building there yesterday, moving to one in the suburbs as a security precaution. The NFL, which was once criticized for playing on the weekend following President Kennedy's assassination in 1963, isn't sure about this weekend's schedule. A decision's expected within the next 24 to 48 hours. 3 college football games scheduled for tomorrow night were postponed. From the NHL, the Los Angeles Kings were scheduled to open training camp today, despite losing 2 members of their organization in yesterday's tragedy. Ace Bailey, director of pro scouting for the Kings, and Mark Bavis, another scout for the club, were aboard the United Airlines flight that left Boston, the second plane that hit the World Trade Center. Ace Bailey was a one-time line mate of Wayne Wayne Gretzky. Steve Torrey, 1010 Wins News.
Well, if you're just awakening now, it is 6:51 in the morning, and it wasn't a dream. It really did happen. And things are going to be bollocksed up for quite some time. Let's check in with Shadow Traffic and Pete Torriello. Find out the latest.
Judy, all Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels that come into Manhattan are shut down. Some of the crossings are available to get out of town. However, the Lincoln and the Holland tunnels are shut down in both directions. They've got the Queens Midtown Tunnel and the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel shut down both ways. And also coming down the southbound side of the Henry Hudson Parkway, they have everything shut down up there at 232nd Street. Now, one bridge that is open is the Tappan Zee Bridge, and we are seeing extremely, and I underline the word extremely, heavy traffic coming into Westchester County right now. It is very light, obviously, on the return ride to Rockland County. They have also been shutting down the westbound Northern Southern Parkway and the Long Island Expressway at the Queens Line on a sporadic basis. Regarding your subway service, the TA tells us that most service has resumed, with the exception of the 3, the C, and the Q Express, and all subway stations in Manhattan from Canal Street south are closed. The FDR Drive is shut down in both directions, as is the West Side Highway from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. And, of course, everything below 14th Street is totally off limits. Street cleaning regulations are suspended. Judy?
1010 Wins reporter Brian Carey has been assembling some numbers that you may need to know. So let's join him now live.
50,000 people. That's the estimate of the people who worked at the World Trade Center. Factor in thousands upon thousands more who did business there. And the more than 70 stores and restaurants there, and people traveling through, coming off the subway system, and who really knows just how many people were there when horror hit yesterday. And on this new day, thousands of people still unaccounted for, and it's not knowing that is giving some people hope and fear at the same time. If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 numbers, 866-856-4167. That's 866-856-4167, or 212-741-4626. 212-741-4626. There's a hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel. That number specifically, 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. Also, the NYPD is asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled later this morning. The American Red Cross is providing 12 shelters in New York City. At each of those shelters, a number of services provided. Trained disaster mental health workers will be there to, of course, tend to the emotional grief. Food, water, blankets are being provided as well, and registered nurses are there. Those shelter locations in Manhattan: Bayard Rustin High School, 351 West 18th Street; Seward Park High, 350 Grand Street; Washington Irving High School, 40 Irving Place; Fashion Industry High School, 225 West 24th Street; Chelsea High School, 131 6th Avenue; Norman Thomas High School, 111 East 33rd Street; City School, 16 Clarkson Street; JHS, 2211 Columbia Street; IS, 131 100 Hester Street; Comprehensive Day and Night, 242nd Avenue. On Staten Island, Curtis High School, 105 Hamilton Avenue; and in Brooklyn, Westinghouse High, 105 Johnson Street. Jamie Drogan is a spokesperson for the American Red Cross.
What kind of help do you, the Red Cross, need at this point?
The 3 things that they can give are blood, money, and prayer. Blood, we suggest people should call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD to find out about donating blood in their local area and where they need to go and what they need to bring. In terms of money, we encourage people to call 1-800-HELP-NOW to make a financial donation to the Red Cross, because all of the services of the Red Cross are provided for by the time and financial contribution of volunteers. And prayer is just, to think about those that are out there that have been fortunate enough to have found their loved ones, and the Red Cross would like to extend their deepest sympathies for those that have lost people in this tragedy.
Again, to give blood, call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. You'll be given the names of specific blood centers. As for donating money, you should call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Remember, all of the services the Red Cross provides are provided for by volunteers. 1010 Wins anchor Judy DeAngelis continues our coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington.
Wins News Time 6:55. World reaction has certainly been swift. Governments around the globe are urging calm, but also stepping up their own security. Yesterday's attack hit at the heart of America in New York and Washington, D.C. With the national and world overview, James Faraday joins us live.
Well, Judy, the smoke hasn't yet cleared from yesterday's attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. But one thing is very clear this morning. International terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden is at the top of virtually every suspect list. Experts say the Saudi exile is probably the only one who has the resources to coordinate 4 nearly simultaneous hijackings and the subsequent crashes into targets in New York and Washington. Bin Laden denies any involvement, but is said to be quite happy about the attacks. A bin Laden aide quoted by Pakistani TV says bin Laden, upon learning of the death and destruction, thanked Almighty Allah and bowed before him. He also praised the people who carried out the attacks. Meanwhile, firefighters are still working to put out the blaze at the Pentagon. The fire chief says the death toll there could hit 800. The recovery effort could take several days. One firefighter describes the scene as unspeakable damage. President Bush vows the government will hunt down and punish the terrorists responsible for the attacks and pledges full support to both cities targeted.
Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks.
Americans are still absorbing the shock from yesterday's incidents. Newsman Gary Langer reports on the latest polling data.
The public divides almost evenly on whether or not the United States did all it reasonably could to prevent this attack. Now, though, 9 in 10 express at least some confidence that those responsible will be caught and punished. More than half are even very confident of that, and vast majorities, around 9 in 10 Americans, say they support military action against groups or nations found responsible, even if that means war.
Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with 1010 Wins News anchor Judy DeAngelis.
Wall Street is closed for a second day today, and it's going to take a lot longer than that for it to recover emotionally. 1010 Wins reporter Larry Kosky is not live on Wall Street and probably won't be for some time, but he is here with what we can expect from the financial markets.
Well, Judy, financial markets, as you said, are closed today, and when trading resumes, we can probably expect a sell-off. We certainly saw one in Asia overnight, but perhaps, and this is just an educated guess on my part, by putting some distance between the tragedy and the resumption of trading, it's possible that we'll avoid a knee-jerk response, and perhaps that early decline that we see might be muted. Insurance companies say damage claims from the destruction of the World Trade Center are likely to make it the most expensive man-made disaster in history. Total losses from yesterday's attacks, they're saying, could reach $15 billion. Shares of several large insurance companies were hit hard in European trading this morning. Airline stocks were lower in Asia. It'll be tomorrow at the earliest before U.S. investors get a chance to respond to the tragedy. As we've been saying on 1010 Wins since late yesterday, U.S. financial markets closed today for a second day. This is not good news for an already fragile U.S. economy. MarketWatch.com chief economist Dr. Erwin Kellner is among several experts now predicting a downturn, and we don't have much ground to give here. During the second quarter, the economy was growing at a very slow 0.2% annual rate. Judy?
The World Trade Center was 110 stories tall. There is nothing left but rubble today. The North and South Tower collapsed about 8 hours after the initial attack, just about 9 o'clock yesterday morning. An adjacent World Trade Center tower also collapsed. And yet through it all, you can see an American flag flying amid the rubble. Our special coverage will continue. You're listening to 1010 Wins Radio, WINS, New York.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
That's the second building of the World Trade Center going?
Yes, that is the second tower. That is the second tower.
It's a huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared into the smoke.
Well, the sun did rise this morning, but it rose on a physically changed New York and a psychically changed America. The nation's sense of security shaken. New York's skyline missing 2 of its most prominent buildings. The Pentagon seriously damaged. 4 commercial airliners hijacked and used as guided missiles. Yesterday's terrorist attacks on the nation are being called the worst tragedy ever to befall the United States. And this before we have a real sense of the death toll, estimated to be somewhere in the thousands, but still for practical purposes unknown. We are getting our first sense of how bad things might be. Ferries carted loads of bodies across the Hudson River all night. 3 cab companies ripped seats from their vans to then transport those bodies to the military ocean terminal in Bayonne. And again, there's still no word on the numbers involved. Life in and around New York will remain fairly disrupted this morning, and no doubt for some time to come, especially for those with travel plans. New York City public and parochial schools are closed. There are other closings as well. We'll get to them soon. Right now, though, traffic and transit on the ones, well, we'll delay that now to go to Mayor Giuliani.
From a surrounding area of around this perimeter area this morning. We are also going to show you a picture.
Ordered at airports once flights do resume.
All right, we're having some trouble pulling that up, so let's go to traffic and transit on the ones and Pete Torriello.
Lee, all bridges and tunnels coming into Manhattan are going to be closed until further notice. In addition, the Lincoln and the Holland tunnels are shut down in both directions. The Bayonne Bridge, the Goethals Bridge, and the Outer Bridge crossing Staten Island bound are also closed until further notice. The Brooklyn Battery and the Queens Midtown tunnels are also shut down in both directions.
Okay, Pete, we've loaded up the mayor, and we're going to go to him now.
The reality is that we have looks like about 202 firefighters that are still missing, and police officers, both New York City and Port Authority police officers. Of the uniformed personnel, we probably have about 260 people that are unaccounted for, that we're searching for. And of course, we don't know what the death toll will be with regard to the actual building.
But 202 firefighters, you say, and 200, I mean, those numbers just tear your heart.
259 uniformed service members, which would be made up of the New York City Fire Department, the New York City Police Department, and the Port Authority Police Department. The 2 people that we rescued late last night or early in the morning were 2 Port Authority police officers.
So I just want to get that straight. You say 259 uniformed people overall, 202 firefighters, did you say? Correct. That would leave 57 police or Port Authority
police officers and Port Authority police officers. And then of course we're talking about the possibility of thousands of people. We don't know the numbers yet with regard to whoever was unlucky enough, unfortunate enough to have been left in the building when the 2 buildings collapsed.
Can you give me some sense of just the magnanimity of this task?
No, the magnanimity of the task is weeks and weeks of cleanup, which we have to take a day at a time, and we will.
You've got essentially a 5-story or higher pile of rubble where each of those buildings were, right?
Correct, and then smaller ones for the other buildings and the other damage that was done. Other buildings came down. Other buildings were hit and damaged. So we're going to have to take this a day at a time, and I mean, we'll work our way out of this, and the city is going to come out of this stronger and more determined than it ever was before. But we have to understand that we're all going to have very difficult emotions about this and very difficult feelings about it. We worked late into the night organizing the effort for today and tomorrow, and we have tremendous amount of assistance. We actually have more volunteers than we need right now, which is really wonderful. When I was there...
Mr. Mayor, it's Diane Sawyer.
Yeah, Diane.
I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that 2 had been rescued. You were in contact with a third. Can you tell us how you're in contact with that third person?
We're in voice contact with him. The fire and police rescue team is able to talk to him. He's trapped right now, and they're trying to rescue him, trying to get him out. They're able to talk to him.
You had mentioned before that there had been calls, some cell phone calls. Any other calls?
There are others.
Still.
There are other reports of calls, and part of the difficulty is making sure you put them all together and you're not talking about the same ones. So they're in different parts of the area. Hoping that they're in contact with people. There's only one that I know of that's an actual ongoing rescue effort right now.
I'm curious as to how that person could have survived. Any sense? I mean, is he in some sort of pocket or
yeah, yesterday I visited this firefighter at St. Vincent's Hospital, whose entire company was saved because they were in a void, and they were in the void for 5 hours, and their colleagues are missing, and they believe their colleagues may be dead. But this group of 6 or 7 firefighters were in a void, and therefore they were protected. And when they finally were extricated, they were shocked to find that the whole building had come down because they had been in this protected void. They heard the explosion, they heard everything else, but everything just fell around them. So we're hopeful that there are going to be other situations like this in this mass building collapses, that there'll be areas where there were protected pockets.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the 41 fatalities that you know about at this point, and we know this is just the beginning. But I wonder if you can give us any sense of how many people were reported missing overnight. Any sense of that magnitude?
No, I don't have the civilian numbers in terms of reported missing. I don't know how many. I would just be guessing at that number. I know we had 1,700 injuries that we know of people that we took to the hospital, or people that where we accounted for their injuries, anywhere from very serious to minor injuries. So that means 1,700 injuries.
A couple of other reports.
One incident is horrendous, obviously.
Sure. A couple of other reports I wanted to ask you about. One report that ferries were ferrying bodies across the river and across the Hudson River as often as 10 minutes into the night.
You mean? Are you talking about dead bodies?
That's right.
I don't know of that report.
The dead are being taken to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they're all. Right now, the procedure is that they're all being taken to the medical examiner's office. Medical examiner Hirsch is confident that he can handle at least the original numbers. We have another site in the Bronx and then another site in Manhattan, but right now, as I said, there's only 41 that we can account for.
Mr. Mayor, let me ask you about the conditions of the city of New York. Last night we heard that everything essentially south of 14th Street, and for those people around the country who don't know New York very well, that's an enormous amount of real estate territory, a lot of neighborhoods,
sure,
major neighborhoods.
That area is the third largest business district in the country. Midtown Manhattan is the largest, Chicago, and then the lower Manhattan is the third largest business district in the United States. So that gives you a sense of the scope of it. The scope of it is it's a very, very big area, and probably the financial capital of the world.
And that is going to be closed down to all but emergency vehicles for how long?
That's going to be closed down all day today. We're not going to make a decision until probably this afternoon about tomorrow, again, because we want to take this a day at a time. But the core area where the cleanup is being done, I mean, you're talking in terms of days and weeks that it's going to take to clean that up.
Right.
And we want to do it carefully. There's also the consideration that it's a crime scene, so we want to work under the direction of the police and the FBI to make sure that we retain the evidence that they're going to need to figure out, what happened, and hopefully be able to bring people to justice for this.
And a question about the heightened security in New York, Mr. Mayor. We have reports this morning that the aircraft carrier USS George Washington is now in position off the coast of the city. We also have reports that NORAD, the North American Air Defense Command, has gone on alert and activated F-15, F-16 fighter planes flying combat air patrol over New York. And AWACS planes are now currently up in the air. Just asking you, are there any signs, any warnings that there could be more, that there might be something today?
I checked as of 15 minutes ago, and there are no specific threats of any kind. There is general concern, as there should be, and I appreciate very, very much the personal concern of the President of the United States Navy, all of whom called us yesterday and talked to us. And they're taking special precautions because of what happened yesterday. But there is no specific piece of information. But the people of the city of New York very much appreciate that. Obviously, as they wake up this morning, they're going to be confronting an attack on New York and on the United States in dimensions that we've never experienced before in our history.
Mayor Giuliani, live on 1010 Wins, actually appearing on what on any other day would be ABC's Good Morning America. And he had some hard numbers for us, some of the first we've had, and they are hard numbers indeed. 259 uniformed service personnel of New York City, that would be firefighters and police, are missing or known dead. Of that number, 202 firefighters, 57 police officers or Port Authority police officers. As for actual known dead, The mayor put that number at 41, but obviously that is going to grow as rescue workers make their way through the rubble. When the mayor came on, we were trying to give you a report of traffic and transit, which is substantially disrupted this morning. Let's pick that up again. WINS News Time 7:11, and here's Pete Torriello.
Lee, the Lincoln, the Holland tunnels are shut down in both directions. The George Washington Bridge, New York bound, is closed. New Jersey bound lower level is closed, but open to New Jersey on the upper deck. The Bayonne Bridge, the Goethals Bridge, and the outer bridge crossing New York bound are closed. The MTA tells us that the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel and the Midtown Tunnel are shut down both ways. The Triborough Bridge has no access to or from Manhattan. Over at the Verrazano Bridge, the Brooklyn bound upper level is closed and the lower level is open to the Belt Parkway and Fort Hamilton Parkway traffic only. The southbound Henry Hudson Bridge is closed. In fact, the Henry Hudson Parkway is shut down southbound at 232nd Street. The Brooklyn Bridge is shut down both ways, as is the Manhattan Bridge. Williamsburg Bridge is open going into Brooklyn. The 59th Street Bridge, Manhattan bound, both levels are closed. The eastbound lower deck is also shut down. You can use the upper level to get into Queens. The Gowanus Expressway is shut down inbound at Fort Hamilton Parkway. Both the Harlem River Drive and the West Side Highway are shut down from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. A lot of closings in New Jersey, too. Eastbound 3 is closed at 495. You're not going to get to the GWB off of eastbound 446 or the southbound Palisades Parkway, of course. 17, the southbound ramp to Route 80 is also shut down. And coming in from Nassau County, they have closed the westbound LIE, northern and southern parkways at the Queens line. New Jersey Transit, Metro North, Long Island Railroad providing as near to normal service as possible. There is some PATH train service available, and city subways, most service has been resumed, with the exception of the 3, the C, and the Q Express, and all stations in Manhattan from Canal Street south remain closed. Lee?
All right, Pete. Now, as you indicated, there are quite a few closures, and if you are planning a route that involves any of the closed bridges or tunnels, be aware that it could have some rather severe consequences. On the 1010 WINS Newsline with us now is a listener who has been stuck at the Goethals Bridge, you tell us, for approximately 15 hours now. Is that correct?
I've been here since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
And why are they not letting you go one way or the other?
They're letting people in from Staten Island into Jersey, but you cannot cross the bridge to go to Staten Island, and they can't give us a reason why. There's at least 200 or 300 cars sitting here. People have been at the Exxon station. There's nothing to eat. Everybody slept in their cars all night long.
Have any options been given you in terms of getting out of there, like even walking out?
No, you can't walk over the bridge. You can't do anything. They will not let you go through at all.
Okay, sorry to hear that. I hope that clears up soon. And
I hope so, too.
Thanks for calling in, and let that serve as a warning to others who might contemplate a route that involves any of the many closures that we have traffic and transit-wise this morning. Well, we heard from Mayor Giuliani a short time ago. He gave us some of the first hard numbers regarding this tragedy. 259 uniformed service personnel missing, believed dead. 41 people are known dead. That number is going to climb. Rescue efforts continue at this hour. 1010 WINS newsman Al Jones is about as close as they're letting anyone get to the rescue scene. Al?
Yeah, you can walk around the perimeter here as long as you stay back of Chambers Street. That's about as close as they're going to let you get. And really, I'm not sure that too many of us want to get much closer. The surprising thing, I guess, is that the whole time I've been here, very few ambulances leaving the area. There was a 50-year-old man who was pulled out of the rubble not too long ago. He was dazed, banged up quite a bit, but was speaking, was conscious, and was taken to St. Vincent's. But there haven't been that many people taken out of here by ambulance, which means that they're not finding a lot of people that need medical attention. I talked with Dr. David Pryor, who is a trauma surgeon. He came down from the University of Pennsylvania, volunteering his time, and he's been here since yesterday afternoon, and he has treated mostly bruises and bumps. He's a trauma specialist, and he said the frightening thing for him is that outside of the walking wounded, the people who needed treatment and then left, it's been people who are dead. And he goes, there's almost nothing in between. And with so many people that work in that complex and so few people that are being that are coming out of it, or so few people that have been accounted for, it's quite frightening to think at how many people are missing. And you look back on Greenwich Avenue is probably the worst scene. The steel girders that used to form the ceilings for each one of these floors pancaked down. There's 9 or 10 of them sandwiched down where probably there used to be maybe one floor of the building. It's just girder on top of girder with no room in between, and that gives you an idea of how much force there was when this entire building just came down. And that's World Trade Center number 1. That's the one that we can see here from the north side of the complex. But again, the digging for the most part is being done by hand or small machine. The real big equipment kind of hovers on the sides here. It's being used to haul away debris, and there's plenty of it. But very little of the real heavy-duty digging is going on because the hopes are that there are still people inside and they want to take it easy. The firefighters concentrating a lot of their effort over where the pedestrian bridge used to cross West Street. The bridge came down, but they believe there are people buried inside, so that's where a lot of the effort is right now. But again, not a lot of people being pulled out of here, not a lot of ambulances rushing people to the hospital. So hope for many of these people is starting to dwindle, and firefighters, police officers, EMS officials, you can see it in their faces that they really fear the worst, and that we really have not seen that much to give you a lot of hope. Lee?
Okay, Mayor Giuliani indicated that the city did, in fact, have more help than it needed at this point, but that might be more of an indication that there are many thousands of people who are just beyond help at this point. Wins News Time 7:17. The big question this morning is who did it, and investigators are beginning to develop some information on that. 1010 Wins newsman James Faraday has been looking at that angle. James?
Well, Lee, Osama bin Laden finds himself atop the list of suspects in yesterday's audacious terrorist attacks on New York and Washington. U.S. officials are reportedly focusing on the Saudi exile, who's also a suspect in the U.S. embassy bombings. Bin Laden, for his part, denies any involvement in the attacks, but a Pakistani TV report quotes one of his aides as saying the terrorist mastermind thanked Allah for the death and destruction and praised the people who carried out the hijackings and plane crashes. Reaction from around the world has been swift. At the Vatican, Pope John Paul wasted no time in condemning the attacks.
I ask God to grant American people the strength and courage they need at this time of sorrow and trial.
In the Middle East, where Palestinians were seen dancing in the streets to celebrate the attacks, Palestinian spokeswoman Hanan Ashrari denounced the actions of the terrorists.
I think it's the worst terrorist attack in the history of humanity, and it's a blow to humanity as a whole. It's a crime that is of just absolute immorality and evil.
On Capitol Hill, newsman Vic Ratner says Congress will be in session today.
Open again one day after the terrorist attacks. Congress is likely to pass a resolution condemning those responsible and, as House Speaker Dennis Hastert put it, showing support for the nation's leaders.
We will stand with the president, we will stand with this government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time.
Scores of lawmakers from both parties joined their leaders in an emotional gathering on the steps of the Capitol last night, singing God Bless America.
At the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, CNN's Kelly Wallace tells us what's happening at the White House.
He will begin his day getting an up-to-date briefing from his national security team on the latest concerning the investigation, as well as the search and rescue efforts. He's also invited a group, bipartisan congressional leaders, over to the White House. And at that time, Mr. Bush will come before the cameras again. His message will be that the U.S. government is doing everything it can to assist in the disaster areas in New York, Pennsylvania, and then, of course, at the Pentagon here in Washington, D.C. He will also say that the work of the government goes on, and again, that the U.S. will do everything possible to find those responsible.
Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with 1010 Wins News anchor Lee Harris.
It's 61 degrees. We have clear skies in New York. It will be going up to a sunny and usually pleasant 78, but this will not be a pleasant day in New York City. About all we can hope is that it was better than yesterday. For the latest news, anytime, anywhere, set a news button on your car radio to 1010 Wins. New York City's most listened to radio station. Jim Maloney is at the editor's desk.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top! Oh my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating.
It's the morning after all that, and New Yorkers who were able to sleep last night, and there likely weren't many, will discover that yesterday's nightmare is not one they can awake from. The city, the nation, the world have been forever changed by yesterday's events, which are being called, probably without any fear of exaggeration, the worst tragedy to ever befall the United States. In summary, the World Trade Center towers are no more, so it is feared the thousands of people who were in those towers when they were hit by commercial airliners, turned into guided missiles at the hands of hijacker terrorists. A similar attack was launched on the Pentagon, also with substantial loss of life. But unlike the World Trade Center, the Pentagon does stand today. It is open for business. There's plenty of business to be conducted there, and we'll get to that in a moment. Right now, Wins News Time 7:21. Time for traffic and transit on the ones with Pete Toriello.
City-bound Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels are all closed until further notice. The Verrazano Bridge, we have the Staten Island bound open on both levels. No tolls charged there, and the Brooklyn bound upper level is also shut down at this time, but the lower deck to Brooklyn is open. And then when you get off the bridge in Brooklyn, you must exit at Fort Hamilton or the Belt Parkway. Those are the only routings available to you off the Verrazano. Staten Island crossings, the Goethals and the Bayonne bridges and the outer bridge crossing are shut down into Staten Island, open to New Jersey. As you heard from 11010 Winds listener just a short time ago, many motorists spent the night at the Goethals Bridge, stuck out there for more than 15 hours. All domestic flights leaving Newark, JFK, and LaGuardia, of course, are grounded at least until noon today, at which time the FAA will make some sort of a decision. City subways, the MTA says the 1 and 2 trains are operating from the Bronx down to 34th Street. The number 1 is on local only from Van Cortlandt Park, 242nd Street down to 34th Street. The number 2 is express only down to 34th Street. The 3 line is suspended. The 4s are operating from Woodlawn in the Bronx down to New Lots in Brooklyn, skipping Union Square to Borough Hall. And the number 5 trains are operating Dyer Avenue in the Bronx down to Flatbush Avenue, but skipping Union Square and Borough Hall. The number 6 is operating only as far as Bleecker Street. City parking regulations are suspended until further notice, and we'll have more shadow traffic coming up very shortly here on 1010 Wednesday.
All right, Pete, as we've been mentioning over the last 22 hours or so, ever since this tragedy began to unfold, we still have no really clear sense of the loss of life. Other than that, it is clearly enormous. Mayor Giuliani did give us some hard numbers about 15, 20 minutes ago. He says there are 259 uniformed service personnel missing or dead, among them 202 firefighters. And as for actual dead, 41 known dead. Ferries were taking bodies across the river all night. We have a report of that, although the mayor claimed not to be aware of it. And, of course, he has a lot of things to stay up with, so it's conceivable that not everything has crossed his desk. One disturbing bit of information comes from St. Vincent's Hospital, where initially they were flooded with wounded and walking wounded. 1010 Winds newsman John Montone is there, and lately they haven't taken anyone in, John. Is that correct?
Not since last night, Lee, and actually it's the worst possible situation here, and that is quiet. Almost nothing happening. The triage units stand at the ready inside and outside of the hospital. 3 times as many doctors and nurses are here. They are waiting, hoping for people to be pulled out of the rubble of the World Trade Center. But the truth is that since last night, there have been no new patients. St. Vincent's executive Mark Ackerman addressed us a few moments ago, and he expressed the hope, but in very realistic terms, that this place would soon be abuzz with activity.
We are ready for what we hope will be additional survivors today. We are the closest trauma center, and thus if there are any miraculous recoveries from the wreckage, they will most likely be brought here.
Now, a trauma room doctor told me that by using Oklahoma City as an example, 24 hours after the bomb blast went off, there were some victims rescued. So they are hoping, against hope, as well are hoping that that is the case today, that they will find some of those people who are buried beneath the rubble, that some of them will be alive, that they can be brought here, and that they can be saved. Another issue addressed by the doctor, the trauma room doctor I was talking to, is the psychological trauma. He was telling me that New Yorkers who were near ground zero, and even some of those who weren't, who just witnessed this, listening to us on the radio, watching on TV, he says may find themselves overwhelmed by the enormity of this tragedy, that it will begin sinking in over the next few days. He said if it's just generalized anxiety and nervousness and lack of sleep, sleep, call your physician. But if it's something more serious, then get yourself into a hospital. There are psychiatrists, mental health experts here to treat people. As far as raw numbers from here, 306.
John, I'm going to cut you short because we have Mayor Giuliani on the live line. Good morning, Your Honor. We saw you on ABC a short time ago, and you finally had some numbers regarding loss of life among uniformed service personnel. Could you repeat that information for us, please?
Right now, we're looking for about 259 members of the uniformed service, about 202 firefighters, then the rest are New York City police officers and Port Authority police officers. So far, we have 41 fatalities where we've recovered the person and accounted for it. But those numbers are just the very beginning of the recovery effort.
You indicated also that rescue workers were in contact with one and possibly two individuals still buried in the rubble. What can you tell us about that?
Well, they recovered two people. There was at least a third person with those two people that they recovered, and they are in voice communication with that person right now, and in the process of trying to extricate him. And at least that's the one that's the most active right now. We also have reports of cell phone calls from inside the debris. Whether that's the same situation or other situations, we're tracking that down right now.
Okay, well, let's hope that it's additional people.
We have to hope all day as we go through this recovery effort that we're going to be able to save some lives. I mean, that's hope, and that's the way in which we focus these efforts. So let's keep praying and hoping that that's the case.
Okay, Mayor Giuliani, people in New York City, some will not be able to get to work today. It looks like a goodly many will not be able to and should not go to work today. What advice can you give people on how to most constructively spend their time today?
I would say with your family and reflecting on what happened, and if you can help and support some of the people that are sustaining losses, that would be enormously helpful. I people realize what happens here. They're going to see that many people are affected. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll let you go about your business, Mayor Giuliani, and it is substantial business indeed. We were talking to 1010 Wins newsman John Montone. He was down at St. Vincent's Hospital and let us know that, unfortunately, they had not taken anyone in there since last night, but rescue efforts are underway in the rubble. They are in communication with at least a few people, possibly, who are buried, and hopefully they will be transported to St. Vincent's sometime today in savable condition. Wins News Time, 7:28. In addition to the massive problems with transportation this morning, there are some elements of the transportation system open, but quite a few are not open. There are many cancellations, including New York City public and parochial schools. They're closed today. 1010 Wins newsman Brian Carey is with us and has a list of some of the other closings. Brian?
Well, the state and federal courts and borough courts, employees there should stay home today unless contacted, and jurors should not report for jury duty. The Empire State Building, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and all businesses below 14th Street in Manhattan, including Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, and the Amex, and the New York headquarters of AXA Financial closed today. Borough of Manhattan Community College on Chambers Street is closed. All other CUNY schools are open today. The Brooklyn Center of Long Island University has canceled classes. All non-essential employees at LIU Brooklyn are being told to stay home. St. John's University canceling all classes, and all offices there closed except for the essential staff. You know who you are. All facilities of the New York Public Library are closed. The Bank Street Graduate School, Cope Institute, Fashion Institute of Technology, Juilliard School, all closed. In Westchester, the Halland School is closed. In New Jersey, the Young School and Elementary, Bogota Schools, the Secaucus District, Bayonne Schools, Weehawken Schools, the Jersey City District, Passaic Catholic Regional, the A. Harry Moore School, New Jersey City University, Rutgers Newark, Rutgers New Brunswick, Rutgers Technical Training Programs, and Ramapo College all closed today. Lee.
Winds news time 7:30 at 63 degrees and clear in New York. We'll be going up to 78 today in Midtown. We'll get you another check of traffic and transit in just 1 minute. There are many places you really shouldn't go today in and around New York City. This is having a rather disastrous effect on the world of sports and entertainment as well. A secondary concern, but a concern nevertheless. 1010 Winds newsman Steve Torrey has more on that.
Before yesterday's tragedy, baseball's focus was on the playoff races and Barry Bonds' pursuit of Mark McGwire's single-season home run record. All of that is on hold today. An entire day's schedule postponed yesterday. And other than work stoppages, it's the first time that's happened since the death of President Roosevelt in 1945. The Yankees have already postponed tonight's game with the White Sox in the Bronx. The White Sox plan to take a bus out of the city today and head for Cleveland, which likely means more games will be wiped out. The Mets, who were scheduled to play the Pirates in Pittsburgh, were forced out of their hotel, which was near a federal building, and as a security precaution, moving to one in the suburbs. College football will decide today whether to play this weekend, and the NFL, which to this day regrets playing on the weekend following the assassination of President Kennedy in 1963, expected to make a decision on this weekend's game within the next day or so. The NHL's Los Angeles Kings mourning the deaths of two employees today. Director of Pro Scouting Ace Bailey and Mark Bavis, another scout for the club, were among those on the United Airlines flight from Boston, the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Steve Torrey, 1010 Winds News.
Winds news time 7:31. Your traffic options limited this morning, but not non-existent. Let's find out what works and what doesn't with traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Pretty much limited to mass transit, Lee, with the Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels all around the map shut down coming into Manhattan until further notice. Also, the FDR Drive and the West Side Highway are shut down uptown and downtown bound from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. The inbound Gowanus is shut down at Fort Hamilton Parkway, and the southbound Henry Hudson Parkway is closed at 232nd Street. We have the Tappan Zee Bridge open in both directions, but as you could imagine, with that being one of the only bridges anywhere near Manhattan that's open, it is very, very congested coming in from Rockland County over to the Westchester side, and then you're going to have a lot of traffic obviously winding its way down toward the city, perhaps along the Hutchinson River Parkway, the New England Thruway. Again, remember the southbound Henry Hudson is shut down at 232nd Street. Down at the Verrazano Bridge, the Staten Island bound lanes are open on both levels. The Brooklyn bound upper level is still shut down, but the lower level is open going to Brooklyn, and then when you get off the Verrazano, you have to exit either to the Belt Parkway or Fort Hamilton Parkway. Coming in from Nassau County, they have closed the westbound LIE, the Northern Parkway, and the Southern Parkway at the Queens line. Of course, all domestic flights leaving Newark JFK LaGuardia are suspended at least until noon today. City subways, the 1 and 2, are operating from the Bronx down to 34th Street. The number 1 is local only out of Van Cortlandt Park, 242nd Street down to 34th Street. Your number 2 is express only down to 34th Street. And the number 2 shuttle is operating from Flatbush Avenue to Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn. The number 3 line is suspended. The 4s are running from Woodlawn in the Bronx down to New Lots Avenue, skipping Union Square, Borough Hall. The number 5s are running from Dyer Avenue down to Flatbush Avenue, but again skipping Union Square, Borough Hall. The number 6 is running all the way down to Bleecker Street and then stops there. Your F trains are running normally both ways, the B, D, and Q. And W trains have no service out of Canal Street. PATH trains are operating every 5 minutes on the Hoboken and Newark lines to 33rd Street, making all stops both ways. Street cleaning regulations, of course, are suspended, and we'll have more coming up very shortly. Lee?
Winds news time 7:33. This is continuous live coverage of what's come to be called the attack on America. Two big questions this morning. Who did it and what's next? 1010 Winds newsman James Farity in the newsroom this morning with some of that information. James?
Well, Lee, President Bush vows to avenge what he calls acts of mass murder on American soil. Mr. Bush has invited congressional leaders to a meeting at the White House this morning. Much of the speculation over yesterday's horrific attacks on New York and Washington centering on terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. CNN's Nick Robertson reports that bin Laden's host country, Afghanistan, is now trying to distance itself from what happened.
Last night, of course, the Taliban moving very swiftly. Foreign Minister Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil talking to journalists saying that they were not responsible, Afghanistan was not responsible, that they condemned terrorism in all its forms, and they said that Osama bin Laden couldn't be responsible for what had happened. Mullah Omar, the spiritual leader of the country, issuing a statement indicative of the apprehension that possibly Afghanistan could be a place where retribution might be sought. But certainly Mullah Omar's statement, Osama bin Laden, he said, could not be responsible. This type of terrorism, he said, was too great for one man.
Many experts beg to differ, however, suggesting that Osama bin Laden is virtually the only terrorist on the world stage who could have orchestrated the coordinated hijackings and crashes. Brian Jenkins, a terrorism expert with the RAND Corporation, accepts that premise, but says the search may turn up additional co-conspirators.
We may find that this particular action involved actors from several different sources.
The top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Richard Shelby of Alabama, says the U.S. was caught completely off guard.
This obviously was a failure of great dimension. We had no specific warning of the United States being attacked, although people have alluded to that before. We've got to do better. We must do better.
Overseas, CNN's Christiane Amanpour reports from London that U.S. allies are on high alert.
Here in Britain, there has been heightened security, not only at the airports where I flew in today, where there are policemen with submachine guns at the entrances to the airport. There are no planes allowed to fly over central London, but also in other areas of government buildings, there is a heightened state of alert, as there are in many other capitals. It is increasingly jittery. We've heard stories and reports of hoaxes, fake bomb alerts, and indeed Downing Street, the Prime Minister's residence here in Britain, was evacuated of all the journalists shortly before their national security meeting, and no reason was given for that.
Meanwhile, back at home, the word is the fire at the Pentagon is now under control, but a fire chief says the number of people killed there could hit 800. He says he's hoping they find more survivors, but notes no sounds have been heard coming from within the rubble. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington continues with 1010 Wins News anchor Lee Harris.
All right, the effects of this are wide-ranging. Morgan Stanley Dean Witter and Company, which had been the World Trade Center's largest tenant, says it has limited information as to the fate of its employees who were working there. The company said on its website that the key focus and concern are for the well-being and safety of Morgan Stanley employees. Morgan Stanley says it had about 3,500 workers stationed at the World Trade Center. There's late word from the rescue site that 5 people have been pulled alive from the rubble. 5 people pulled alive from the rubble. 1010 Wins newsman Al Jones is there, and he will update us on that in a very few moments. The toppling of the Twin Towers disrupted phone service in the metro area. From Maine to Georgia yesterday, the Trade Center had housed equipment and antennas that transmitted millions of calls every day. The damage put an unprecedented volume of traffic into the system and overwhelmed an already strained communication system. Verizon and Sprint had facilities destroyed in those attacks. Lower Manhattan, as you've heard many times now, is essentially closed down to all but emergency service personnel, but there are people who live there. They're trying to live there this morning anyway, as we hear from 1010 Wins reporter Alice Stockton-Rossini.
The people living near what once was the Twin Towers have a question.
When are they going to put the power on back down here for people who live? They're going to open up the stock exchange tomorrow, but they need electricity. There's no power down here.
Mark woke up this morning wishing he had a bad dream, but then all the horrible memories came flooding back.
The second plane, the buildings going down, people going out windows.
So people going out windows?
Yeah. That was rough.
The shirt Mark's wearing sums up his feelings.
End of the world.
Why are you wearing it?
I don't know. It just fit. It felt that way.
Alice Stockton-Rossini, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
Well, it may seem that way, but let's hope that's a bit of an exaggeration anyway. We have late-breaking word from the rescue site that 5 people have been pulled alive from the rubble. That is better than we were expecting. At some points, it had been quite a while since anyone had been brought to St. Vincent. Nobody had been brought there since last night, so hope was fading, and this may be cause for renewed hope. We did get some hard numbers from Mayor Giuliani a short time ago. He was live here on 1010 Wins. He told us that 259 uniformed service personnel, 202 firefighters among them, are missing, possibly dead, and there were 41 known dead among that number. That's the latest we have so far. Obviously, those numbers expected to rise, but right now, a little good news having come our way regarding a rescue at the World Trade Center, and we'll be going there live in a few moments with 1010 Wins newsman Al Jones. If you want to mail a letter today, the post office says it will not be picking them up from the blue post office boxes on street corners. You can take your letter, however, to a post office. It'll be handled there, and the post office will attempt to make deliveries to any buildings to which it can gain access, and that leaves out most of Lower Manhattan. For the latest news, anytime, anywhere, set a news button on your car radio to 1010 Wins, New York City's most listened to radio station. Portions written by Tom Offer.
Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads. It's just, it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
I would like to tell you good morning, as we do every day at this time, but it's really not the case. The best we can hope for is that today will be better than yesterday. Just about anything would be. New York and the nation are waking up to a nightmare. Some are calling, without any risk of exaggeration, the worst tragedy ever to befall this country. We still don't have a real sense of the death toll, other than it is enormous. There's massive disruption in the city, especially in lower Manhattan. Let's get the major points in traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Pete Torriello.
Right, we're getting an update here on the subways now, Lee. The R trains are running Brooklyn service only from 95th Street down to Court Street, and the N train is also available. Is that correct, Joan?
From Astoria to 34th.
Astoria in Queens to 34th Street in Manhattan.
And in Stillwell from Court Street in Brooklyn.
Stillwell to Court. Okay, thank you very much. As you can see, this information is coming in literally here as we're on the air. Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels are closed. Coming into Manhattan, the Lincoln and the Holland tunnels are shut down in both directions. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open both ways, and we are seeing some extremely heavy traffic coming over from Rockland County. In New Jersey, a number of roads are still shut down, including eastbound Route 3 at the 495 Viaduct. They have also shut down the Staten Island-bound lanes of the Goethals, the Bayonne Bridge, and the Outer Bridge Crossing. Mass transit really is the best way to get around, and only if you positively have to come into the city. Jersey Transit, the Long Island Railroad, and Metro North say that they are trying to provide normal service this morning. You can't get up the Gowanus. That is closed inbound at Fort Hamilton Parkway. Coming down the Henry Hudson, everything is shut down southbound at 232nd Street, and also coming in from Nassau County, the LIE, the Northern and Southern Parkways westbound are shut down at the city line. Street cleaning regulations remain suspended, and of course airports still shut down coast to coast. Lee?
All right, Pete, we're getting what passes for some good news this morning. It comes from the rescue scene at what had been the World Trade Center. 1010 Wins newsman Al Jones is there, and Al, I understand we've had some rescues.
Yeah, they did actually find people overnight and early this morning. They made some headway, finding at least 6, maybe 7. I'm going to let firefighter Bill Duty kind of break it down for us.
From what I understand, they found a fire crew last night that was stuck in a void. I think it was 5 or 6 guys they took out, and there were 2 Port Authority cops that they used a cell phone. And they got in touch with someone. Somehow they found them and got them out.
So the 2 fellows with the cell phone were found, and at least 5 firefighters were found, and he thought these were members of Rescue 5 that had been missing. So some good news coming out of the rubble. Also, one of the trauma surgeons here told me they pulled a 50-year-old man out a little while ago who was in bad shape but was talking and seemed coherent. But I guess that's the good news. Obviously, the stuff that kind of brings us all in perspective is that if you count 8, 9, 10 people pulled out overnight, you're still missing thousands. Not just the 200 and odd service people who are missing, but the thousands of office workers who are unaccounted for. The search continues, obviously. They're continuing with dogs and with probes, the stuff that you see at earthquake sites around the world. That's the way they're going about this. It's about a 5-story stack of debris. And I say stack because the steel girders that used to hold up the ceilings, that used to form the stories, have just pancaked down. And you can see people climbing up on the sides of it. They're still pouring water on some spots that are still hot. So most of the heavy equipment still stands at the ready. I mean, there might be 100 dump trucks here just lined up, strung out on all these streets, waiting to haul away debris. There's payloaders, there's forklifts, there's men with chainsaws, men with those concrete saws, jackhammers, everything. But a lot of that is kind of on hold because right now they don't want to disturb the rubble. They're poking around, hoping to find more survivors buried inside. Lee?
And again, 6 rescued in the overnight hours.
Yeah, again, at least 6 pulled out alive, at least 6, maybe 7, maybe 8. Good news, It is, but we still have a lot to go.
All right. Well, let's hope there will be more. 1010 Wins newsman John Montone is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the walking wounded and otherwise wounded were taken. John, are they bringing these rescued victims to the hospital, as far as you know?
No, they haven't, Lee. In fact, I was going to say that one of the real stark symbols of how devastating this terrorist attack was is just to look here for hours upon hours of these empty triage centers all night and into the morning. Doctors and nurses, 3 times the normal staff, have been here waiting for victims who just never arrive. Dr. Richard Westfall, who's the associate director of the trauma center, told me they will continue to wait and hope. They will never give up the hope that there are survivors. And he was comparing this to Oklahoma City and what happened there, saying that 24 hours later, they had people...
And we've been prepared and are awaiting victims from the site as well. We are, as I think Mayor Giuliani has said over and over, we are very hopeful, we are prepared, and we are expecting to work very hard to resuscitate victims as they're brought here and brought to other hospitals.
One of his colleagues, perhaps speaking more realistically about this grim situation, said if there are miraculous rescues, and so far this wait, of course, has been in vain. We do have some numbers here, and as I give them to you, just to remind you as we repeat these numbers, they can sound like empty statistics at times, but these were, in some case, and are in many of the cases, living, breathing human beings. More than 360 people were brought here. Fortunately, most of them were suffering from the smoke and the dust inhalation. They were in the area of the Trade Center yesterday, but 50 did have major trauma type injuries, broken bones, organ problems. 4 people who were brought here died, 2 en route to the hospital, cardiac arrest. And since last night, since 9 o'clock last night, not a single additional patient has been brought here. But as I mentioned before, the triage units are ready. They are just hoping against hope for some influx of ambulances carrying people who somehow survived this horrible crash. Lee?
Well, it's been about 22 hours now since the World Trade Center towers collapsed, so indeed it would be miraculous to find more. But as you heard a few moments ago, 6 people have been pulled out alive in recent hours. So many people remain unaccounted for. Some, indeed, may have lost their lives. Others may be, as we heard from one woman, tied up at the Goethals Bridge. Numbers have been set up to help loved ones locate other loved ones. And 1010 Wins newsman Brian Carey has collected those hotline numbers. He's here with us now. Brian?
Well, of course, Lee, as you say, the shock over what happened is compounded with the not knowing for the families and friends of the thousands who worked at the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and its surrounding businesses. An estimated 50,000 people alone worked in the 2 buildings, and that's not counting the people who passed through the area each morning. If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up 2 numbers, 1-866-856-4167. That's 866-856-4167 or 212-741-4626, 212-741-4626. There's a hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel specifically. That number, 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. The general number for questions in New York City is 212-560-2730. 212-560-2730. American Airlines passenger information, 1-800-245-0999, 800-245-0999. United Airlines passenger information, 1-800-932-8555. The American Red Cross is providing several shelters in New York City. At each of those shelters, a number of services being offered. Trained disaster mental health workers will be there to, of course, tend to the emotional grief. Food, water, blankets are being provided, and registered nurses are there as well. Red Cross spokesperson Jamie Drogan.
At this point, we have about 120 registered clients, and we anticipate that there are obviously a number of more coming in. We also had disaster mental health workers in the streets in the aftermath, talking with people and coping with people. And in terms of providing the meals at the mobile units, we anticipate in the next couple of days we'll be serving approximately 10,000 meals. So we're out there, and this is, of course, in the greater New York area and then throughout the country. The Red Cross is there tending to needs of people everywhere.
And those shelter locations are in Manhattan, Bayard Rustin High School, 351 West 18th Street, Seward Park High, 350 Grand Street, Washington Irving High School, 40 Irving Place, Fashion Industry High School, 225 West 24th Street, Chelsea High, 131 6th Avenue, Norman Thomas High School, 111 East 33rd Street, City School, 16 Clarkson Street, JHS, 2211 Columbia Street. On Staten Island, Curtis High, 105 Hamilton Avenue, and in Brooklyn, Westinghouse High School, 105 Johnson Street. The Red Cross's biggest needs: blood, money, and prayer. To give blood, you can call 800-GIVE-BLOOD. You'll be given the name of specific blood center locations. As for donating money, you should call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Remember, all of the services the Red Cross provides are provided for by volunteers. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with Lee Harris.
All right, Brian, and we do have a list of the shelters and also the numbers you gave out on our website. We have stripped it down to make it accessible to more people. You may have some trouble getting in there, but you can keep trying. And again, we do have a list of the shelters and where they're located, as well as the phone numbers you can call for information on missing loved ones. WINS News Time, 7:51. Very limited transit and traffic options this morning. Here's Pete Torriello with traffic and transit on the ones.
Hudson East River bridges and tunnels are, of course, off limits coming into Manhattan. They're closed. Also, the Harlem River crossings that go from the Bronx into Manhattan are closed. All of them are open going back into the Bronx, but not into Manhattan. The southbound Henry Hudson Parkway is shut down at 232nd Street. In Brooklyn, the inbound Gowanus Expressway is closed at Fort Hamilton Parkway. Coming in from Nassau County, the westbound lanes of the Long Island Expressway, the Northern and Southern State Parkways are closed at the city line. And in Manhattan, the West Side Highway, the FDR Drive shut down both ways from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery, and all streets are closed from 14th Street on down. New Jersey Transit, Metro North, Long Island Railroad are running normal service. PATH trains are running every 5 minutes. The latest update here from the subways, the TA says the R trains are running Brooklyn service only between 95th Street and Court Street, and it's a split deal on the N train running from Astoria through 34th Street and between Stillwell Avenue and Court Street. The street cleaning regulations are suspended on a citywide basis on the Jersey side. Eastbound Route 3 remains shut down at the 495 viaduct with traffic diverted over to Tunley Avenue. Northbound 1 and 9 was shut down beneath the covered roadway in Jersey City, and eastbound 80, 95, 4, and 46, as well as the New Jersey Turnpike, have no access to the George Washington Bridge. We'll have more shadow traffic coming up shortly on 1010 WINS.
And if you do try to get through on any of those blocked off routes, you could find yourself facing some unintended consequences. We had on the line not too long ago a woman who had been stranded at the Goethals Bridge since 4 p.m. yesterday with no prospect of getting wherever it was she wanted to go. Mayor Giuliani has been doing what he can to calm the city's populace. Speaking from the Emergency Management Center, he called in here about 20 minutes ago and said the best use of your time today, if you're not involved in the emergency services of one sort or another, may be to spend the day with your family and helping those who are in need. He also passed along this yesterday. He noted that the city does have a substantial Palestinian population, and he had this advice for anyone who might be thinking about taking their anger out on members of that population.
Hatred, prejudice, anger, and irrational reaction to things is what caused this terrible tragedy. And people of the city of New York should act differently. We should act bravely. We should act in a tolerant way. We should go about our business, and we should show these people that they can't stop us, and they can't.
Of course, the question of who is responsible remains unanswered, but some leads are being developed. And for information on that, let's go to 1010 WINS newsman James Faraday.
Fully a day after the worst ever terrorist attacks on U.S. soil, investigators are furiously combing through the evidence. Newsman Jim Hickey has the latest.
The hijackers who commandeered at least one of the 4 airplanes used in the attacks apparently smuggled knife-like objects aboard. The Boston Herald reports they eluded security by embedding the blades in plastic. The newspaper says after takeoff, the hijackers began killing flight attendants with the weapons. That concurs with reports that some passengers made panic cell phone calls from the planes before they died in the attacks.
At the Pentagon this morning, correspondent Barbara Starr reports rescuers are sifting through the rubble, hoping to find survivors.
The smell of smoke, jet fuel, and gas is still rising from the Pentagon. The entire area is deserted of civilian and military employees, but dozens of emergency personnel are stationed outside the building, doing triage on the wounded and searching for the dead.
At the White House, CNN's John King tells us officials may know who's responsible for the attacks.
The White House has a usual suspect list that begins because of the sophistication of these attacks. 4 planes hijacked at the same time. Obviously, some of the people aboard those planes being able to pilot them. The White House saying all signs point to, and we know from briefings given by senior administration officials to key members of Congress, they are saying that they believe that they are collecting credible evidence pointing to associates and affiliates of Osama bin Laden. They also caution us that they want to continue this investigation.
Despite vows from officials that the terrorists would not change the way the government operates, clearly the attacks are having at least some effect. Secretary of State Colin Powell says U.S. embassies all over the world are closing their doors as a safety precaution.
We have given discretion to all of our ambassadors to close down or temporarily suspend operations based on their judgment of the threat level. 25% of our embassies overseas are currently shut down or have suspended operations, but there are no direct threats yet to any of those embassies. It's precautionary in nature.
Among the embassy shut down, those in the Middle East, where former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak called for America to lead the international community in defeating terrorism.
I believe that the American president should lead and will lead the whole world, the UK, the Europeans, Russia. Putin will cooperate. I'm confident. He experienced the price of terror on his own skin. The Australians, New Zealand, Israel, of course. The whole world should focus an effort on putting an end to it.
Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with 1010 WINS news anchor Lee Harris.
WINS News Time, 7:56. We did get a little good news in the past hour from the rescue site at what had been the World Trade Center, and that is that 6 people had been pulled alive from the rubble in the past few hours. No word yet on their conditions or where they've been taken. But, of course, it being now almost 22 hours or more than 22 hours since the World Trade Center towers collapsed, it is a miracle to find anyone alive. Mayor Giuliani has indicated that there are 259 uniformed service personnel either dead or missing at this time, among them 202 firefighters. And, of course, these numbers are expected to get worse, not better, as digging through the rubble continues. WINS News Time, 7:57. Wall Street and everything south of 14th Street of a commercial nature closed today, but we do have with us 1010 WINS Wall Street correspondent Larry Kopsky. And obviously, Larry, this is not good for the nation's economy or the economy of the world.
Well, the economic impact of yesterday's reign of terror is only starting to be felt. MarketWatch.com's chief economist, Dr. Erwin Kellner, is only one of many experts predicting a downturn from what was already a precariously low second quarter growth rate. Retailers, airlines, hotels, and insurance companies are likely to take a hit. Security companies, on the other hand, could see their business jump. In the second quarter, the government estimated economic growth at just a 0.2% annual rate, and with economists now saying that we are going to see at least a temporary downturn as a result of what has happened, there's not a whole lot of room for error in terms of keeping the economy on a positive path. It'll be tomorrow at the earliest before U.S. investors get a chance to react to yesterday's devastation, and if overseas markets are any indication, that reaction will be negative. London markets were already open when the attacks took place, and the Financial Times 100 index quickly tumbled to close at its lowest level all year. It stabilized this morning, and as of about 10 minutes ago, the FT 100 was up about 24 points or so. In Tokyo, the Nikkei index tumbled 690 points overnight, falling below 10,000 for the first time in about 17 years. Once again, Wall Street closed today, as you've been hearing on 1010 WINS. They're talking about resuming trading tomorrow. I think that probably remains to be
be seen.
Now, there's been some activity on the oil front as well, and some reports of price gouging.
Yeah, there was a report out of Kansas City, I think, that someone was selling unleaded gas at $5 a gallon, despite the fact that the oil companies were asking their retailers to show restraint to keep prices stable. On the other hand, as I was taking my long walk yesterday from the financial district up here to Midtown, the delis and fruit stands were selling bottles of water for the typical $1. So where there is some price gouging some places here in New York, it looks like New Yorkers were just looking to help out.
All right, thanks, Larry. Let's take a quick check of the 1010 Winds AccuWeather forecast. There is weather today. Sunny today, although probably not pleasant. High 78. It'll be mainly clear tonight. Low 52 in some suburbs, 62 Midtown. Tomorrow, sunshine, some clouds. There will be a shower and a thunderstorm late tomorrow into early Friday with a high of 80. 61 degrees, clear skies over New York. We're headed up to 78 in Midtown. This is your all-news station, 1010 Winds, WINS New York, and Infinity Broadcasting Station. Time at the tone, exact 8 o'clock.
Clearly, we're in the middle of the worst ever act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil.
Oh, my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top. Oh, my God!
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating.
The terrible images of terrorism now have New York and Washington as a backdrop. The World Trade Towers are gone, and so are hundreds and likely thousands of lives. The Pentagon stands, but with an ugly hole in its side. And outside Pittsburgh, the wreckage of a hijacked plane is strewn across a hillside. New York City is closed. Paralyzed might be a better word. Mayor Giuliani urging people to stay home. If you can't, we'll tell you what's up and running in the Shadow Traffic Report with Pete Torriello.
Judy, we have the Lincoln-Holland tunnels are shut down in both directions. The George Washington Bridge into the city is shut down, obviously, on both decks. The upper level is available for those of you trying to get back to New Jersey. The Bayonne Bridge, the Goethals Bridge, and the Outer Bridge crossing New York bound are closed. They are open to New Jersey. The Battery Tunnel and Midtown Tunnel shut down both ways. The Triborough Bridge is no access to or from Manhattan. The Verrazano Bridge, Brooklyn bound upper level, is closed. The lower level is open, but you must exit for the Belt Parkway or Fort Hamilton Parkway. The southbound Henry Hudson Bridge is shut down. The Henry Hudson Parkway is closed southbound at 232nd Street. The FDR, the West Side Highway, shut down both ways from 96th Street all the way down to Battery Park. The inbound Gowanus is shut down at Fort Hamilton Parkway. And on the westbound Northern State, Southern State, and Long Island Expressway, all lanes are shut down at the Queens line. In New Jersey, eastbound Route 4 is closed at Jones Road in Englewood. 46 East is shut down at 5th Street. Eastbound 80 express lanes are shut down in Saddlebrook, and local lanes are shut down at 95. Also, the Palisades Parkway southbound lanes are shut down at exit 2, and eastbound Route 3 is shut down going into the 495 viaduct. The TA says that most subway service is up and running. There are some exceptions, which are the number 3, the C, and the Q Express. All stations in Manhattan from Canal Street on down are closed. Street cleaning regulations remain suspended, and all airports are shut down at least through noon today from coast to coast. Judy?
The terror struck shortly before 9 yesterday morning when a plane crashed into the upper floors of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. It is just about 24 hours later. Another plane crashed into the South Tower about 10:30 yesterday morning. The towers collapsed, one after another. Then an adjoining building, 7 World Trade Center, came down about 8 hours later. Rescue workers are digging for bodies while holding out hope of finding survivors in the wreckage of the worst case of terrorism on American soil. For the latest facts and figures, let's go live to Al Jones. Al, are you there? Well, obviously we're having a little bit of Okay, let's see. Al, are you there?
Yes, Judy. We have had a bit of good news this morning. They're digging overnight, and their efforts at rescue have not been totally futile. Firefighter Bill Duty came out a little while ago looking quite haggard after a night of searching, a night of work, with a rundown of the rescues overnight. He says that they did manage to find 5 or 6 firefighters, all in fairly good shape, in one pocket. They also managed to find the 2 Port Authority police officers who had been trapped with the cell phone, the ones that had been calling. He said that those 2 were pulled out at the corner of Trinity and Church underneath the rubble. And also another police officer who was badly burned was also pulled 9 people that were pulled out that he knew of. A trauma doctor told me of a 50-year-old man who was pulled out badly beaten up but alive and rushed to St. Vincent. So there have been some success stories in the rescue effort overnight. And, of course, it continues. I mean, there are thousands of people down here. There's volunteer, everything from volunteer construction workers to specialized rescue teams working with dogs and probes trying to find more people that are buried inside the debris. What used to be a 110-story tall complex, 2 buildings side by side that we all knew as landmarks of New York, now reduced to maybe 5 stories of rubble. The steel girders pancaked down, the debris piled in spots still too hot to search. They're still pouring water in some locations, but there are still a lot of places that need to be searched. So for now, they're holding off on the heavy equipment. They're still going in with the dogs, the probes, and using their hands to remove some of the debris, some of the small saws to cut stuff away as they continue the search for more people buried in the rubble. Judy?
The very grim-faced Mayor Giuliani appearing this morning on ABC's Good Morning America, talking about the death toll in the Trade Center attack.
We now have 41 fatalities at this point that we know of, and the reality is that we have looks like about 202 firefighters that are still missing, and police officers, both New York City and Port Authority police officers. Of the uniformed personnel, we probably have about 260 people that are unaccounted for.
A little earlier this morning, St. Vincent's held a news press conference. That's where a number of the victims were taken to in the initial stages of this attack. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone has that story.
What struck me first here is that so little was going on. There are triage centers at the ready, doctors and nurses wanting nothing more than to help someone who has survived the bombing, and yet that has not been the case. Mark Ackerman, who's the Chief Corporate Services Officer for St. Vincent, was telling us no matter, they will not give up hope.
We are ready for what we hope will be additional survivors today. We are the closest trauma center, and thus if there are any miraculous recoveries from the wreckage, they will most likely be brought here.
A trauma center physician who recalled how frantic it was here after the first World Trade Center bombing was also holding out hope that survivors would begin showing up. But for now, absolutely nothing. And for people who were near the bombing scene, and even those who weren't, that trauma doctor warned that the psychological damage that occurred may start emerging. He says people may now begin realizing just what happened, just what the long-term consequences of this are. John Montone, 1010 Wins at St. Vincent.
Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen says it will be a long time before his department recovers from the tragedy.
I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Ferries carting loads of bodies across the Hudson River as often as 10 minutes into the night. That's according to Stan Eason, a spokesman for Jersey City. 3 cab companies ripping out seats from vans to help carry the dead to the military ocean terminal in Bayonne. Officials still not providing estimates of the number of dead transported. It's still too early to tell that. What it is not too early to tell is that this has been a nightmare, and it is one that New Yorkers hope to wake up from. But as the day dawns on this day after the attack on the World Trade Center, we are finding out that it is all too real. The comments of many is that it all seems like a bad movie. 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum found New Yorkers a day later still in disbelief.
The landscape of New York forever changed at the hands of terrorists. This horrible tragedy has touched anyone and everyone in and around the New York City area. Roy Anderson was among the many people with medical training who rushed to the scene of the disaster after the buildings collapsed. But when he got there, he found that there was not much more that he could do.
There's no sign of life. There's no... It's just going to be bodies coming out, if they can even do that. I mean, there's like... looks like a Hollywood set. There's the World Trade Center now consists of just some spires going up about 25 feet, and the rest is rubble. like pictures of Europe in the war.
His story, one of thousands of similar stories that will no doubt be told over and over again for the weeks to come. When the two buildings collapsed, the debris fell upon those working at the triage centers at the ground level below at the World Trade Center. Many of the rescue workers were killed as they were trying to tend to the injured people who were hurt when the planes originally crashed into the buildings. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins News.
And nowhere is the story quite as sobering as Ladder Company number 1 down on Duane Street, where many of the rescuers who are working and have been working day and night to try and find survivors are based. 1010 Wins reporter Alice Stockton-Rossini headed there.
Firefighters at Ladder Company 1 are amazed. They all got out of the World Trade Center disaster alive. They were among the first on the scene of the tragedy, and many are still trying to cope with the devastation.
Like a war zone down there. Well, I was on the 30th floor. I can't believe I made it out of that building.
Were you there when it went down?
Yeah.
How did you get out?
God showed me the way. I shouldn't be here right now.
I'm sorry. Most of these firefighters will be back on the scene today, sifting through the rubble and helping with the cleanup. Literally hundreds of dump trucks line the streets between here and the remains of the World Trade Center, ready to haul away tons of debris. Alice Stockton-Rossini, 1010 Wins at Ladder Company 1 in Lower Manhattan.
Just some things to think about as we head into day 2 of this unbelievable story. The Millennium Hotel, which is near to where the World Trade Center complex is located or was located, is on fire. It is said to be in danger of collapse, but it is believed that anyone and everyone who was in and around that building has been evacuated and was evacuated quite some time ago. And through all of this, there is an American flag that can still be seen flying amid the rubble of what was once the World Trade Center. It is a sign that perhaps America is bowed, but certainly not broken. New York City is a closed-off area, very tough to get about anywhere here, so let's check in and find out what is open and what's closed. And Pete, I'm going to ask you, is there any hope that some of these bridges and tunnels that have been closed to inbound traffic will be opened at any time soon?
I would say no, Judy. As a matter of fact, even trying to get information from officials like the Port Authority is very, very difficult today. As you can imagine, they have their hands full, and it seems to be a kind of a situation where they really don't know. It's just like there's just too much going on, and they don't know when these bridges and tunnels are going to be open. So just keep your radio locked into 1010 Wins, and as soon as we hear something, you will hear something. Right now, we're pretty much at lockdown here on the Hudson River crossings. Anything that comes into Manhattan from the east side, from the west side, from the Battery is shut down. The Lincoln and the Holland tunnels are closed in both directions. The George Washington Bridge is open to New Jersey only, and you must use the upper deck. The lower level is closed. The Whitestone and Throgs Neck bridges are open in both directions, and the Tappan Zee Bridge is also open both ways. But again, we are seeing extremely heavy traffic coming across the Tappan Zee Bridge from Rockland over to Westchester. If you're coming down from the north, they will stop you on the Henry Hudson Parkway south at 232nd Street. If you're coming in from Brooklyn, the Gowanus is closed inbound at Fort Hamilton Parkway. If you're coming in on the Verrazano, Brooklyn bound, when you get off the Verrazano, you have to get onto either the Belt Parkway or onto Fort Hamilton Parkway. And coming in from Nassau County, they have shut down the westbound Long Island Expressway, the Northern and Southern State Parkways at the city line. So trains are probably going to be the best way to get in. We've got Jersey Transit, the Long Island Railroad, and Metro North running the normal schedules today. The PATH trains are operating every 5 minutes on the Hoboken and Newark lines to 33rd Street and making all stops. Of course, they obviously will not be stopping at the Trade Center or Exchange Place. And a lot of the subways are running too. The FDR, the West Side Highway, are shut down from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. And we'll have more traffic coming up shortly here on 1010 Wins. Judy?
Absolutely. We'll be checking back with you soon, Pete. It is a story of numbers. The numbers of dead, the numbers of dying, the numbers of those who have survived. and the numbers that perhaps you need to know to get you through this day. We're going to toss it over now to 1010 Wins reporter Ryan Carey, who's been putting together all those numbers.
Judy, an estimated 50,000 people worked at the World Trade Center, and many of them remain unaccounted for, along with dozens and dozens and dozens of rescue personnel. And as horrific as this nightmare is for the entire nation, there is just no describing what the families of the victims are feeling, many of them still not knowing the status of their loved ones. If you're looking for a loved one, the NYPD has set up two numbers: 1-866-856-4167. That's 1-866-856-4167. Or 212-741-4626. 212-741-4626. There is a hotline for information on the firefighters and EMS personnel, and that number is 718-999-2541, 718-999-2541. Also, the NYPD is asking all civilian members of the department to please report to work this morning. The American Red Cross is providing several shelters in New York City. Spokesperson Jamie Drogan.
The Red Cross, in conjunction with the Office of Emergency Management, opened 12 shelters throughout Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Staten Island. And these shelters are to respond to the immediate needs of the victims, their families, and the disaster relief workers. At each of the shelters, we'll be providing a number of services. Trained disaster mental health workers will be there to tend to the emotional grief that obviously comes out of a tragedy like this. Red Cross volunteers will also be on hand to provide food, water, blankets, really tend to any of the needs that they may have. And the Department of Health has provided registered nurses that are available to address medical emergencies.
And those shelter locations are in Manhattan, Bayard Rustin High School, 351 West 18th Street, Seward Park High, 350 Grand Street, Washington Irving High School, 40 Irving Place, Fashion Industry High School, 225 West 24th Street, Chelsea High School, 131 6th Avenue, Norman Thomas High School, 111 East 33rd Street, City School, 16 Clarkson Street, JHS 2211 Columbia Street, IS 131 100 Hester Street, and Comprehensive Day and Night 240 2nd Avenue. On Staten Island, Curtis High School, 105 Hamilton Avenue, and in Brooklyn, Westinghouse High School, 105 Johnson Street. The Red Cross's biggest needs: blood, money, and prayer. To give blood, you can call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. That's 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. You'll be given the names of specific blood centers. As for donating money, you should call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Remember, all of the services the Red Cross provides are provided for by volunteers. And the prayer, well, that speaks for itself. 1010 Wins non-stop news coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with Judy DeAngelis.
And many of the numbers, Brian, that you have been giving, and certainly more information is contained at our website at 1010wins.com. Wins News Time 8:16. The most devastating terrorist attack ever conducted against the United States has people praying, but also pointing fingers, and those fingers seem to be pointing at terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. For an overview of the national picture, James Faraday joins us with this live report.
Well, Judy, in Washington today, smoke is still visible from the attack on the Pentagon, but that won't stop Congress from meeting, as we hear from newsman Vic Ratner.
Expect extra heavy security as lawmakers return to the Capitol, determined to show the world that, as Senate Leader Tom Daschle put it, Americans will not be cowed by terrorism.
We will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families.
Senate Intelligence Committee member Richard Shelby was bitter that the attacks caught the U.S. by surprise. Shelby saying, "We were basically caught flat-footed."
Another senator, Arizona's John McCain, says the attacks will permanently alter the way we live.
I don't think our lives will ever be the same again in some respect, especially those who use airliners with some frequency.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the Potomac, officials are still searching for survivors at the Pentagon. A fire chief says between 100 and 800 people may be dead following the attack there. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, echoing what seems to be the order of the day, says his department will be functioning today. CNN's John King tells us what's happening at the White House this morning.
In the hours ahead, look for the administration to move aggressively on several fronts. First, an effort by the White House to make the case the federal government is doing all it can for the rescue and the relief operation. As part of that, there will even be a symbolic blood drive on the White House grounds this morning. Also, Secretary of State Colin Powell will be out making the round of morning news shows, also delivering remarks here in Washington, promising a thorough investigation and promising to reach out to governments around the world to build a new coalition against international terrorism.
And when it comes to international terrorism, there's no more capable mastermind, say the experts, than Osama bin Laden. He's reportedly high on the list of suspects in yesterday's attacks. Former FBI Director James Woolsey says whether the guilty party is bin Laden or someone else, one thing is clear. The United States is now at war with a shadowy opponent.
It's clear now, as it was on December 7th, 1941, the United States is at war. The question is with whom? In December of 41, we knew. Today, we really don't.
But an Arabic newspaper today says bin Laden is almost certainly responsible. Bin Laden, for his part, denies any involvement, but reportedly is pleased with the attacks. CNN's Michael Jones takes a look at what Americans think.
The vast majority of Americans consider the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon as acts of war, but only 21% are calling for an immediate military strike on terrorist organizations before the U.S. identifies which ones are responsible for Tuesday's events. Most think that those attacks were just the first stage in a sustained terrorist campaign that will continue in the next few weeks.
And it may take weeks before officials know how many people died yesterday. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues with 1010 Wins news anchor Judy DeAngelis.
Well, we do know 3 of the dead. They were top New York City Fire Department officials. They died at the scene of the attack on the World Trade Center. Ray Downey, who led a team of New York City firefighters to Oklahoma City back in 1995 to help authorities dealing with the bombing of the federal building there. Also killed First Deputy Commissioner William Feehan and Peter Gansey, Chief of Department. They will be the first of many names that we will have to listen to as this incredible story enters its second day. You're listening to 1010 Wins Radio. Jim Maloney is at the editor's desk.
Oh my God, the building fell! The South building just crumbled from the top! Oh my God!
I can't imagine anything worse than this.
Is that the second building of the World Trade Center going down?
Yes, that is the second tower. That is the second tower.
A huge plume of smoke that came out of the middle of the building, and then the building just disappeared in the smoke.
As the dust settles on the worst terror attack in the history of the United States, there is frenzied activity at the site of what was once the World Trade Center complex in hopes that survivors might still be amid the rubble. And indeed, we are receiving word this morning that there are some survivors, but there are also many, many dead. The city is closed. You can get out, but getting in is tough. There's only a few entry points. For the latest on what's running, here's Pete Torriello.
Trains running for the most part. First of all, Jersey Transit, the Long Island Railroad, Metro North are running normal service. Amtrak has report delays up to 30 minutes. Path trains are running every 5 minutes. And here is the latest information on the subways. The Q and the W trains have no service south of Canal Street. Also, the Broadway 7th Avenue local is terminating at 34th Street. On the number 1 line, the number 2 is also terminating at 34th Street, and we currently have no service for the 3 or the 9 line. The Uptown number 4 is bypassing 14th Street to Borough Hall and diverted to New Lots Avenue in Brooklyn. On the number 5, they are also bypassing Borough Hall and diverted to Flatbush Avenue, and the number 6 train will terminate at Bleecker Street with no service below that point. All airports, of course, are shut down nationwide, at least until noon today, at which time the FAA will evaluate the situation. In the city, the street cleaning regulations are in effect. In New Jersey, the turnpike is shut down on the northbound Eastern Roadway from 15E all the way to the George Washington Bridge. The northbound Western Spur has no access to 95. Eastbound Route 3 is shut down at 495, but they have reopened the Belleville Turnpike at the Whitpen Bridge, at least for now. More shadow traffic coming up in about 10 minutes. Judy?
And we will be checking back with you, Pete. The going is terribly tough, and I would not be here talking to you this morning without the kind assistance of 2 officers, Officers Sanchez and Strong from the 44th Precinct, and I thank them. How many people died in the twin attacks that leveled the Twin Towers? that just can't be calculated at this point. So far, the list is short and painful and sure to grow longer. On an ordinary day, well over 100,000 people could pass through the World Trade Center complex, and now it is the site of an intense rescue mission. There are hundreds and hundreds of workers down there, some of them coming from Rescue Company Number 1 on Duane Street. 1010 Wins reporter Alice Stockton-Rossini is down in Lower Manhattan. She checks in with this live report.
And Judy, working through debris, shards, smoke, and dust, volunteers from St. Vincent's Medical Unit have been working with rescue teams for hours, searching for signs of life. And finally, they did find a sign of life. They were among those that worked to pull Port Authority Police Sergeant Jay McLaughlin from the rubble.
Yeah, we had a chain of things we were passing along and digging up for remains of a body. In one case, we found that was completely disintegrated and hard to recognize. And then there was the people that were trying to get this fellow out, kept sending in medical supplies and back in and out oxygen tanks, and they made a line to pass things along. It's very hard to move around in.
In the midst of sirens and trucks, Marcial says he swears he heard more signs of life. He'll rest now and return later today to help rescue teams search some more. Alice Stockton-Rossini, 1010 Wins in Lower Manhattan.
And also in Lower Manhattan, 1010 Wins, Al Jones getting as close to the scene as he can. Al.
Yeah, and we're at the corner here of Chamber and West Street, right next to Stuyvesant High and the community college. And the white steam and ash smoke that has been drifting up from the debris has been replaced by a thick black smoke, indicating again that we have another flare-up, we have another fire, that the situation there obviously is still too hot to do a thorough search. And you can probably hear the sirens in back here as more of the fire personnel are being brought into position and put more water on the scene. They're still working primarily. A lot of the rescue is kind of centered around what used to be the pedestrian bridge that connected World Trade with World Financial, the one that stretched across West Street, the West Side Highway here. And there's a huge crane that's there, but that's still right now. In fact, there's cranes on both sides. Neither one's doing much right now because they're trying to do a hand search, dog search, a probe search. The debris just from that bridge is almost maybe 2 stories tall, at least as tall as one of these high trucks or a city bus. So it's a huge pile, and they're trying to go through that slowly. In fact, I can see a guy right now with one of those large circular saws that cut through steel and cut through concrete as they try to dig in and kind of remove some of the debris. They managed to find either 8 or 9 people earlier today. A total of 5 or 6 firefighters and 3 police officers were pulled out, including the 2 Port Authority officers who had been trapped, who had the cell phone. You might have heard about that all night, that they had been contacting and kind of helped rescuers find where they were located. They were pulled out of the corner of Trinity and Church Street. But right now, black smoke is pouring up from what used to be the World Trade Center area, and that's kind of pushing everybody back. They're all kind of watching and concentrating their efforts more to the side than they are the actual rubble pile itself. Judy?
For a second day in a row, the financial markets are closed, and it seems like such a simple statement, but it's so much more than that. So let's join 1010 Wins correspondent Larry Kofsky, who is obviously not live at the New York Stock Exchange, nor will he be for some time. What's going on, Larry?
Well, Judy, U.S. financial markets are likely to sell off once they finally do reopen. But if history is any indication, the decline should be fairly short-lived. London financial markets are a case in point. They've already stabilized this morning after falling to their lows for the year yesterday. Remains to be seen what happens in Tokyo tonight. In last night's trading, the Nikkei index lost 690 points, tumbling below 10,000 for the first time in about 17 years. As you've been hearing on 1010 Wins, financial markets are closed for a second day. A message left on the telephone extension of a New York Stock Exchange spokesman says an announcement will be made later today as to when trading will resume. Crude oil in London set an early high of $31 a barrel, but has since retreated to below 29, about 28.81. Last I looked, oil companies have urged their retailers to hold the line on prices, but there have been reports of gouging $5 a gallon for unleaded regular in at least one case. Judy?
We should tell you, too, that the Postal Service has suspended mail collection from blue post office boxes today in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. Anyone wishing to mail items must bring them to a post office. Mail delivery in Manhattan will be attempted as long as letter carriers can gain access to the building. Where the mail cannot be delivered, customers will be notified where their mail can be picked up. Outside affected areas, post offices will be open regular hours. WINS News Time, 8:27. There are so many stories to tell of the horrific scene yesterday. 1010 WINS reporter Steve Kastenbaum learned about some of them.
This horrific tragedy has touched everyone in and around the New York City area, myself included. For me, this began when I felt my building in Brooklyn shake. I looked out my window and saw the immense fireball from the second plane that had just crashed into one of the towers. Then, as I made my way across the Brooklyn Bridge about a half an hour later, I watched in total shock as one of the buildings collapsed to the ground, creating an immense cloud of debris. Thousands upon thousands of people began running for their lives in Lower Manhattan, many crying, screaming, terrified. Then the stories like the one told by firefighter Tommy Dowdell of Engine 238.
Our worst fears are that there are many hundreds, if not thousands, of dead people in the rubble there. Is that what you've been encountering?
Definitely, without a doubt. There's definitely thousands. It goes into the thousands, and I wouldn't doubt that for 1 second. Thousands. And I'm talking emergency workers, people that were in the building.
One firefighter died when a person who jumped out of one of the burning buildings landed on him. 10 hours later, I looked over my shoulder as I walked across the Brooklyn Bridge and watched the billowing smoke rising from where the Twin Towers once stood. When I finally returned to my apartment building, I learned that one of my neighbors who works on the 101st floor of one of the towers never made it home. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 WINS News.
When a tragedy strikes, it tends to bring out the best in people, and perhaps nowhere is that more apparent at local blood centers. Sandy Klein is at one of them where people are lined up around the block. Sandy.
Judy, I just arrived at the New York Blood Center. It's on 67th Street, and the line goes around the block. They started opening the doors around 8 o'clock, and I mean, people just came here in droves. Elizabeth is one of the people at the beginning of the line about to go in and donate blood. Elizabeth, how come you came?
I'm here because I'm O positive, and I need that blood type, and I just thought it was important to get out and donate if you were able to.
And the gentleman behind her is also on the line. Why are you here?
I'm here to just help out, give some blood, do something nice.
It's very well organized here, Judy. The line just goes around the block, people reading the papers. They're sort of stunned by what's going on the cell phones. I mean, standing in this beautiful, bright September sunshine, trying to actually figure out why they're here. I mean, they understand it, but the reality of it is it's so overwhelming. I'm going to ask this gentleman here, why are you online, sir?
I want to give blood. I want to help out wherever I can.
That seems to be the general sentiment here, Judy, as I walk along this line that just curls around from the Blood Center, which is in the middle of 67th Street, around 2nd Avenue. It's really overwhelming and just mind-boggling, Judy.
Thank you, Sandy. And as I said, it brings out the best in people, and that blood could very well be needed because we are getting some good word from the site of a devastating tragedy that there have been 9 survivors found so far, 6 of them firefighters, 3 of them police officers. And while all that activity is centered down in Lower Manhattan, where all of those men and women are helping out, there are other areas of the city that resemble a ghost town, the bridges, the tunnels, where there is usually heavy traffic at this time of the morning, and there is none today because they are closed. We're going to join Pete Torriello over at Shadow Traffic for a rundown of where we can get to and where we can't, Pete.
Right, Judy, the Lincoln, the Holland, the GWB are all shut down coming into the city. The outbound Lincoln and Holland are also closed to New Jersey. If you're going to Jersey, you can take the GWB upper level, not the lower deck. All of the East River bridges and tunnels, and Harlem River. Remember, there's a whole bunch of those little bridges there going over the Harlem River. All of those coming into Manhattan are shut down. You can go over the Harlem River into the Bronx. The Midtown Tunnel is shut down in both directions, as is the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. And we have a whole bunch of closures in New Jersey that I want to run down. On the eastbound 8095, local and express lanes are shut down in Fort Lee. The northbound New Jersey Turnpike Eastern roadway is closed from 15E all the way up to Interstate 95. The western spur is shut down northbound at 95. Eastbound Route 4 is closed at Jones Road in Englewood. 46 East is shut down at 5th Street in Fort Lee. Eastbound Route 3 is shut down at 495 in North Bergen. The Palisades Parkway South is closed at Exit 2 in Alpine. The Jersey Turnpike Newark Bay Hudson County Extension interchanges 14A through C is shut down both ways, and northbound 1 and 9 is closed when you get off the Pulaski Skyway in Jersey City. They have it shut down right there at the covered roadway. New Jersey Transit, Metro North, and the Long Island Railroad are running normal service today. The PATH trains are running every 5 minutes. The city is officially closed south of 14th Street to all vehicular traffic, with the West Side Highway and the Harlem River FDR combo off limits both ways from 96th Street all the way to the Battery. Judy?
One of the most amazing sights that I saw as I was driving up the West Side Highway yesterday, something that I probably will never see again, the large overhead sign that usually gives you how long a wait there will be on the upper or lower deck of the GWB just said New York City closed, GWB closed, state of emergency. It was startling, to say the least. We are now a city of numbers. We are looking for survivors. We are getting ready to bury our dead. We are trying to give hope to those who feel hopeless. Putting together all those numbers here in the newsroom is reporter Brian Carey, and we're going to toss it over to him now.
Judy, the area around the World Trade Center was really a world of its own. An estimated 50,000 people worked there. Thousands more did business there, patronizing shops, more than 70 stores and restaurants, and people traveling through that area. Well, on this new day, the begging, haunting, dreaded question, what has happened to the thousands of people still unaccounted for? And it's the not knowing that is giving some people hope and fear at the same time. If you're looking for a lost loved one, the NYPD has set up two numbers, 866-856-4167, 866-856-4167, or 212-741-4626, 212-741-4626. There's a hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel. That number, 718-999-2541, 718-999-2541. Again, 718-999-2541. Also, the NYPD is asking that all civilian members of the department please report to work as scheduled. The American Red Cross is providing 12 shelters in New York City. At each of the shelters, a number of services being provided. Trained disaster mental health workers there to, of course, tend to the emotional grief of all of this. Food, water, blankets are provided, and registered nurses are there. Those shelters located in Manhattan at Bayard Rustin High School, 351 West 18th Street, Seward Park High, 350 Grand Street, Washington Irving High School, 40 Irving Place, the Fashion Industry High School, 225 West 24th Street, Chelsea High School, 131 6th Avenue, Norman Thomas High School, 111 East 33rd Street, City School, 16 Clarkson Street, JHS School, 2211 Columbia Street, IS 131 100 Hester Street, and Comprehensive Day and Night 241 2nd Avenue. On Staten Island, Curtis High School, 105 Hamilton Avenue, and in Brooklyn, Westinghouse High School, 105 Johnson Street. Jamie Drogan is a spokesperson for the American Red Cross.
What kind of help do you, the Red Cross, need at this point?
The three things that they can give are blood, money, and prayer. Blood, we suggest people should call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD to find out about donating blood in their local area and where they need to go and what they need to bring. In terms of money, we encourage people to call 1-800-HELP-NOW to make a financial donation to the Red Cross, because all of the services of the Red Cross are provided for by the time and financial contribution of volunteers. And prayer is just, to think about those that are out there that have been fortunate enough to have found their loved ones, and the Red Cross would like to extend their deepest sympathies for those that have lost people in this tragedy.
Again, to give blood, you can call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. You'll be given the names of the specific blood centers you can go to. As for donating money, you should call 1-800-HELP-NOW. 1010 Wins coverage of the terrorist attacks on America in New York and Washington continues with Judy DeAngelis.
Wins News Time 8:37. The world on alert today as governments call for calm while stepping up their own security in the wake of the deadly and devastating attacks in New York and Washington. James Faraday joins us live with the latest overview on the national and world picture.
Well, Judy, vowing the U.S. will go after those responsible. Secretary of State Colin Powell this morning called the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington a war. A war not against the U.S., but against civilization.
There are organizations out there that give support to these kinds of terrorist activities. They provide facilities, they provide homes, they provide support for them, they provide money for them, and we're going to go after all of them. We're going to make it clear to them that you cannot have any kind of decent relationship with the United States if you do this, and we will go after the support that allows terrorists to perform these kinds of acts.
Powell says the Bush administration is far from selecting any particular military targets for retaliation. The number one suspect government officials have been talking about is wanted international terrorist Osama bin Laden. Correspondent Claire Shipman reports members of Congress are being fed information that points bin Laden's way.
I was struck by how frank my sources were in telling me that, and I think that the leadership itself, in hearing these briefings from, they said, intelligence officials, were also struck by the fact that they had some very concrete links, they said, that were pushing them to look at bin Laden as the number one suspect. Again, it's something I think everybody's been talking about, but again, the specificity of some of these links, I think, surprised some of the people who got these briefings on Capitol Hill.
In the Middle East, Israel has closed itself off by air and land after the U.S. strikes. Foreign Minister Shimon Peres blamed Yasser Arafat for creating an atmosphere in which terrorism flourishes.
If he will give out clear orders, if he will call his own troops, his own policemen to fight terror, it will be one destiny of the Palestinians. If we will continue to escape the choice, it will be another sort of relationship.
In Britain, CNN's Christiane Amanpour reports London and other cities are stepping up security measures.
In England, certain specific measures have been taken. All commercial airlines are banned from flying over central London. There is heightened security at key areas and key buildings, particularly around the airport. British Airways, the national carrier, has cancelled flights to Pakistan, which neighbors Afghanistan, also to Tel Aviv. You know, Israel has closed down its airspace to any foreign carriers. Air France, the French national carrier, has also banned its flights from going to Tel Aviv, obviously because that airport is closed, but also to North America, while that situation resolves itself in terms of airport closures there.
Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks in Washington and New York continues now with 1010 Wins anchor Judy DeAngelis.
And you are listening to 1010 Wins Radio. Tom Offer is our writer.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads. It's just, it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know.
The landscape of New York has been inalterably changed. The soul of America is scarred. We are bowed, but we are not broken. Yesterday morning, the worst terror attack in the history of the United States occurred. It has left most in shock and sorrow, and the city shut down. Bridges and tunnels empty on a day when at this hour, just about 24 hours after the first plane hit the first tower of the World Trade Center, there usually would be hustle and bustle. Now, the roads are empty. Anything below 14th Street is off limits, and if you are outside of New York City, the chances are you will not get into the city unless you take some form of mass transit. We're going to try and sort it out right now with Shadow Traffic's Pete Torriello.
Certainly a very eerie, almost surrealistic sight, Judy, as we punch up the cameras that we look at every single day and see these bridges and tunnels teeming with traffic. And I'm looking right at the 59th Street Bridge now, and it's just empty. Every once in a while we see some traffic coming into Queens, and every once in a while we see some emergency vehicles going into the Manhattan side. But The bridges and tunnels coming in from all directions, linking directly into Manhattan, are shut down. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open in both directions. It's going to take you about 45 minutes to get over the Tappan Zee from Rockland over to Westchester. We're backed up to about Route 59 at this point. The Whitestone, the Throgs Neck bridges are open. The Triborough Bridge is available to get you into Queens only. And the inbound Gowanus is shut down at Fort Hamilton Parkway. They also are periodically inspecting vehicles on the Belt Parkway as you head westbound. And I'll have more on that for you in just a second here. New Jersey Transit, the Long Island Railroad, and Metro North are running normal service. The PATH trains are running every 5 minutes. As Judy pointed out, everything is shut down south of 14th Street. The FDR Drive and the West Side Highway are shut down in both directions from 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. They're also checking traffic southbound on the Cross Island Parkway at the westbound Belt, and also making the transition from the southbound Van Wyck to the westbound Belt Parkway. The street cleaning regulations are suspended on a citywide basis, and of course everything in the air is grounded coast to coast at least through noon today. Judy?
There are some 2,000 rescue workers scrambling across tons of debris and rubble at the site where the World Trade Center stood, hoping to find survivors. Apparently, 9 have been found so far. Hundreds and likely thousands died when 2 planes smashed into the north and south towers of the Trade Center around 9 yesterday morning. About an hour later, first one, then the other tower collapsed. And as a fountain of dust and debris cascaded up streets, it coated those fleeing for their lives. 2 commercial planes, one from United, one from American, slammed into the towers. Both had been hijacked. A third hijacked plane slammed into the Pentagon. A fourth crashed just outside of Pittsburgh. The early indications are that terrorist Osama bin Laden is the mastermind of the deadly attacks. President Bush has vowed the government will find and punish those behind these evil acts, and any country that harbors them will also be punished. Bush spoke to the nation after returning to the White House. The focus, though, today is on a stretch of land in Lower Manhattan. 1010 Wins reporter Al Jones is near the former World Trade Center, and he checks in with this live report.
It is totally covered with this ash from the building. And if I sound a little muffled now, it's because we have our masks back on. With the latest flare-up inside what was left of World Trade Center and more black smoke coming up from the fire, there's been a lot of vehicle traffic back and forth, and it's kind of stirring up all the dust. So the advice of everybody around here is if you don't have a paper mask, here's one, put it on. And, of course, we're standing here on West Street inside of Chamber. They're talking about taking some reporters in now into Ground Zero and kind of touring what's left of the World Trade Centers. It's just amazing to think that what we all thought of as the landmark for Lower Manhattan, the thing that everybody looked up to get their bearings, how many, I'm 2 blocks from World Trade, I'm 3 blocks, it's gone. And right now it's replaced with the white, ashy smoke that we've seen all night and more of the black smoke from this recent flare-up. The rescue operation
Well, we have lost our connection with Al Jones, who is down close to the scene where the rescue mission is taking place. As you could hear, it is somewhat of a surreal view. There are these huge lights that are shining down, and even though the sun is out and it's a beautiful sunny day, there are these lights that continue to shine down, hoping to give the people who are down there doing the rescue mission a little extra light to look under all this dirt and debris that has settled in the area. St. Vincent's Hospital was one of the first to receive the injured and dead. A little bit earlier this morning, they held a press conference. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone was there.
Empty triage centers, a stark reminder that very few people in or in the immediate vicinity of the World Trade Center survived. All night and into the morning, doctors and nurses, 3 times the normal staff, have waited here for the victims who never arrived. And Dr. Richard Westfall, who's the associate director of the trauma center, told me they will continue to wait, continue to hope that there will be survivors.
And we've been prepared and are awaiting victims from the site as well. We are, as I think Mayor Giuliani has said over and over, we are very hopeful, we are prepared, and we are expecting to work very hard to resuscitate victims as they're brought here and brought to other hospitals.
So far, that wait has been in vain. John Montone, 1010 Wins at St. Vincent.
There was activity on the water last night of the Hudson River as ferries carted loads of bodies as often as every 10 minutes over to Jersey City and the trauma unit there. That is according to Stan Eason, a spokesman for Jersey City. 3 cab companies ripped out seats from vans they own to help carry the dead to Military Ocean Terminal in Bayonne. But officials say they could not even begin to provide an estimate of the number of dead transported. That, they say, will come in time. But right now, there is far too much to be done to start worrying about that. The shockwaves from this despicable act of terrorism have rippled around the world. There is no quarter that has not been affected, including the world of sports. As we hear from 1010 Wins sports reporter Steve Torrey.
Before yesterday's tragedy, baseball's focus was on the playoff races and Barry Bonds' pursuit of Mark McGwire's single-season home run record. All of that's on hold today. Major League Baseball postponed its entire schedule for a second straight day. They've also already postponed the Yankees game with the White Sox for tomorrow night. The Mets, who were scheduled to play the Pirates in Pittsburgh, were forced out of their hotel, which was near a federal building, so as a security precaution, they moved on to the suburbs. College football decide today whether to play this weekend, and the NFL, which to this day regrets playing on the weekend following the assassination of President Kennedy in 1963, expected to make a decision on this weekend's games within the next day or so. The NHL's Los Angeles Kings mourning the deaths of 2 employees today. Director of Pro Scouting Ace Bailey and Mark Bavis, another scout with the club, were among those on the United Airlines flight from Boston, the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Steve Torrey, 1010 Wins News.
Wins News time, 8:48. Mayor Giuliani has had nothing but praise for the men and women toiling to find victims in the tons of debris from the fallen Trade Center buildings.
At least there's some hope that we'll be able to get some people out. We have been able to get 2 people out who have been identified as Port Authority police officers. I don't have their identities and I don't have their condition.
Speaking on ABC's Good Morning America this morning, he had the heartbreaking news about many of the people killed in the Twin Towers attack. He says 259 uniformed personnel, either firefighters or police, are missing or feared dead. Of them, 202 are firefighters and 57 are police officers. Giuliani says the only first death toll at this time is 41. Governor Pataki also praising New Yorkers who he says are pulling together, rolling up their shirt sleeves to help get out and give blood.
We're going to get through this, and we're going to get through this strong. And just about an hour ago, I was out on the street in front of Cabrini Hospital, and you see New Yorkers from all walks of lives, more than a block long, waiting in line to donate blood to help the victims of this disaster.
Long lines are expected today at Red Cross blood centers, across the country. Officials say what they are in need of most is types O positive and O negative. There are many stories from this tragedy. 1010 Wins reporter Carol Dioria covering one of them.
This tragedy has brought out the best and the very worst in people. In Crown Heights, for instance, several stores and restaurants are either not opening at all or they're closing early, like the Seatown on Washington Avenue. Eddie, the manager, says 3 stores have already been held up in the neighborhood, one on Grand Avenue, another on Flushing, and another on Pitkin Avenue, and so that's why he's closing early.
There is no cops around here. That's why we're closing the store right now, because we want to protect, our life, the customer life, For a few $1,000s, we don't want to lose our lives.
And just as I finished talking to him, the metal gates were pulled down behind me to wait for a safer day. Carol Dioria, 1010 Wins in Brooklyn.
We are finding out what is open and what is not open on this day after the Twin Tower attacks in Manhattan and the attack on the Pentagon in Washington and the crash of a hijacked plane outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Things are still locked up pretty tightly, and frankly, we have no indication when the locks might be opened. Let's check in with Shadow Traffic and Pete Torriello.
We have some good news here for a lot of these poor commuters who have been sitting at the Staten Island crossing since yesterday. We heard a little bit earlier, I know, from a listener who called us on her cell phone to say she was at the she said the Goethals Bridge for like 15 hours. We've just received word here that the Goethals Bridge, the Bayonne Bridge, and the Outer Bridge crossing into Staten Island are now open. And they are open to New Jersey. So again, the Bayonne Bridge, the Outer Bridge crossing, and the Goethals Bridge are open in both directions for the first time in many hours. The city-bound Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels are all shut down. George Washington Bridge, if you're coming to New Jersey, you must use the upper level. The Lincoln and the Holland tunnels are closed in both directions. In Brooklyn, the Gowanus Expressway is shut down inbound at Fort Hamilton Parkway. The southbound Henry Hudson Parkway is shut down at 232nd Street. The FDR and the West Side Highway are closed both ways, 96th Street all the way down to the Battery. All city streets below 14th Street are off limits. There are security checkpoints set up on the Belt Parkway. We are seeing very, very heavy traffic on the westbound side of the Belt. Very little traffic heading eastbound. Also, you may be stopped on the southbound Cross Island and the southbound Van Wyck as you try to get on to the westbound lanes of the Belt Parkway. Coming in from Nassau County, the westbound Northern State, Southern State, and Long Island Expressway are being sporadically opened and closed at the city line. New Jersey Transit, Long Island Railroad, Metro North are providing normal service. You can get into the city by train, but we certainly don't encourage it unless you have to be here. Path trains are running every 5 minutes. Street cleaning regulations are suspended on a citywide basis. Judy?
And Pete, they're not giving us any indication at this point on when some of these roadways might be opened?
Nothing yet, Judy. I think it's a very sort of fluid situation, and they're just kind of playing it by ear. So, yeah, we don't know when the Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels will open, but at least we do have those Staten Island crossings back.
Okay, Pete, we'll be checking back with you. Thank you. World reaction certainly has been swift, but the reaction here in the city was even swifter. Within seconds after the first plane hit, people were already mobilizing, saying, what can I do to help? The lines are long out at the blood centers, and the people are standing ready, waiting to help. We've got some numbers that we can give to you if you would like to help. We also have some numbers if you're still trying to get information about a loved one, and we also can tell you what is open and what is not open. So we're going to toss that over now to reporter Brian Carey.
Judy, the World Trade Center's Twin Towers saw an estimated 50,000 people walk through the doors to work daily, and thousands upon thousands more traveled through that area every morning as they did yesterday morning. This morning, many remain unaccounted for, along with dozens and dozens of rescue personnel. And as horrific as this nightmare is for the entire nation, there's no describing what the families of the victims are feeling, many of them still not knowing the status of their loved ones. If you are looking for a loved one, the NYPD has set up two numbers, 866-856-4167. That's 866-856-4167 or 212-741-4626. 212-741-4626. There's a hotline for information on firefighters and EMS personnel as well. That number, 718-999-2541. 718-999-2541. The general number for questions in New York City is 212-560-2730, 212-560-2730. As for the families of those who rode the ill-fated planes, American Airlines passenger information can be reached by dialing 1-800-245-0999, 800-245-0999. United Airlines passenger information, 800-935-8555. That's 800-932-8555. The American Red Cross is providing 12 shelters here in New York City. At each shelter, a number of services being provided for both the physical and emotional aspects. Frank Donahue is a Red Cross spokesman.
Trained, certified volunteers that are certified psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers that are trained by the Red Cross that we have that are working in Lower Manhattan, that are working at our center on Amsterdam, and that are working actually at LAX, at Boston's Logan Airport, at every airport where people were affected.
There are a number of shelters in Manhattan, some of them Bayard Rustin High, 351 West 18th Street, Seward Park High School, 350 Grand Street, and Washington Irving High, 40 Irving Place. On Staten Island, Curtis High School on Hamilton Avenue, and in Brooklyn, Westinghouse High on Johnson Street. The Red Cross's biggest needs, blood, money, and your prayers. To give blood, you can call 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD. As for donating money, dial 1-800-HELP now. Judy?
Thank you. World reaction has been swift. Governments around the globe urging calm, but also stepping up their own security. Yesterday's attack hit at the very heart of America in New York and Washington, D.C. With the national and world overview, James Faraday joins us live.
So, Judy, a fire chief says the death toll at the Pentagon could hit 800. The recovery effort is expected to take several days, and firefighters are still working to douse the flames from where one of the hijacked planes struck the building yesterday. CNN's Bob Franken with the latest.
They're hoping that they can have it enough under control that at about daybreak they can peel away the wall, the part that was hit by the plane, and start to go through the rubble, looking to see who's inside, looking for casualties, looking for the human cost of this tragedy, which of course hit New York but has also hit the Pentagon. The sign of military strength in the United States.
Secretary of State Colin Powell says the terrorists can run, but they can't hide.
We will go after them, and what we will especially do is go after those nations, those states, those organizations that provide haven for this kind of activity, and we will not let up. And we'll make sure that all of our friends, allies, and those who would be our friends who have anything to do with harboring this kind of activity will discover that they cannot have a friendly relationship with the United States if they continue to do so.
The attacks came without any warning. Correspondent Barbara Starr reports the CIA was caught completely off guard.
A senior government official tells ABC News that the intelligence community had no indicators that an attack was about to happen. Now, the top priority, says the CIA, is to nail the SOBs who did this. Intelligence assets around the world are being moved into key areas to try and find the perpetrators.
The investigation is moving forward with breakneck speed. There may be a lead in the hijackings of the two jets that took off from Boston's Logan Airport and later slammed into the Twin Towers. Newsman Ron Claiborne reports investigators are focusing on a suspicious car.
It is being taken to an FBI crime lab in this area. The state police actually are the ones that towed that vehicle away, and we are told that they will be looking at the seats as possible evidence and maybe even looking for some kind of DNA evidence to link this to the perpetrators.
We're learning about the identities of some of the victims who died in the hijacked planes. On American Airlines Flight 11, which was en route from Boston to Los Angeles and was the first plane to crash into the World Trade Center, was David Angell, the 54-year-old executive producer of the NBC sitcom Frasier. Also on that flight, Barry Berenson, the 53-year-old actress and photographer, was once married to the late actor Anthony Perkins. On hijacked American Airlines Flight 77, which took off from Dulles Airport in Virginia and crashed into the Pentagon, conservative commentator and attorney Barbara Olson. The 54-year-old was the wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson. Olson twice called her husband on a cell phone and described details of the hijacking. On United Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, the second plane to strike the Trade Center, 53-year-old Garnet Bailey, a pro scout for the Los Angeles Kings. He was killed. He was once a teammate of Wayne Gretzky. Non-stop coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington continues now with 1010 Wins News anchor Judy DeAngelis.
And through it all, James, through it all, an American flag can be seen flying amid the rubble of what was once the World Trade Center. You're listening to 1010 Wins Radio, WINS, New York, an Infinity Broadcasting Station. I'm Judy DeAngelis.